And welcome to the good afternoon, and welcome to match number 4 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's T20 tournament. Match between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenada. It's the third place playoff. Last evening, Grenada defeated St. Vincent and Dominica, they lost to St. Lucia. So good afternoon, Keith, and welcome to the third place playoff.
Good afternoon, Greg. Yeah, never a very enjoyable match for the teams playing it. Another way we can put it is that it's the losers' final today. Today's match between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. I think Dominica coming out today would be looking to see if they can salvage something from this tour. They have been on the losing end in all the matches so far, and this is the last opportunity to pull something back to boost up their morale.
Yes, most certainly they would want to at least leave the tournament with a win, but it's going to be a perhaps a tall order against St. Vincent and the Grenadines teams. Let's take a quick look at the two teams for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jaspina Joseph, Kimo Homer. Today, Cordell Jack is out. You have Jenna Glasgow, who is the captain, Tracy Byron, Nisha Durant, Ala Boucher, Jenna Frederick, Cheyenne Games, Anika Whitfield was be getting her first game, Delita Bentic, and Chanel Maki. And for Dominica, Jim Eloy, Ronette Sanford is out. You have Paul Etienne, Abini Saint-Jean, Nisha Fontaine, Maya Gilbert, Rene Prevost, Shadia Seaman, Tabitha Green, Killer George, Jenny Valmore, and Shaniqua Nelson. That's the 11 for Dominica. So certainly, Kif, as you did indicate, perhaps not one of the games that teams really look forward to play in the third place playoff. You don't really come in with the same sort of enthusiasm that would have been shown, say, if it was a finals you were into.
Yes, it's a situation where this is not the big game for today, and even after winning this game, the best you can get out of it is that you're placed in third position, and teams never look forward to it. But that's an opportunity for some of the players to put on a good show towards their selection for the Windward Islands team, and for the sake of their own careers as well.
Yes, so it looks like the captain, Paul Etienne, will be opening the bowling, and she will bowl into our opposite number, Glasgow. And she's bowled, first delivery. What a dream start for Dominica, getting the prize wicket of the captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, Janella Glasgow. Kif.
Oh, wonderful delivery there from Etienne. Etienne has the ability to make that ball move into the left-hander, and there was a Glasgow looking for a drive, and that ball was pitched on a perfect length and just moved back into her and crept between bat and pad and disturbed her stump. So a wonderful start here for Dominica.
Yes, Dominica could not have wanted a better start to get a wicket of the very first delivery of the match, and more so, one would say, the big fish of Janella Glasgow.
Yes, we have seen from Janella Glasgow throughout the tour her ability to be able to push the score along. Very powerful hitter of the ball, and a very good athlete, running between the wickets, and all aspects of her cricket seem to be right up there. But she would now have to focus on what she can do later on with the ball. A good breakthrough indeed from the captain, Paul Etienne.
So, in comes Nasha Durant to partner Kimo Homer. So just what the doctor would have ordered for Dominica to get an early breakthrough. This one is driven upishly down to the wide mid-off region, and they pick up a single. So immediately Durant is off the mark, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have opened up the account as well.
Yes, a similar delivery to what got a wicket of Glasgow, but this time it was just a little outside the off stump, and that allowed Durant to just stroke it down to mid-off to get off the mark.
Change in the field with the right-hander Kimon Homan on strike. Fielder is placed out on the point boundary, Kif. Perhaps a little surprising so early. Just the football of the over. It's an outside the off stump. Bit of a way movement there by Etienne.
Yes, Etienne predominantly moves the ball away from the right-hander and back into the left-hander. But this one just a little outside the off stump, but Homer was still feeling for it and was lucky not to get a touch.
Being driven to the fielder at the mid-off region, no run resulting. So very good tight stop there by the captain Etienne.
Yes, Etienne has led from the front almost every match. We'd see putting in the effort.
Again driven to the short mid-wicket region, no run resulting.
Yes, Etienne is leading a very young team, and really she's showing the right example, the right attitude out there. You know, always taking up the responsibility for her team.
Homer resolute in defense, just pushing this one. And a good first over there for Dominica, an over in which we saw the captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, General Glasgow, was comprehensively bowled of the very first delivery of the over.
Yes, a good over completed there by Pearl Etienne, and Dominica would hope that over from the skipper, which got the wicket of Glasgow, really set the tone for the innings out there in the field. We saw yesterday that the out cricket really let them down, but there is an opportunity this afternoon, having gotten one of the premier batters for St. Vincent so early in the innings. If they can step up the out cricket, they could make a very good contest today.
Yes, most certainly, and with the likes of Cordell Jack out of the team today, so certainly the batting of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team may very well be under severe pressure.
Yes, they're missing one of the premier batters in Jack. You know, she laboured her wrong last evening, and the management felt today was a day to give her a bit of a rest. So it has opened an opportunity here for Dominica. They have one less top batter to face.
So from the media centre end, the northern end, it looks like Prevost will be coming into the attack. She'll be bowling to Nasha Durant. Plays to out through the short cover region where the captain Paul Etienne fields. This one given generous flight there by Prevost.
Yes, and both deliveries seem to be real slow deliveries, which with a nice loop.
Again, not afraid to toss the ball to Durant. Durant has just to hit the field, perhaps looking to eye the mid-wicket region. And this one is hit uppishly, but wide of the fielder at mid-off, and is going to race into the boundary for 4. So good shot there by Durant.
Yes, that delivery just tossed up a little wide of the off stump, and there was Durant just stepping forward in the approved manner and getting it between the extra cover and the mid-off fielder. And once she found the gap, there was only one way the ball could go, was into the boundary.
And this one wide downside the leg side, and Prevost should consider herself very lucky that Durant was unable to get a bit of bat on this one.
Yes, any bat on that ball would have helped it down into the fine leg region.
Good tossed up delivery. It's struck uppishly, but he's going to challenge the fielder at the mid-off region. They've gone for one, coming back for a second. Not a strong enough throw to prevent 2. So the scores move on to 8-1, and Durant has been the lone scorer thus far. could see the googly there, Keith. This one pitching outside the leg stump, coming back into the left hander. So certainly Prevost showing us a bit of variety.
Yes, she did bowl a good over, although she considered the boundary. But that fifth delivery where the batter was not to the pitch at Durant, and she still went through and got it high in the air and is falling just beyond the 30-yard circle. The fielder made off, tried in vain, but couldn't get it.
So the captain Etienne would be continuing from the southern end, Players Pavilion end, and she will be bowling to Kimon Homer, who is yet to get off the mark. She's pitched some 4 deliveries so far. This one is driven back past the bowler. It's going to be a relatively easy single. So Homer is off the mark. Changing the field with the left-handed Durant on strike. So Etienne ensures that she gets the field placing right. Number fielder at the mid-wicket boundary was brought into the short mid-wicket and made off, dropped back a bit. Quick single there, taken now on a misfield, allowing the batters to get 2 easy runs to run into in particular. So again, the fielding is letting the Dominica team down.
We've seen shades of what happened yesterday. That was even an opportunity for a run out if that fielder was quicker off the mark, but she was slow in getting down and the ball just licked through her.
So it's driven with the coverage and again another misfield. So they've gone for one and coming back for a second. So very early in the inning we see the Dominica fielding already letting them down.
Yes, another poor effort there. There was this fielder moving from the extra cover region there. There was no chance of stopping the single. The easiest thing would have been to get behind the ball and collect with 2 hands, but she went down with 1 hand and the ball just slipped through her fingers and resulted in an extra run for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Pushes this one into the short cover region. No run resulted. So down the leg side. Well taken by the wicket keeper. Etienne 1.4 overs so far, 7 runs, and she has picked up her opposite number, Janela Glasgow, captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Oh, this is a big shot there by Durant. The one is right over the mid-wicket boundary for 6, so good positive shot there, played by Durant, Keith.
Yes, positive indeed. Her delivery just over pitch and coming into the pads, and with Etienne getting the ball to swing into the left-hander, she just used the swing of the ball and hit the full face of the bat over the mid-wicket region. So a welcome maximum here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Certainly a shot of authority played there by Durant. See what the response of Pearl Etienne would be like. And this one was driven hard back at the bowler. Good stop there by Etienne. Had that ball gone through, there's a strong possibility that the fielder at the mid-on region may not have stopped it.
It had all the makings of another boundary, but Etienne, being such a good athlete, in her follow through, was able to bend to her right and pull off the save and prevented any runs. But a good over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We saw Durant just hoisting Etienne over mid wicket for maximum, and maybe that's a sign of things to come.
Yes, good productive over indeed, an over in which they got some 12 runs. So at the end of over number 3, 20 for 1, Durant on 17 and Homer just 1. So certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the likes of Glasgow back in the hut and Cordell Jack not playing, she would be one of those batters that would be required to play a long innings. And this one is stopped up generously. Ball was driven back past the bowler. The fielder at the mid-on region comes across and could not prevent the single. So the score moves on by 1, and Homer moves on by 2 as well. So the two boundary riders, one at the mid-wicket region and the other at the extra cover. Tossed up delivery, and this one has struck straight back at Prevost, who put down what should have been a relatively easy catch. Keith Shalry.
Well, it's never an easy catch, a return catch. In a follow through, that one was struck powerfully back towards her. I think actually she saved the boundary, but it must go down as a missed chance.
Yes, she got both hands to it, but unable to hold on. And the attempted googly. This one spins across the left under, but she handled it quite well, just guided it into the backward point region. And they were able to cross for an easy single. So good batting by Durant, 18 so far. Strike rate 128. This one has stopped. She was bitten in flight. Give certainly a tentative, not sure as to what exactly she should have done.
Yes, exactly. She was really beaten and just groped at it, lucky to get it onto the bat.
And tossed up delivery again. This time looking to play on the onside, and the ball spinning across. So certainly Homer is not picking the deliveries from Prevost.
Yes, it's always a joy when you see the leg spinner in action. And she has the ability to spin the ball both ways, and the batsman in quite a bit of trouble at the moment.
So I'm just going straight, angling down the leg side, struck on the pad. So Prevost, after 2 overs, she's only considered 9 runs. So certainly the captain Etienne would be pleased with the effort of Prevost thus far.
Oh, certainly. Prevost, the leg spinner, getting the new ball, and she looks a relatively young player. And one just hopes for the sake of Dominica cricket and Windward Islands cricket that she can progress onto the next level, because she looks a fine talent indeed.
Yes, certainly one of the bowlers that I think has impressed with the sort of control and not afraid to really give the ball generous flight, because we know most spinners, they tend to just dart the ball in, not really looking for spin, but Prevost very much inclined to give the ball generous flight and allows, to turn in both directions, as she has proven she can. So at the northern end, there's going to be a change in the bowling, and Valmore will be replacing her captain, Paul Etienne. Just a hold up in the proceeding there, ensuring that the fielders are in the correct position. And this first delivery, angling wide down the leg side, and wide call by the umpire. So not the best of starts for Valmore. Good delivery. This one is working to the short mid-wicket area. Chance for a run out. But just slow in, getting to the delivery and even releasing. But good quick single there by Homer and Duran.
Yes, that has been the feature of a lot of the teams which have gone on to do well here in the T20 version. They're taking up little quick singles. That fielder basically on her heels and it's a little slow in getting there, but a quicker movement might have had the batters in trouble.
This one is struck firmly into the mid-wicket region. The ball is going to win the race, and it has now. So 4 valuable runs there to Homer, taking the St. Vincent and the Grenadines score to 28 for 1.
Yes, a good shot there by Homer. That ball, that delivery just over pitch on the leg stump, and with nobody covering the boundary on the leg side, she just obliged in getting the boundary.
She goes for the cut shot outside the off stump. Well kept. Just a trifle low. So good response there by Valmore. And this one is struck powerfully past the short cover fielder and down to the boundary for 4.
Another good shot from Homer. That delivery just over pitch. The bowler bowling around the wicket and over pitch, a little outside the off stump, and she just stepped forward and then struck it sweetly past the extra cover fielder down to the boundary for 4.
So slow start by Homer, but certainly has picked up the pace. Another delivery, this one clearly pitching outside the off stump. Perhaps Homer would have felt that she sort of missed out. Had she gotten back onto this one, certainly she could have picked up another 4 valuable runs for herself and her team. So Homer now has moved on to 10 of 13 deliveries, with 2 fours included. And this one outside the off stump, looking for the big expansive drive. Misses, so the end of the first over by Valmore, an over which considered some 10 runs. So good productive over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are looking to pick up the scoring here. They've been going rather slowly in the first couple of overs. But they've really picked up in that last over, 2 deliveries, which resulted in boundaries off the bat of Homer. So good signs for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, certainly after losing the wicket of the skipper General Glasgow of the very first delivery of the match, certainly they would have wanted these two to go on and put on a big partnership. And we see Maya Gilbert being introduced into the attack. First delivery, loose delivery down the leg side. This one is swung backward square. Perhaps does not have the legs to get to the boundary. doesn't, but they able to go for 2. Valmore was the one in pursuit. So not the best of start for Gilbert, Keith.
A bad delivery to start off the spell, and delivery short and angled down the leg side. And he's lucky not to concede the boundary on that occasion.
Stop outside the off stump. This one is strong and she may be out caught. And it's dropped. Again, poor bit of field in there on this occasion. Prevost being the culprit. Dropped what should have been a regulation catch, if one would say.
I think it's more than regulation catch. That what you consider to be a dolly. That one was just lobbed up in the air. The batter didn't get any timing onto it, and she had all the time in the world to take the catch, but ended up spilling it.
This one tossed up again, an opportunity to redeem herself, and she drops it again. So basically 2 in 2 for Prevost, Gift.
Yes, that one was a little more difficult, if I can say that. It was going over her right shoulder. But these are the sort of catches at that level you expect to be gobbled up. And I hope for her sake that the Dominica doesn't pay dearly for these 2 misses.
Yes, a chance to have gotten both batters out. 2 consecutive deliveries. The ball being struck to Prevost right on the edge of the 40-yard circle at the mid-on and mid-off to the left and right-hander. And again, this one is slow in the air by Gilbert outside the off stump. So Gilbert's not having the best of start in her first deliveries, but her second and third deliveries she created 2 chances, Gift.
Yeah, she should have had 2 wickets by now.
Gilbert could really consider herself very unlucky, but
yeah. But moving forward, this is one area that Dominica would definitely need to work on, because in this day and age of modern cricket, there is no room for weak fielders.
This one was given generous flight. The batter looking to hit across the line. She completely missed this one, and the keeper as well. So ball went through, and bye was signaled by the umpire. So the score moves on to 37. Extras on to 4. And this one tossed up wide outside the stump. Was struck hard past the short cover fielder. Fielder comes across from the extra cover boundary, and makes a good recovery, and they're able to go for 2. So the end of the first over by Gilbert. A relatively good over, one would say, keeping the context of the game.
Yes, in the context of the game, yeah, she really got away with some indifferent bowling. But really, she should have had at least 2 wickets in that over. 2 simple catches played down to the field in the mid-off region. And, at this level of cricket, you expect these catches to be taken. But on both occasions, she ended up grasping the ball. So it's a little unfortunate for the bowler that, although she didn't bowl a very good over, and she was let down by her fielders.
Yes, that certainly could be a bit demoralizing for a bowler, especially a youngster who's really trying. She really needs a bigger effort from her colleagues. But Jenny Valmore is going to continue from the Players Pavilion end. This one is angling down the leg side. Durant works this one to the backward square, to the long leg region, and able to pick up an easy single. So Durant 23 of some 20 deliveries, and Homer 14 of 16 deliveries. looks to hit this one into the mid-wicket region. Just getting a inside edge onto the pad, sorry. No run resulting. So not a bad start to the over by Valma. And this one gets the fake outside edge. Ball goes down to the short footman region. They're able to go for an easy single. Give just 3 4s and a 6 so far in the score of 41 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And she is comprehensively bowled. Here's an inside edge, looking to hit this one into the square leg region. And she would have heard the sound of timber. Not that she would have wanted to hear. The rattling song as a batsman is never a pleasant sound to hear coming from the back.
It's never a good sound. I mean, you know, whenever you hear that sound, you know what is the result. We saw that batter there, Durant, looking to repeat a shot that she played earlier in the innings there against the bowling of Etienne, where she deposited Etienne over mid-wicket for 6. But that delivery was just lined up a little straighter, and she swung right across that delivery, and the ball went between the bat and pad, a little bit of an inside edge into her stumps. So a good breakthrough for Dominica, because the partnership seemed to have been building between Omar and Durant. So Dominica will be very buoyed by that dismissal.
Yes, certainly indeed. Jafina Joseph has made her way to the crease. She is in to replace Nasha Durant, who was bowled by Jenny Valmore. So Dominica continuing to make inroads into the batting of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Immediately, Joseph is off the mark. Plays this one into the short cover region. And Kivja is by the back way just in her face some one delivery. But looking at her in the previous matches, she looks very much like a competent player, Jafina Joseph.
Yeah, she looks well organized, and St. Vincent would hope that she would stay long at the wicket.
And this one is driven back to the bowler, coming off the boots and ricocheting into the mid-wicket region. Yes, as you were saying about Jafina.
Yes, she looked a well-organized player with a good technique. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be hoping that she would stick around with Homer and try to build the innings, because at the score at the moment, they're after almost 7 overs.
Yes, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, the rate is not a very high one, and they would need to set that Dominica team at least a score in the region of 140.
Present rate just 6 and over. So the end of a very successful over there, bowled by Jenny Valmont. She got the wicket of Durant and only conceding 3 runs in the process. So it looks like Gilbert would be continuing. Last over she created 2 chances. This one giving generous light. And Joseph just took 1 step down and smothers whatever spin might have been on offer. But she has rehearsed a shot, perhaps eyeing the cow corner region. And this one is struck right to the fielder at the square leg region, and Keith again, she has put down a catch.
Yes, we've seen just a repetition of the poor fielding by Dominica that they displayed yesterday. You know, 3 catches have been presented, none of them are difficult. by any stretch of the imagination, and they failed to hold on. They really letting themselves down again today.
And the free chances gave 3 different batters, so all 3 could have gotten out. That's far.
Yes, you always need good fielders, but more so when your attack is predominantly spin. You want fielders who are sharp, can move and make the catches.
So let's struck into the short cover region where the captain Etienne fields and no run. This one is wide outside the off stump and perhaps lucky keep not to have been called a wide.
And it appears fairly wide from here, but umpire McVean is in the best position and he decided against it.
This one is struck into the point region. Will the ball win the race up? It appears so, and it does. So 4 runs there to Homer. She has moved the score with that boundary to 18. So at the end of the 8th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 47 for the loss of 2.
Homer finishing off that over very well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That delivery just shot outside the off stump, allowing a bit of room. And with the vacant region there on backward point, she just cut the ball around sweetly. We saw the fielder moving from extra cover, trying a bit of football on the boundary, but only succeeded in kicking it over the rope.
So Jenny Valmore will be continuing. She'll be bowling her 3rd over. And this one is driven by Joseph down to the long off boundary. Just 1 run resulting. Score moves on to 48 now. This one down the leg side. And Homer really missing out on the delivery that was angling clearly down the leg side give.
Yes, all she needed was to get a bit of bat on it. But see, what we've noticed if a lot of these players, they go a lot for power and lose the shape. And sometimes they play all around the deliveries.
This one missed time shot, but she will get 1 nevertheless. The ball has gone down to the mid-off region. So Homer really losing her shape when she has played those last 2 deliveries. And this one is bang through the point region for 4. Shot of the day, Keith.
Oh yes, that delivery just is the back of a length. The bowler bowling from round the wicket. And you saw Joseph going back on the back foot and a real shot. That shot actually from the top draw, just spanking the ball, just square of the wicket. Is a shot that the majority of top batsmen would really appreciate.
Yes, certainly shot of the day. And clearly, as we indicated a little early on, look, a very accomplished batter. She drives this one to the mid-off region again, able to pick an easy single. So with the last boundary there, Keith, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were able to bring up their 50. So the 50 came off 8.4 overs. And this one was struck back past the bowler. Fielder comes around, fumbles, but only going to be 1. So the end of the over there by Valmore. 55 for 2.
Yes, Dominica although the feeling has let them down a bit, they have not allowed the game to really run away from them. A 55 for 2 at the end of 9 overs is a reasonable position to be in at this point in time. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on the other hand, would want, after the break, to really push things along.
Yes, certainly they would need to push things along. We're approaching the halfway stage. And this one is down the leg side. And Gilbert can consider herself very lucky. Just one field at the short fine leg and the ball was struck straight to her.
Yeah, very, very lucky indeed that one should have gone to the long leg boundary for 4.
Outside the off-stump, and this one is struck. Again, a little bit of pressure of all-person Kif. The captain, Pearl Etienne, who has really kept a high standard in the outfield, and she too is weathering under the whatever pressures that is out there.
Yes, I'm not the type of ball we expect to go through Pearl Etienne. Then again, she's human.
And again, slow. This one is struck between the short fine leg and backward square fielder, and it has gone down to the long leg boundary for 4. So certainly this time around, Homer has capitalized on the loose delivery there by Gilbert.
She bowled a similar delivery, the first ball of the over, which she got away with. At this time, Homer, was a little more calm and was able to get the full face of the bat onto that ball and just helped it between the short square leg and the short fine leg fielder down to the boundary for 4. Another welcome boundary for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Outside the off-stump. And this time around, we see the tumbling save by Pearl Etienne. Give the sort of standard we have held her to.
Yes, Pearl Etienne is a veteran. She has given yeoman service to Dominica cricket, and she's always performing at a high level.
Good delivery there by Gilbert. Brings Homer forward. Short delivery again, begging to be put away, and we saw in the similar area where she got the previous boundary between the short fine leg and the field at the short backward square. So a poor end to the over there by Gilbert gave.
Yes, a poor over generally. She considered quite a few runs in that over. The last delivery, another short ball, another long hop, heading down the leg side, and allowing Homer to just get into a wicket, and with no protection on the deep backward square leg boundary. The only result that was coming was a boundary.
So we have approached the halfway mark after 10. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 65 for the loss of 2. And Homer Keefe really had a slow start, but she has really picked up the pace a bit. She's 30 or 42, some 5 fours in the process.
Yes, Homer is a pretty experienced player, having represented the Windward Highlands as well, so a lot depends on her.
Valmore into her 4th over. Joseph trying to work this one off the pads. He has rehearsed the shot quite a few times, what she perhaps should have done. So Joseph, 8 of 7 deliveries with just 1 4. This one is punch off the back foot to the fielder at the short point region. And Joseph Keefe so far looks very comfortable playing the ball off the back foot. this one is struck on the pad. And umpire certainly not interested in that. Umpire Johan Mafre. And this one outside the off stump, she had to release. Reach out for this delivery, able to get bat onto it, travel through to the extra cover region, the fielder coming off the field and resulting in just 1 run. So 66 for 2. Partnership of 25 between Joseph and Homer so far. And this one is struck powerfully into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Full delivery there to Homer, and Homer took full advantage of this loose delivery, Keith.
Yeah, a very loose delivery there into Homer, and she seems to be in a no-nonsense mood at the moment. Just clipping that one past the short mid-wicket fielder into the boundary for 4. And she continues to push on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines score.
This one is hit into the extra cover region, and the ball is going to win the race. And this one has gone for 4, so not the good end to the over there by Valmore. First was struck through the leg side and overcompensating short delivery and wide, and Homer had all the time in the world to really throw the bat at it down to the vacant extra cover boundary for 4.
Yes, St. Vincent and the Grenadines just picking up the scoring there through Homer. Homer, like I said, a very experienced player. She has been at that level for quite a few years, and she has also played at the regional level in the West Indies tournament for the Windward Islands. So she's bringing some of her experience to the fore here today.
So the last over of Jenny Valmore considered 9 runs. So certainly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are picking up the pace. The current rate 6.73. Homer. And Joseph on this occasion uses her feet. It's the ball down to the fielder at the long one region. Just 1 run resulting. So Homer now, after having a very slow start, she has a strike rate now of 111. 38 of 44. So Gilbert as well is into her final over. So far 3.2 overs for 22. And this one was short, and she has swung this one to the backward square region, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. So the pressure that Dominica had, the struggle that they had for a short period of time, Keith, in the last few overs, they has really gotten loads of it.
Yeah, they've really released the pressure, and especially the bowling of Gilbert from the northern end here, conceding some 3 or 4 boundaries in that same position behind square, and she needs to set up her line a little better. Too many short balls coming into the body, coming down the leg side, allowing the batters to just rock back and swing past the short square leg fielder down to the boundary.
So a fielder has been posted on the square leg, or she's now moved to the backward square region. This one again is driven down to the long on region where the fielder comes up the boundary. Shaniqua Nelson, one of the new players for this game. Loose delivery again down the leg side, but Joseph on this occasion not taking full advantage of it, and she wants to. And A good, powerful throw coming in, but it was not well directed. So, St. Vincent Grenadines moving on to 82 for 2, and Keith Homer has gone into the 40s. Loose delivery, and this one is powerfully struck, but straight to the fielder, which she collects and sends the return in. It looks like the fielder Prevost, number 7 for. Yeah, it's Prevost number 1. So at the end of the over, 82 for the loss of 2. So certainly Dominica, St. Vincent Grenadines, sorry, Keith, they are certainly picking up the pace.
Yes, especially Homer with the early loss over captain Glasgow, and in the absence of Jack, one of the senior batters. She has decided to put her hand up for this game. She started off really slowly, but she has capitalized on some pretty loose bowling from the Dominican spinners.
So it looks like the captain pulled Etienne. She has bowled 2 overs so far in her first spell, and she has bowled 2 overs. She has picked up a wicket for 14 runs. The wicket of the captain of the St. Vincent the Grenadines team, Janela Glasgow. She was bowled by Etienne of the very first delivery of the match. So certainly she has realized that this partnership looks very threatening. Some 41 runs so far, and she feels she needs to see the back of at least one of these 2 batters, and she has brought herself back into the attack. And good first delivery, powerfully driven back past the bowler. The umpire Maffrey was slow in reacting. The ball coming off the boot of the umpire and ricocheting towards the long on region, and be able to scamper for 2 runs.
Yeah, not a usual sight in modern day cricket. Ball coming off the boot of the umpire, but then he's part of the game, so the runs resulted would have to count. But a good shot there, ball over pitch there by Etienne, and allowing the batter to just step on the front foot and stroke it straight down the wicket.
Good positive shot there to Homer. She has moved on to 46. Perhaps just a boundary away from what would be a well-deserved 50. And this one is played in the air, but it goes to the fielder at the. And there's a possibility, and there's going to be a run out, and there's a mix-up. What clearly should have been 2 runs. A mix-up between Jafina Joseph and Kimo Homer. Jaspina was going back to the non-striker's end. Homer started coming down the track, Keith, and then aborted the second run, and that's resulted in a run out.
A serious mix-up there between these two. They were putting a good partnership together, and up to that point, the running between the wickets was spot on. But the communication let them down on that occasion, and they almost had 2 of them in the same end. And Joseph tried to regain her ground at the non-strike at the striker's end, but then the throw came in. She was so far out that the keeper, although it was not a good throw close to the stumps, she was able to collect and then move to the stumps and dislodge the bail. So a good breakthrough for Dominica, because things were beginning to move away from them. I think they just try to regroup and ensure that they keep things under control. Or you'd think that anything beyond 140 runs would really stretch the Dominican team.
Yes, certainly. The captain needed a breakthrough. She brought herself on, but they were able to get it via the run-out route. And with the dismissal of Joseph, comes in Chanel Maki. So not the sort of dismissals that any team really wants to have mix up between two players who really look set out in the middle. But the captain, Paul Etienne, would be happy nevertheless to see the back of Joseph. So let's push back at the bowler. So Etienne continuing to keep things tight. And she is caught behind. Good breakthrough there again by the captain, Paul Etienne. The experience of Etienne coming round the wicket, angling this one across Chanel Maki, and she was caught by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, a good test and delivery, really on a perfect length, and not allowing the room, but what you used to call in the corridor of uncertainty, and Maki just feeling for it outside the off stump. And from our vantage point here, you could hear that big tick as the ball went past the bat, and there was Etienne running all around, celebrating that wicket. So another blow struck there by Dominica, who were bringing themselves right back into the game.
Yes, certainly 2 quick wickets there for Dominica, just what the doctor would have ordered. And Tracy Byron now makes her way to the crease to replace Chanel Maki, who was caught. Fontaine, bowl Etienne. So keep, like they said, no matter how good the score looks, you add 2 wickets to it and it's a different complexion.
It certainly is, yeah. It's where you never feel comfortable as a batting unit.
Yes, so Etienne continuing to marshal her troops out there. And struck on the pad. An appeal, and she's given out. So Pearl Etienne certainly was a brilliant move to bring herself back into the attack, Kip Shalry.
Yes, that delivery was is a perfect delivery for a new batter. I think that one was right up there on the crease. And the batter not moving forward to it, not getting the bat onto the ball, and then struck very much in front of the stump. There was a little hesitation from the umpire, but at the end, that dreaded finger was raised. So Dominica continues to dig into the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting.
So, if Paul Etienne is on a hat trick.
Actually, it's been somewhat of is it a team hat trick where they got the 3 wickets? No, it
is a hat trick for her.
She's gonna be on a hat trick, taking 2 wickets in 2 balls, but you've had 3 wickets in the over so far. They run out.
Yeah, 3 wickets in 4 balls.
Yeah.
So certainly, this looks like Cheyenne Gims, I think, has come to the crease.
Yeah, what a turnaround in the game. Dominica, St. Vincent seemed like they were really building up a good partnership, building up a good score. And all of a sudden, they've lost these 3 wickets. So the momentum clearly with the Dominica team at this point in time.
So Etienne on the hat trick. If one would have thought perhaps he would have employed a slip. This was well played past the fielder at the point region. They've gone for 1, thinking of a second, and it is easily completed. So good over there by the captain, Paul Etienne, bringing himself for a 3rd over. And first saw the run out of Jaspina Joseph, and then Maki being caught behind, and Byron been trapped LBW. So after 13 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 87 for 5. So Dominica really they are back in the game.
Dominica are well back in the game, although they were never totally out of it. But with Joseph and Omar putting on that good partnership together, it looked like the momentum was shifting very much towards St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But Dominica has pulled the game back very well, and with 5 wickets down, they will be hoping they can restrict St. Vincent and the Grenadines to anything below 120.
So the other opening bowler, Prevost, is back into the attack, and this one is extremely wide. Umpire has signaled no ball, because it's completely off the track.
Yes, that one pitching outside the cut portion of the wicket. So, according to the laws, the umpire is duty bound to call the no ball.
So, with Homer on 47, she is the one facing up to this free hit. So, a good way to perhaps to bring up her 50. She's down the track. She struck this one high in the air. It has the height, not the distance. The ball fell into the 30-yard circle. So, perhaps an opportunity gonna beg in there for Homer. Free hit to perhaps to bring up a half century.
Yes, she should have used her feet and tried to hit that ball straight down the ground. But she was attempting to swing it across to mid-wicket, and it came off the top edge of the bat and went high in the air, but didn't have any distance.
And this one is struck in the air, shot off the field, and not. And if one would have thought that she perhaps would have had a shy at the stumps, because Frederick certainly was struggling to the non-striker's end.
Not showing much awareness there. There's an opportunity to take a direct hit at the stumps, but she just held on to the ball.
And she is bowled with the googly kick. Comprehensively beaten neck and crop there. So Prevost certainly bamboozled the St. Vincent Grenadines batters.
Yes, she has shown her class as a spinner. Whenever she gets that ball in the right area, she usually asks serious questions of the batters, and that one was perfectly pitched. And the batter not reading that one, maybe playing for the leg break, and it just spun back between bat and pad and just disturbed the stumps. So further inroads being created here by the Dominican bowlers. They rail on top. The momentum has shifted seriously in favor of Dominica.
Yes, certainly. One could safely say a stroke of genius there by Pearl Etienne to have brought herself back for the third over, and she immediately had some success, and then she brought back Prevost, who was her other opening bowler for her third over, and Prevost as well has Homer comprehensively bowled for 48, so a picture of a delivery really.
Yeah, and it's a real big wicket for Dominica, because Homer was the one who was really holding the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting together, and scored a number of boundaries, but they've finally seen her back, and Dominica will be backing themselves now to be able to bowl out St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadines would need the remaining batters to really try to make a meaningful contribution. And this one given generous flight there, just angling down the leg side. So certainly you could see the body language of the Dominican players out in the middle. They're certainly starting to believe again.
Yes, and you could hear the voices wrong, encouraging each other.
James plays this one back to the bowler who moves across. So the end of a very successful over there for Prevost, an over in which she bowled Kima Homer, the top scorer for St. Vincent and Grenadines so far. She has scored some 48 of 43 deliveries with some 8 fours. So 90 for 6 after 14.
Yes, Dominica really bringing themselves back, and credit to the captain, Pearl Etienne. She reintroduced herself from the southern end, and the rut started with a run out, but she was able to prize out another 2 wickets in the over, and introducing her mystery spinner from the top end. Prevost was able to comprehensively bowl a homer, who was the leading batsman for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So things have shifted squarely into the favor of Dominica at the moment. The momentum is going with them, so you need to see the fielders really stepping up, because there have been quite a few lapses in the field today, and if they can improve on that area, chances are they're going to get them out for a score below 120.
So the captain, she has replaced herself with Tabitha Green. So she came in for the 1 over, picked up 2 wickets and got a run out as well in that very same over. Outside the off stump, Cedric splashes at this one. Dominica fielders certainly has found their voices again. And this one is wayward down the leg side, signal wide by umpire Maffrey. So keep with the sort of momentum that the skipper Pearl Etienne had. Would you think it would have been a wise idea perhaps to just bowl herself out, considering that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are 6 wickets down and the frontline batters, they are all back in the pavilion?
Maybe not. Maybe Pearl is thinking that, look, just hold herself back just in case a partnership develops, because the 6 wickets down, there's still 5 overs and a few balls to go. So she's erring on the side of caution.
So Keith, whilst you were there, deliberated a bit, we saw the umpire signal for a free hit, signal no ball. So I'm not sure why the no ball was signaled, whether it was a case of too many fielders were out of the circle, but this one outside the off stump. This one is driven through the cover region. Fielder comes across. A chance of a run out there perhaps for Pearl Etienne. Good fielding there by Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl continues to just set the standard outside there for her team. And on every opportunity, apart from one lapse she had earlier when the ball went through her in the extra cover region, she has been on top of her game, and both with her bowling and fielding.
This one shot outside the off stump, signal wide by the umpire. Dominica certainly keeping the areas of extras. They have made a good effort today. They have only considered just 7 extras and they are into the 15th over.
Yes, there's a big improvement from what happened yesterday.
This one again down the leg side, signal wide by umpire Marfres. So Green really struggling a bit with her first over, Keith.
Yes, and the bad thing is that she's bowling wides on both sides of the wicket. She needs to focus on one side.
This one is struck to the captain Etienne at the mid-on region. So the scores move on to 95 for 6, Frederick on 4, Gibbs on 1. Current run rate 6.4. This one is struck into the mid-wicket area. They've gone for a quick single straight to Prevost, but cannot be rent to the run. So the over has come to an end. So at the end of over number 15, 96 for 5.
Yes, we see the Dominican team. They seem pretty relaxed at the moment, and a number of fielders just hanging on the edge of the 40-yard circle, allowing easy singles. It's important that while they're on top, they keep the pressure on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and force them into the big shot to make errors. Don't just allow these easy singles.
Yes, if we look at the two batters, I don't think they look like 6 hitters. So certainly if a bit of pressure could be created in the 40-yard circle, that might very much induce a fall shot.
Yes, because there is a particular reason why these batters come in these positions, because maybe management does not rate them highly in terms of the batting. So if pressure is kept on them and force them to go for the big shot, then you could easily get them creating errors.
And she's comprehensively bowled. Yes, Prevost into the attack. And she has picked up a wicket of her very first delivery. So good move again there by Etienne Giff, bringing Prevost back into the attack, and she has picked up the wicket of Frederick.
Yes, Frederick's completely mesmerized by that one spinning back into the left-hander. And if we can just reflect on the dismissal of Homer, if the frontline batsman can be mesmerized by the leg spinner, far less the lower order player, and that delivery was right on spot, and she didn't know anything about it, just played all around it, and as it crashed into her middle and leg stumps. So another good wicket taken here by Prevost, and really showing her undoubted class. One hopes that she can develop further and be in this level of cricket to represent Dominica and the Windward Islands for a very, very long time.
So Dominica and this one is up in the air, a chance, but it fell into the open area. So the new batter, number 5 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it looks like Ala Boucher. I think she's the wicket keeper. This one is swung by Gibbs and misfields. He wants a second. And again, the fielding of the Dominica team really not the best.
Yeah, the fielding just looking a bit ragged there. There was the misfield, and then the throw came in the middle of the wicket, and it was luckily it was backed up on the offside.
This one is played into the short mid-wicket region, no run resulting. So the end of a successful over there for Prevost. I think there was a sort of mix-up in the numbers they gave. I think we were saying it was Prevost all along, and I think it was Abini Seja, the leg spinner. And it's not really our fault, it was just a mix-up in terms of the numbers on her back. Prevost was Prevost just completed her over, and it's the end of a very successful over. So Green continues from the top. This one outside the off stump. No one resulting. So certainly give the St. Vincent and the Grenadines a bit of slow going there for them with the loss of the several wickets in the middle order, and she's wrapped along the path. No, she's comprehensively bowled. Playing across the line there. Cheyenne Games completely bowled there by Green. Cardinal Sin committed playing across the line.
Oh, just the wrong choice of shot. That delivery was too far up there to try to attempt to play the sweep or play across the line there, hitting towards square leg. She would have been better off looking to hit that ball down the ground, and then she played completely over it, and it just rattled her stump. So further trouble for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The innings have really stalled since we saw the run out of Joseph. Everything has just fallen apart, and Dominica well on their way to restricting them to a score that they can chase down here this afternoon.
Yes, certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, they have been losing wickets very steadily from the 14th over when Pulitian reintroduced herself into the attack, where they lost some 3 wickets in the 13th over, they lost in the 14th over, they lost in the 16th over, and now in the 17th over.
It has been a bit of a procession here and since that run out.
So Green looking to wrap up the inning there for Dominica. She's be bowling to Whitfield, and Whitfield was successful in keeping this one out, Kev. There's no foot movement whatsoever. It was all hands. And this time around, it will be signal wide. I think in a enthusiasm to get the wicket, the green bowled this one completely off the wicket, and umpire Johan Maffre signal wide, and the free hit also has been signaled. And this one again is off the track, so green really losing the plot. Two deliveries gift off the completely off the pitch.
Yeah, what I found, even a number of the bowlers they're not using the front arm enough to aim at the target.
And a wide signal by umpire Mafrege, so the free hit is still on. So we have a number of no balls considered. Give St. Vincent and Grenadines, they have brought up the 100.
Brought up the 100. We never noticed that the 100 came up. But Dominica needs to be careful here. They're on top. They just need to drive home whatever advantage that they have.
And this one is angling down the leg side. Bushy looking to swing this one into the square leg region. Unable to make any contact. The ball comes off the pad. And this one is signal no ball for height. So really green is really struggling out there, Kif.
Yes, one would think that a bowler would struggle maybe at the beginning of spell, or if the batters are actually going against after you. But she's on top at the moment, the team is on top, and then she's lost the plot completely.
Delivery which was given generous air, but Bushy unable to put this one away, and more so up a free hit.
Yes, a free hit. It was down the leg side. It was begging for punishment. She couldn't lay a bat on it.
This one is wide outside the pitch again, and this is the third occasion we have seen this happening. As a matter of fact, that's 4 no balls in the over.
Yes, they're really giving away some easy runs to the Vincentian team. Hope they don't regret it at the end.
And finally, she has gotten this one in the right area, and Bushy unable to put this one away. So very lengthy over there for Tabitha Green. But an over in which, despite the fact that she struggled, she did get a wicket in her second delivery.
Yes, it was a very good delivery to get herself that wicket. But afterwards, I don't know if she got carried away with the situation. The emotions get the better of her, and she really got a bit ragged with the bowling. 3 wides which pitch outside of the cut portion of the wicket, another one above waist high, and coupled with a couple wides as well. So it's important that Dominica stays on top and try to get to the end of that innings as quickly as possible.
So it is the leg spin of Abini Saint-Jean. Saint-Jean.
When we look at these 2 batters at the crease, they don't seem with the ability to put the ball away. So Dominica needs to avoid the no balls and the wides.
So tossed up outside the outside and pull it and putting in the dive in the short cover region. And they were still able to scamper through for a single. So Dominica certainly needs to look to wrap up the inning as quickly as possible. 8 wickets down. Tossed up delivery, and this one is struck into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, thinking of a second. And throw comes in. So not this sort of explosive ending that the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Keith would have been hoping for. This one is struck down to the mid-on region, just a single. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines really having a hard time in finding the boundaries.
Yes, they have a hard time in finding the middle of the bat, far less the boundaries. These two batters at the crease don't seem to have much batting ability, but Dominica should not take them lightly nonetheless. Let's look to bowl it nice and tight.
This one again given generous air. Ball in the outer portion of the bat goes through to the cover region, and they are able to go through for a run. 128 for 8. Loose ball down the leg side there by Seja. So Dominica Keith certainly needs to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible. The St. Vincent Grenadines, they are not getting boundaries, but they are picking up the ones and twos regularly.
Yeah, we see Dominica seem content to just allow the easy singles. They need to raise the level of intensity to create some pressure and bowl out this team here.
Again, this one is struck firmly into the mid-wicket region. They field the three-quarter way of the boundary fields and resulting in just one run. So at the end of over number 18, 110 for 8. So it looks like the captain Etienne is going to come back for her fourth over and hopefully see if she could wrap up the innings.
Yes, these two at the wicket do seem really competent batters. We think that if Etienne can deliver anything straight on the line of the stumps, she might be in business here.
This one angling down the leg side onto the pads, so not the best of start for Etienne. Certainly she would want to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible. So perhaps just two good deliveries lined up on the stump, Keith, can very well do the trick.
Yes, normally when bowling to tail enders, what you want is to be fast and straight.
Plays this one to the field at the mid-on region. They've gone for one, coming back for a second. Misfield, and Etienne really collecting this one. Throw at the stump, but keep it look like the St. Vincent and Grenadines player Alabushi has done a bit of damage. If we look at the screen, the monitor there, we could see her grimacing in a bit of pain.
We're not sure what happened. Apparently, in an effort to make her ground at the far end, she might have done a little bit of damage to herself. But Dominica cricket continues to be real poor. That ball was just pushed to the mid-on fielder. It seemed just an easy single, but she came in and allowed the ball to slip through her fingers, allowing the St. Vincent the Grenadines team to get the extra run. Dominica seemed to be given the impression that they're very comfortable with the position of the game, but we all know cricket, that sometimes the extra run or two that you give away, you may well regret it towards the end. They have not batted well throughout this tournament, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, although they're without one of their premier players, Jack, who can contribute both the bat and the ball, but they have got a lot more people within their ranks who can make up for that. So the lower the score that you have to go and achieve, the better. But Dominica seemed to be given the impression that they're comfortable with just giving away singles here and there.
Yes, so just a hold up in the proceeding. The wicket keeper for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Boucher, she looks like she has sustained some leg injury. The physio is out there in the middle. Also the manager of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. One would hope that it is nothing serious, that she would be able to resume her batting. But certainly the Dominica team, Keith, would be perhaps the happier of the two teams out there so far, with some 18 overs gone and St. Vincent Grenadines just scoring 112 runs for the loss of 8 wickets so far.
Yes, I'd rather be in Dominica's position than St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But at the end of the day, we all know cricket, that runs on the board, the runs that the opponents have to go out and score in order to win the match. So, and Dominica's batting has not really performed during this tournament. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. But if the captain can remain at the crease for any length of time, you would have to back them to pull off this one today.
Yes, certainly a lot would depend on the performance of the captain, Pearl Etienne. In the 50-over competition, she has gotten a score of 83 not out. So certainly we know she's capable with a bat. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well, Keith, the leading wicket taker in the tournament, Cordell Jack, she is out today. So they would have to find someone else to really pick up the slack where Jack is concerned.
Yes, it was a bit of a double blow for them not having Jack today, to add to the batting and then her 4-over spell. But like you said, somebody has to pick up the slack, and St. Vincent will be hoping that that they can find someone, or even two bowlers together, who could make up for the absence of Jack here. They've got 112 runs on the board. It might be a matter of an over and a few balls left for the innings. If they can maybe push that score over the 120 mark, they would be setting at Dominica a decent total, considering that Dominica batting has not looked strong for the entire tour so far. So it's going to be a challenge, but then when you see light at the end of the tunnel, sometimes that lifts a team to perform a lot better. They're facing a small score that they can achieve by the end of their innings. So that might be motivation for Dominica to really come out and put a good batting performance to end the tournament on a good note.
Yes, certainly Dominica have not had the best of tournaments. They lost their 3 games in the 50-over aspect of the tournament, and now in the T20, they have lost the first game to St. Lucia, sorry, and now against St. Vincent, they are in a very commanding position, one would say. And looking at the monitor cape, it's not a good sign for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We could say the batter was Ala Boucher. She's really struggling. She's struggling to actually get off the field. So it looks like the injury a bit much serious than one would have thought.
Yes, it looked like it's a serious injury. There's been a good hold up in play ever since she went to ground, attempting to complete a second run. But more importantly for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, she is the wicket keeper, and if she's not able to take her place behind the stumps, we are not aware that there is somebody as competent as she is behind the stumps. So that would definitely put a little more advantage in favor of Dominica.
Yes, so St. Vincent and the Grenadines may have suffered a double blow in the sense that they have lost a batter in Ala Boucher, and from what we can see, they may very well have lost their wicket keeper, but one would hope that she could be attended to during the break and she can come back and take her rightful place behind the stump. So with the injury of Boucher, one would safely say KF is just one wicket remaining for the taking, and the innings of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team would be all wrapped up.
Yes, and one would back Pearl Etienne to complete the innings in that over.
Place this one into the offside, no run resulting. Umpire, the wicketkeeper, that's from behind the stump. Does the fielding. So Etienne, 4 deliveries to wrap up the inning, and she is struck. Ball heading down the leg side. Umpire Mafre not interested. So certainly an opportunity for the captain Etienne to wrap up the innings with what would have certainly be a good outing with the balls by Dominica. She's dropped in front of the pad. The serious appeal, the dreaded finger has been shown by umpire Mafre. So just as we said, Kif, the veteran Etienne, with the possibility of wrapping up the inning, Boucher had to go off the field, and looked like Bentek was struck right. Westfield was struck right in front of the crease, and she was adjudged LBW.
Yes, Pearl Etienne really just finishing it off here for Dominica, just getting the final wicket to end up with the impressive figures of 4 for 20. At one point we saw St. Vincent and the Grenadines with Joseph and Omar at the crease, really threatening to take a total beyond 120, maybe 140. But Etienne introduced herself, and there was a run out, and she followed up with another 2 quick wickets in the over. She then introduced her premier leg spinner, Prevost, from the northern end, who got the wicket of Omar. And from there on, it was an uphill struggle for the Vincentians, as you know, they folded here for 112. So Dominica, I would think that this is a gettable total for them. They have not batted well throughout the tour, so this is the final opportunity to show their mettle.
Yes, certainly an impressive figure from the captain Pearl Etienne, really leading from the front, and Dominica certainly with a chance of bringing back some glory home They have not done well in the tournament so far, and against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I would think they would see that performance of 112 as a below par performance for them.
Yes, a very much below par performance from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I think Dominica would have a bit of hope that they can save some face in the tournament. They can boost their morale by pulling off a big victory here. Because it's a fairly young team, apart from the captain, Paul Etienne. It's a reasonably young team that the Dominicans have. And that victory would do a lot for their confidence moving forward.
Yes, so St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they open the batting with Grenada Glasgow and came a homer. Glasgow was bowled Etienne very first delivery of the match and came a homer. She was bowled by Abina Saint-Jean for 48. Nasha Durant was bowled Valmont for 23. Jasmina Joseph, she was run out for 11. Chanel Marquez, she was caught fortune bowled Etienne for naught. Tracy Byron, she was LBW Etienne for naught. Etienne was on a hat trick then. Then you have Jenna Frederick, she was bowled by Prevost for 5. Cheyenne Games, she was bowled by Green for 2. Ala Boucher had to retire hurt on 3. Anika Whitfield, she was LBW Pull Etienne, the last batter, for 5. And Bentic, Dilita Bentic, not out and not. So looking at the bowling figures, Pull Etienne 3.5 overs, she considered 20 runs. She picked up 4 wickets. Abini Saint-Jean, 4 overs, 18 runs. She picked up 1 wicket. Jenny Valmont, 4 overs, 30 runs. She also picked up 1 wicket. Maya Gilbert, 4 overs for 29 runs, no wicket. Tabitha Green, 2.2 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And Renee Prevost, she bowled the solitary over for 2 runs and picked up a wicket. So keep looking at the bowling attack for Dominica, with the exception of Amaya Gilbert. All the other bowlers did put up their hands and had at least 1 wicket.
Yes, and they all improved their economy rate from what they had yesterday. You know, we saw yesterday's the Dominicans, they had in terms of the length, they bowled too short, but today they bowled a much fuller length, and they were rewarded with good economy rates and wickets as well. So it's a good opportunity for them to come out here and be positive and try to pull off this victory.
So we are going to take a break and we're going to resume in the next 8 minutes, where Dominica would be resuming the second inning in pursuit of 113 for victory.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winners Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winners Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. SportsBeat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner SportsBeat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch SportsBeat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. SportsBeat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner SportsBeat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe. Taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy cricket ground in the third place playoff between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's T20. Earlier on, we saw St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting, and they were restricted to 112 for 9. And the most valuable contributor only got what, 48? Can I get a quick scorecard, Mr. Cox? The previous scorecard. Let me just go through quickly for persons who may have missed out on what happened. Yes, the top scorer for Dominica would have been Kima Homer with 23, and she was ably supported by Durant with 48 and 23 by Durant, and the leading wicket taker for Dominica would have been the captain, Paul Etienne. So now we are about to see the reply of Dominica, trying to overhaul the score of 113 for victory. And with me in the commentary booth is Keith Shalry. Welcome back, Keith.
Thanks, Greg. Dominica has a very good opportunity here to try to register a victory. They would need a good start to build a bit of a foundation. The batting has let them down during the tournament, but there is hope there with only 130 runs required. I think we're in for a good finish here this afternoon.
Yes, certainly. We should be in for a good game, and like Pearl Etienne opened the bowling, it would be the captain Jelena Glasgow. So first ball to Jem Eloy. She works this one down to the wide third man region, so keep Dominica off the mark the very first delivery.
Yes, Dominica, they often run in there. The required run rate is just over about 5.6, and less than a run a ball required here this afternoon. And they're off the mark immediately. The first delivery being guided down to the third man region by Eloy for a single.
So Fontaine is the new batter on strike. Again, she plays this one to the wide of the footman region, and she too immediately off the mark. So very good start for Dominica. Both batters able to get off the mark of the very first delivery that they have faced. Eloy coming forward to this one. Plays it to the short mid-wicket region, no run resulting. This one is cut through the point region brilliantly. They're going to race all the way down to the boundary for 4. Good execution there by Jem Elway Kipchalry.
Yes, it is the top shot. We saw a similar shot to that played by Joseph for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That one just allowing a bit of room outside the off stump, and there she was just transferring the weight on the back foot and easing it past the backward point region for 4. You know, and it's a good shot indeed.
So the score moves on to 6, Eloy to 5. She comes forward to this one, gets the inner portion of the bat. Ball goes down to the square leg region, no run resulting. Keep just looking at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines players. The body language, it does not look all that encouraging. We have seen them in the past, and they really look flat this afternoon. The first over for General Glasgow. Dominica 6 without loss.
Yes, just what is required by the Dominican team. It's the sort of total that you can win his playing singles and the occasional boundary, and we saw that in the over. Dominica getting the 2 singles and the boundary, 4 boundary, and just a little above the rate that's required. Once they keep pushing it around, set a good foundation at the top, I can see them getting pretty close or going over that total.
So Trisha Byron would be taking up the attack from the players pavilion end. This one is hit over the extra cover region. They've gone for one, fingered up the second, and Glasgow rifles in the return. but they were able to complete 2 easy runs. So Fontaine, Keith on this occasion really throwing the kitchen sink at this one.
Yes, it was the type of delivery that was really inviting, that sort of shot, given a bit of width on a full length, and she just went through the kitchen sink at it, and it took the top edge of the bat and flew over the field at cover, and getting her 2 runs.
So it looked like 1 run shot. The square leg umpire signaling 1 shot. Wide, looking to dab this one. So the third man region not able to make any contact.
That's Greg. It's really poor running by these 2 batters there. You know, there was a comfortable 2 runs, and to run 1 shot, you know, is really a cardinal error by the batters.
This one is played down to the long leg region. They cross for 1. So 8 now without loss. Played on the back foot again into the extra cover region. Number 20, Delita Bentic, midfielder. This one wide outside the Ostam, attempted cut shot. Didn't get full hold of this one, and Glasgow moves swiftly to prevent any single. Big expansive drive outside the off stump. This one passes close to the edge of the bat. A good end to the over by Bayern. Just conceding 2 runs, keeping the over.
Yes, a good tight over there, bowled by Byron. When we look at the situation out there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to win the match, one would think they would have to bowl out Dominica. But Dominica, on the other hand, I think if they bat out the 20 overs, they should be able to get over 100, over the 113 runs required here for victory. A nice quiet start. No alarms as yet.
So the captain, General Glasgow, continues. And certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be missing the services of Cordell Jack today. She's not playing this game. No balls signaled there by umpire McVeigh. So Fontaine would certainly get a chance to free her arms. They've been disciplined there by the captain Glasgow.
Glasgow apparently striving for that extra bit of pace and just overstepped the front crease.
And this one is attempted quite to the leg side. Perhaps should have maintained a shape, Keith, and perhaps look to go straight back past the bowler.
Yes, that was the sort of delivery you'd want to just hit straight back over the bowler's head, or even flick through the leg side. But she was there making room, opening up her body to hit it through the offside.
She defends this one stoutly there. Fontaine. So maybe Keith deploy could be to take fewer chances against the skipper General Glasgow. And full toss, and this one is dispatched through the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So really a gifted delivery there to Fontaine, and she did put it away beautifully.
Yes, I think that might have been an attempted slower delivery there from Glasgow, and she got it all wrong. Just a full toss into the body, and there was Fontaine just gleefully accepting the gift and putting it away for 4.
So Fontaine moves on to 7. Dominica 13 without loss. And she defends this one. Gives it to the fielder at the short mid-off region. No run result then. So good approach by the Dominica openers, buying their time and really looking to capitalize on whatever loose delivery that's on offer.
Well, it's not a big total that they face in there, so they can always ease their way to it. But it's important to capitalize on the power play overs.
Again, this one is played to the backward point region. Good bit of field in there. So cut out what certainly could have been minimum 2 runs there. Skipper Glasgow will look to close off the over. A good end to the over there. We see Fontaine just backing away slightly to look to run this ball through to the point region. So at the end of over number 3, 14 without loss. So Dominica, certainly they are well on the way here.
Yeah, they're well on the way. It's early days in the proceedings. Yeah, the 13 runs they still require another 100 runs to win this match. I think Vincent and the Grenadines will be very mindful that Dominica is not a strong batting unit, and if they can prize out 1 wicket early, you never know.
This one is split back to the bowler. Byron certainly had a good first over, only 2 runs she conceded. And she would want to sort of replicate that over, or perhaps even better that over with a few wickets. And this one outside the off stump. Eloy going for that big, expansive drive.
Yeah, it's a good offer from Eloy, but she needs to get that front foot a little closer to the line of the ball. That ball was going outside the off stump, but he just pushed her foot straight down the wicket and was beaten outside the off stump.
Wide outside the off stump again, begging to be cut. On second occasion, Eloy really missing out on the shot delivery wide outside the off stump.
Yes, missing out because she's not moving towards the line of the ball, just remaining in her position and just using hands, to just flay at this one outside the off stump. She's lucky not to get a touch.
So Eloy may be full time lucky if it's on offer again. Plays this one to Joseph at the mid-off region. So good tight stuff there by Byron. 4 overs so far, only 1 run, no run whatsoever. And she has swung this one to the backward square region, and the ball is simply going to be win the race. Yes, it has. So just as I was praising Byron for bowling for dot deliveries, she served a loose one down the leg side. The commentator's curse, Keith Shallery.
Well, there's always a saying that if something is working for you, don't change it. She was bowling that good line, just a little outside the off stump and forcing the batter into some false shots, but she decided to bring it in the line of the body. And Eloy just said thank you very much and helped it behind square for 4.
So Byron would certainly want to redeem herself and close out the over. And she's back outside the off stump. And Eloy misses. So 4 runs from the over. Still a very good over ball by Tracy Byron.
Yes, a good over, and she, as little as it is, that she's forcing the run rate to really go up there for the Dominicans. A few tight overs, you never know what can happen. It can cause the batters to get a little anxious and play the shots that are really not on. But like we always say, it's a small total, and what you need facing up to a small total like this is just 1 or 2 decent little partnerships, and you're going to be in business.
So Dominica, the current rate 4.25, the required width 6. So Durant into the attack. Tossed up delivery. This one is shot to the fielder, Byron, at the long off region. No run resulting. This one tossed up outside the off stump again. Fontaine going for the big expansive drive, unable to make any contact. One bounce to the fielder at the mid-off region again. Perhaps Durant could consider herself lucky to have gotten away with this long hop. A wide signal on this occasion. Better delivery at the stump. So not a bad over so far there by Durant.
Just what SBG needs at the moment. Some good tight overs to create some pressure.
The use of the feet, and this one is struck in the cover region, but good work done there by the captain, Grenada Glasgow. One of the better players we've seen so far in terms of ground fielding in the tournament. So wide outside the off stump and called wide by umpire Mark Vane. So Gerard need to close off this over. This one is struck in the air, straight to Byron, and she takes a very comfortable catch. So Fontaine hitting this one straight to Byron. We did not make any mistake and comfortably held on to this one, Keith Shari.
Yes, it's a gift of a wicket there. Fontaine not showing much awareness there of the situation. There was Durant bowling with a strong offside fielder, cordon of 5 fielders on the offside, and all what Fontaine was doing was trying to muscle the ball through the offside. That delivery was a delivery close to her off stump, where she would have gone to straight over the bowler's head, straight down the ground, or even look to play the slog shot through the leg side. But she was giving herself room, getting the leg side of the ball, and then she only succeeded in finding the safe hands of mid-off. You know, she's soaked up a few balls in the over, and then she's lost a wicket. A good tight over, only 2 runs coming off the over, and the 2 runs were wide.
So, a successful over by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Nasha Durant, and with the dismissal of Fontaine, you see Abini Saint-Jean. And it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling. It looks like Kimo Homer. Toss-up delivery there. Luckily to have gotten away with this one, and umpire signal dead ball. So Homer into the attack. She had a useful contribution with the bat. Now it's hurting with the ball. This one is firmly driven back to the bowler. Short delivery. This one is swung into the onside. There's a mix-up, but backing up there by Abini Saint-Jean. And single was comfortably taken. So 20 for 1. Keep good running between these two.
Yes, that's exactly what is required. It should not be just soaking up dot balls, but looking to rotate the strike as much as possible. It's a small target, but the more dot balls are bowled, the rate keeps going up and the pressure builds.
This one probably kept a trifle low outside the off stump. Really looking to back away. In for a big expansive drive. Completely misses this one.
No movement of the feet, just standing in his stance and just taking a waff at this one outside the off stump. You know, Dominica needs to approach that innings with a lot more.
Looking to hit this one on the offside, getting the inner portion of the bat. The ball goes through to the mid-wicket region and no one resulting. So certainly the last 2 overs, a bit of pressure has been built on the Dominica team. Again, she looks to muscle this one towards the offside, but the ball goes towards the onside, the wide of the mid-on fielder, and they got to go for 1 run. So another good over there by Homer. Just 2 runs coming off this over, Keith.
Yeah, Dominica making heavy weather of that small target. We've seen the end of the power play, and it's a 21 for 1 of 6 overs, chasing just 113 runs. You know, they allowing the pressure to build. They're not rotating the strike. We see the occasional situation where they go for the big shot, but they'll be well advised that, you know, the soaking up of the dot balls only increases the rate, and the pressure is going to build, and something is got to give at some point. So they have to change the approach. Look to turn over the strike, take as many singles as possible, and the odd boundary.
It's good delivery there by Durand. First delivery in the over. Well, at the halfway stage, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, not halfway stage, sorry, at the end of the power play, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were 39 for 1 and Dominica 21 for 1. So, and this one upishly, and fielders come across, and catch is taken very comfortably at the point region. So Dominica has lost the 2nd wicket. Looks like the wicket of Saint-Jean, who has gone for 1. So sort of a soft dismissal there, of Abini Session.
Extremely soft for somebody coming at number 3. Normally you associate that position with one of the more prolific batsmen on the team, more accomplished players, but she never looked the part the time she spent at the crease. And maybe for Dominica's sake, it's good that that wicket has fallen. We saw earlier in the tournament the captain, Pearl Etienne, coming in very early, but today was exactly the day where she should have been at the top of the order, maybe in the number 3 position, to help to guide them towards that total. So it might be a blessing in disguise that they have lost this wicket and bring on somebody who would show a little more intensity, a little more aggression, because the way they go in, they're making heavy weather and they actually crawling at that score and they building a pressure on themselves.
Yes, as you rightfully indicated, Etienne has come to the crease. She's really come to the party at this point in time, and a lot would be expected of her if Dominica had to pull off a victory. 2 of the more senior players and 2 of the more experienced batters as well, in Captain Pearl Etienne and Jem Eloy at the wicket. Full delivery, while a gift served to Etienne first off, and she was unable to put this one away. Just the square leg fielder really to evade, and that would have been 4 easy runs. This one is driven from back to the bowler. Spectators catch. Gives herself a bit of room. Hits this one through the extra cover region. We see the diving effort there by Glasgow, and the ball trickles close to the and oh my goodness, they could have easily been a run out. If that would have been a serious comedy of errors there. The ball went close to the boundary rope. Janelle Glasgow threw the ball in, and you have Jem Eloy just turning blindly whilst the ball was coming into the bowler, Durant.
Yes, very, very, very poor cricket there, and lack of awareness there on the part of Eloy. Lucky to survive that situation.
As she gets into the wicket, pulls this one through to the mid, and Etienne has lost her footing. And fortunate enough, she was able to recover and get back to the crease. So it's all happening in the last 2 deliveries there for Dominica.
Well, either it's happening or really not happening for Dominica there. Etienne looking, this one was well struck, a short ball that she played the pull shot into the mid-wicket region, and she was off for a single, and she slipped when she realized that her partner was not responding. But such is her athletic ability that she was able to get to her feet and put in the dive to get back into her ground. But Dominica would be well aware that they're allowing the run rate to climb on them there, and something has got to give. They need to be turning over the strike. They need to be pushing the score on, because it's getting increasingly difficult for them there to get to that total now.
Yes, certainly Dominica needs to up the ante. If in the 7 overs bowled so far, the most they have gotten in an over would have been 6 the very first over. Long hop outside the off stump, and Eloy only able to find the short cover fielder. Shot outside the off stump, and this one is struck straight to the fielder at the point region. So Eloy really struggling to put the bad balls away.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes.
This one, the thick outside edge, and a misfield. They've gone for 1, thinking of a second. and they come back comfortably. So a bad miss there at the short footman region there by the fielder.
Yeah, and some poor cricket in the last couple of overs there from both of the teams. That delivery coming off the outside edge and just slipping through the third man fielder.
This one is called the no ball by the squad umpire for height. So Homer perhaps just losing her grip on this occasion. So, and no ball now signal again. Ball bouncing twice before it, which is the batter. So keeping the last 2 overs, we're really seeing a bit of poor cricket as you didn't get from both teams, both with the ball and the run in between the wickets.
Oh, certainly.
Free hit, and this one is dispatched over the wide mid-on region. The ball, you've gone for one, a tumbling save there by the fielder, and they have come back for 2. So the first real sign of aggression there by Eloy, but it was off a free hit and a signal another no ball again. And this one bouncing 3 times on this occasion before it gets to the. So really and truly, Homer has really lost the ploy and she's really struggling at this point. 3 consecutive no ball. Well, actually 4.
Yeah, that's pretty poor. That's pretty poor for a player of that experience. Although her strength is not her bowling, but you would expect if her experience that she would have been doing a lot better. One doesn't know if fatigue is what is setting in, because we saw something similar to that when Dominica bowled.
Wide outside the off stump, so the free hit is still on. And one would have thought that at least Eloy would have made an attempt with no one really patrolling the boundary. Opportunity to get the ball past the inner ring and perhaps to pick up 4 valuable runs. She uses the feet down the track and unable to dispatch the free hit. So Dominica really struggling at this point. The rate is creeping up closer to 7, 6.66. No ball signal again. The ball has bounced twice again before it reaches Jem Eloy. So really, Homer.
She's really struggling at the moment.
Again, the ball has bounced about 3 occasions before reaching the batter. So Homer really struggling, Keith Calgary.
Yeah, really struggling and almost bringing the game to disrepute, if you can say that. Dominica, it is a game to win, and you see no effort by the Dominican batters to try to capitalize on what is happening there at the moment.
Confidence would be real low with this ball at this point in time. Tough stump delivery. She's out stump, but it's off a no ball, so it wouldn't count. So the end of a very lengthy over. About 14 deliveries, Roland Cox. 14 deliveries for the completion of this over.
Well, that must be some sort of a record for that level of cricket, and something that we might not have seen before happening, And there was Homer just going for the motions and just the arm barely going over and just tossing balls up one after the other, and number of balls bouncing more than once before getting to the striker. You look at the Dominican team on the other hand. there is a match to win today, but you're not seeing the sort of intensity, the sort of urgency to try to get the runs to attack that score.
So there's going to be a change of bowling from the media center end. That's like number 20. Dilita Bentic. So really and truly, Keith, as you did indicate, it's a game to win for Dominica. But they are not showing the sort of urgency that is required, especially Jem Eloy. One is struck through the cover by Etienne, fielder coming off the extra cover boundary. Just 1 run taken. So 35 for 2. One shot down the leg side and straight to the fielder at the short fine leg region. Anything to our left or right, Keith, could have resulted in a boundary.
Yeah, there were acres of space to the right or the left of the fielder, but then she just found the safe hands of the fielder, not capitalizing on another bad ball.
Another bad ball down the leg side again. Misses this one and cannons into the pad. So really, Eloy keeper has really been struggling out in the middle. She has faced some 40 deliveries for just 14 runs. Wide outside the off stump and not called wide by the umpire. So Bentic on this occasion could consider herself very fortunate. This one given generous air. And what should have been an easy single was turned down by the captain Etienne. Perhaps she knew it was the final delivery and really was not interested in what should have been a single. But sort of a mixed bag by Bentic gave a number of deliveries angling down the leg side, and Jem Eloy unable to capitalize on it.
She was allowed to just get away with some really rather loose and indifferent bowling there. You could see what a difference a day makes. Yesterday we saw Jem Eloy really in her element, playing shots all around the wicket. Today, you know, she has been what you call stonewalling the innings, basically. We saw in the early part of this innings here against the pace of Glasgow, she was able to execute some good shots through the covers before. But since the slow bowlers came on, she has really struggled. And if we look at her strike rate there, it seems pretty poor. It's less than 50. We're facing 32 balls for 14 runs. She's not doing any justice to the cause of the Dominica team.
Yes, her strike rate 42.42. So certainly not what the team would have required. But she perhaps still has a bit of time to make up. It's only 9 overs bowled and they're not chasing a large total. Just 113 for victory. So Westfield has come into the attack.
Well, Greg, you mentioned that she has time, but time doesn't wait for anyone. You got to make hay while the sun shines. And, you know, with Dominica, with 9 overs gone and at 35 runs, you know, it's going to be an uphill struggle to get to that 113 runs for victory. They would have to play out of their skins from there on.
the captain Etienne still out in the middle, Keith. I think once Etienne is around, I think Dominica would still fancy the chance of pulling off a victory. I think if Etienne gets out now, the hope of the victory would go along with Etienne.
I think the Dominica have the wrong approach to things here this afternoon.
Short delivery, getting the outer edge. Ball goes down to the third man fielder. Only just one run, so Eloy back on strike. Really had a torrid time in the last over. Could not put away a number of bad deliveries that was served up to her. Shot this one and she has got it inside the line, and this time this one is going to go all the way to the backward square region for 4. So finally Eloy has broken the shackles.
Yes, she has, and I think she seems to be the type of player who wants pace on the ball. We saw against the slower bowlers there, she couldn't get the ball off the square. But with the introduction of the medium pacer at the far end, that delivery just shot into the body. And she got into position quickly and helped it around for 4. So maybe her problems are really against the slower stuff.
So immediately that's brought about a change in the field. Field has been posted down at the backward square boundary. So the Danes employing a 5-4 field. 5 players on the offside. This one wide outside the off stump and signal wide by the umpire. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines really struggling a bit with the ball. Where extras are concerned, they have considered some 11 extras.
Yes, out of a score here of just 41 runs, they've given 11 free runs. And the
last over in particular, where you had so many homer balls, so many no balls, and not one was struck to the boundary for a boundary. There's 6 no balls in the over. This one is played to the covers. No run again resulting.
We see a total lack of purpose, lack of intensity. The ball previous to this one, the ball was played to mid-on. That should have been an easy single. But then we had Pearl Etienne ball watching and refusing to leave a crease at the far end.
Flashes at this one outside the off stump, so the end of the over by Westfield. First over, only considering some 6 runs, so another good over by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, another good over, and we've reached the halfway stage of the innings. And it's 41 for 2 after 10 overs. So the required rate has now jumped to 7.1. It started at a rate of 5.65. And there we are at this moment at 7.1. And not too much quality in the bowling, but then the batting is just not showing the type of intensity required to chase down the total.
Etienne uses a pit, hits the ball inside out into the wide extra cover region, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. Okay, just making a quick comparison, at the halfway stage, St. Vincent and Grenadines, they were 65 for 2. So actually, they were 24 runs better than Dominica at the halfway stage. So he uses a fit, hits this one through the wide of the long on region, and Joseph coming across quickly, restricting them to just 1 run. So 44 for 2. So certainly the required width has gone past 7. Loose delivery down the leg side. And Jem Eloy again missing out. So it must be a source of concern that Eloy unable to put away so many bad deliveries. This one is split gently into the cover region where Glasgow fields. Eloy 18 of 49 deliveries. Again, this occasion she uses of it. Good tumbling save there by the number 82 Jafina Joseph. Straight down to the long one region, and Joseph again coming across swiftly, restricting them to just 1 run. So the end of another over by Bentic. At the end of over number 11, 46 for the loss of 2.
Yes, Dominica continue to crawl along there. Greg, when you look at the two teams, the difference really is in the out cricket. You look at the Vincentian team; they're a lot sharper in the field. They're making life difficult for the batters and not allowing many free runs here. You know, unlike when Dominica fielded, we've seen balls being hit straight to fielders, and they allowed the easy single. But then the Vincentians are not allowing them any free runs here, and the Dominicans, on the other hand, not doing any justice to the cause. A number of bad balls going unpunished.
Yes, Elway in particular, she have gotten a number of deliveries angling down the leg side. No one patrolling the boundaries on the onside, and on most occasions, all she has to do is to evade the fielder at the short fine leg or the short square leg, and she has been unable to do so. Just soaking up a number of dot balls, some 40 deliveries she has faced so far for 19 runs. So a strike rate of 4.75 keep as an opener is really unacceptable.
It's not acceptable at all, and especially you in a T20 match. One may be able to accept that in a 50 over game, but at the T20 level, you have to be a little more prolific.
This one being struck powerfully back at the bowler. Make a partial stop.
It was not even an attempt to look for a single there when the ball trickled off the bowler's hand. Fielder coming off the boundary at long on came in the field.
And this one is up in the air and she's out caught. So the captain, Etienne, looking to work this one on the onside. The ball taking the leading edge and went to Bentic at the cover region. Took a very straightforward catch, and the captain, Paul Etienne, is out, and perhaps with the dismissal of Paul Etienne Keefe, it has just got the hopes of Dominica pulling off a victory out of the window as well.
Yes, I think the odds would be squarely against Dominica pulling it off from here, because the rate was already high, and having lost the captain, she's looking to work that delivery pitch about the middle and leg stump through the square leg region, and only succeeded in getting the leading edge, and the ball just ballooned out in the cover region to present a fairly simple catch. So Dominica really up against it, and that was a body blow struck there.
Yes, with the dismissal of the captain Etienne, Maya Gilbert makes her way to the crease. So it's going to be a serious uphill task there for the Dominica team. The rate now creeping closer to 8. The most successful over for Dominica so far would have been the 8th over, where you had a very long over of 14 deliveries ball.
Yes, and the runs didn't come off the bat. They actually came off extras.
His delivery to Maya Gilbert, unable to get this one away. Attempted pull shot through the mid-wicket region. So Byron continuing to bowl very tight lines to the Dominica batters. And this one, attempted cross-batted shot. Ball goes straight through to the fielder at the cover region, Bentic. So definitely one could see it's going to be a serious uphill task there for Dominica to overhaul that total.
It's going to be something of a mountain, climbing a mountain from here, a slippery mountain at that.
For the heels on this occasion, ball wrapping the pad. And just as we've spoken, the rate has jumped over 8. So
when you look at the approach from the Dominicans here, you wonder where the next run is going to come from. They've really been struggling.
This one is up in the air, possibly a chance, and she drops it. One of the better fielder, Jafina Joseph Kiff, she has put down a dolly of a catch.
Well, apparently she's repaying the Dominicans, because we can recall Prevost putting down 2 sitters here in a similar position. So apparently there's a bit of sympathy for Dominica, but that really was a dolly catch, you know, by that standard, by that level of cricket, and it should have been swallowed up. But sometimes when fielders get casual, they get complacent, they take their eyes off the ball, and it results in that type of embarrassment.
Yes, I'm certain Joseph would be in a state of disbelief. We saw yesterday she took a very high ball in towards the long off region, so by her standard she should have held on to that one. So 47 for 3. And the ball is dropped to the long one, long off region, and the scamper throw for an easy run. And Eloy is back on strike. Outside edge, and there's beaten the fielder, the short foot one, they 1 for 1, and look, they're thinking of a second now, and they came back for the second kiff, but the poor running there between the 2 batters at the crease.
I think poor running and poor fielding as well. If it was a better throw, Eloy would have been struggling to make a ground at the far end. But you can see the whole innings has been a lack of urgency on the part of the Dominican batters.
Shot again, angling down the leg side, and she is successful in just getting into the field at the short fine leg. Again, a delivery that should have been punished for 4. Just 1 run resulting.
Yes, unlike when Dominica bowled, we saw Homer getting a number of these gifts and putting the majority of them away to the boundary for 4. The Dominicans are unable to replicate that.
Full delivery outside the off stump. The batter has completely missed this one, and the ball races all the way down to the boundary for 4. So 5 welcome runs there for Dominica.
Yes, every run from here on is welcome, but it doesn't. Although with the 5 runs there, the required rate is still over 7.5 runs per over, when they started off at just about 5.6 runs per over to win the game.
And they have brought up their 50 as well, Keith, in this over. So Bentic continues, and this one is struck to the right of Janella Glasgow. The outstretched hands, Keith could not hold on to this one, but it was always a difficult chance. The ball was going away from her.
Yes, it was a good effort. At least she saved some runs for her team there. But by her standards, we expect her to be able to pull that off.
Shot one into the pads of Eloy, and she works it down to the field at the short fine leg region, resulting in just 1 run. So 58 for 3. Eloy on 23 of 43 deliveries. Short delivery, and looks to pull this one, gets the thick outside edge. The ball goes down to the footman region. Again, poor running. What should have been 2 runs, Keith, it's only resulted in just 1 run.
Yes, the batters are more or less just ball watching, not showing enough awareness. Was that we had the fielder inside of the circle at third man having to run down towards the boundary, and there was an opportunity for a second run, but they never even attempted it. At Dominica, with only 7 overs left, they've just gotten past the halfway stage of the innings. They still require another 54 runs to try to pull off victory here. It is not impossible, but the approach that they have out in the middle, it's going to be extremely difficult to get the next 54 runs.
She gets inside the line of this one and works it towards the backwards square region. Good, delightful runs there, Keith. Well played.
Yeah, well played and welcome runs as well. And this is what is required for the Dominica team there. They've got to get maybe a boundary every over and a few singles, so that maybe they can get close to that total.
So Byron, after having bowled 3 overs for just 17 runs, she's into her 4th over on first ball. She has conceded 4 runs. This one outside the off stump. Really got away with another loose delivery outside the off stump, where Gilbert is unable to capitalize. So 63 for 3. And this one is shot in the air. Will she be out caught? Yes, she is. So another soft dismissal there for Dominica. Caught at the square leg region, looking an attempted pull shot, Keith Shalry.
Yes, an attempted pull shot, and it appears that she was beaten for pace. The ball was onto her a lot quicker than she anticipated, and only succeeded in lobbing that one to the fielder next to the square leg umpire. So another nail in the coffin here for Dominica. They still require another 15 runs. It's still possible, but the approach out there, it gives every indication that maybe they're not going to win this match today.
Yes, 50 of some 46 deliveries. So certainly if they are to pull off a victory, as you did indicate early on, they would have to bat out of the skins. And one would think that Homer was interested in opening, not Homer, sorry, Jem Eloy was interested in opening the inning. As you indicate, really has still won the inning, and she needs to really up the ante. 43 balls, and she's only scored 23 runs. So certainly one would think maybe that's the last hope for the Dominicans, the opening batter, but she has not shown any great intensity with the bat.
Yes, Greg, if she had just gone at a runner ball for 43 balls, you know, Dominica would have been needing somewhere in the region of 30 runs at this stage here. But she has really stalled things out in the middle, unlike the way she batted yesterday against St. Lucia.
Might it be the fact, Kif, that she's playing for just the fourth place, and the sort of enthusiasm that is required in the batting is just perhaps not there?
It had to be. There's more purpose than just playing for the third place. You know, on your entire tour you have not had a victory, and there was a golden opportunity to pull one off.
And she's comprehensively bowled late on this occasion, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are making further inroads into the batting of Dominica. Green comprehensively bowled for naught.
Yes, although it's just 50 runs required here of 60 of six overs, you know, 36 balls, and you know it's not a difficult target to get, but the writing is very much on the wall. You know, the whole approach of the Dominicans there. I don't know what was the plan when they came out to challenge at 113, but they've completely lost the plot, and they stare in defeat squarely in the face here. Although they still have 5 wickets in hand, but it seems if I were a betting man, I would bet squarely on St. Vincent and the Grenadines to pull that one off.
Yes, Dominica, certainly they are up against it. Required rates already 8.33. So Byron really in the midst of a not Byron, of a very good spell. So the new batter is Prevo, and she's coming into partner Eloy, who has been there from the inception of the innings. I doubt that there was someone called no ball. So in this inning we have seen a number of those no balls being called by on the St. Vincent and Grenadines bowling.
Yes, and a number of them the ball pitching way outside the strip, outside the cut portion of the wicket.
So again, Eloy unable to capitalize on a no ball, on a free hit. This one is struck to the fielder at the point region. So again is struck straight through the short cover region by the captain Glasgow. So Keith Eloy continue to be struggling out in the middle. This one is struck powerfully past the fielder at the extra cover region and down to the boundary for 4. So Keith finally a shot of authority played by Eloy.
Yeah, a shot basically in anger there from Eloy. One wonders where was this shot all along, because there were a number of deliveries subbed up outside the off stump, which was begging for that type of punishment. And her timing was all wrong. But all of a sudden there she's played a good shot. Maybe she might be back to her best now.
Again missing out on that delivery, angling down the leg side.
Yeah, one of the things about her as well, Greg, is that a number of these balls down the leg side, she seemed to be putting her front pad in the way. And although she's missing, she's not benefiting from the wide.
This time on, she's dropped at the short cover region by Janela Glasgow. Ball Keith perhaps just dropping. But a good effort there by Glasgow, but still a let off.
Yeah, that's the sort of catch you expect her to hold on. She's such a good athlete with good hands, you know. But she has had a few lapses in the field. We saw yesterday when she put down Afi Fletcher on the widest long boundary, and Fletcher really made the Vincentians pay for it. You know, so she's had her lapses, but she's still a good athlete, a young player. She was part of the West Indies under 19 team at the World Cup. So great things expected of her as she develops.
So just 5 overs remaining in this game for the 6th legal delivery to get some 44 runs. So maybe Keith with what we saw of Eloy, the boundary that was struck, maybe it's just about time where she is going to turn the afterburner.
Yes, she needs to change her gears. She's been driving. She needs to get into overdrive now. You know, just driving at one pace the entire innings.
This one is swung backward square region. They've gone for 1 and she does not look she's interested in coming back for a second. The run out might be on the card. And she's out. Really laboring to get back for a second run gift. What should have been a comfortable 2. It looked like she was not interested from the onset in coming back, but she was pressured in coming back and it resulted in a run out.
Yeah, she showed signs of tiredness there. You know, it should have been a comfortable second run, but she labored back towards her end, and then the throw came in. It was not a good throw, but the keeper had enough time to flick the ball onto the stumps, resulting in a run out. So she has been removed from her agony out in the middle there. You know, we thought the stroke she played in the last over, getting on the back foot and hitting a short ball through the covers for 4, was a sign that she was getting back to what she showed yesterday. But that was not to be.
So the long vigil of Jem Eloy has come to an end. She faced some 51 deliveries. She scored 29. And in the process, hitting 4 fours. But if the area of concern would be the number of dot balls, she faced some 37 dot balls.
Yes, and I think that would go down as one of the slowest innings that has been played at that level in the Windward Islands tournament. She really struggled, and you know, she's primarily responsible for Dominica not being in a better position.
batter was already, Valmore Keith was already ducking, thinking that the ball would have gone perhaps over her shoulders, only to realize the ball would have perhaps gone on to hit the stump. Shot outside the off stump, and she flat bats this one to Jeffina Joseph, who does not collect cleanly, but they were able to cross for one. So Bravo now on strike. Dominica, as you did indicate a little early on, had a golden chance of pulling off a victory in the tournament, but certainly it's going to be very difficult for them to obtain that. The rate now, Keith is edging closer to 10. He's already over 9 and over. This one outside the off, a wide signal, again no ball. The ball is outside the cut area, Keith. So St. Vincent really struggling in that area. To me, this is the most I've seen in any one game.
Oh yes, certainly. And then you could see, although they've taken some 6 wickets, they're really missing the bowling of Jack. We've never seen such a thing from Jack. You know, in all the time that she's played, she's always been there about around the stumps.
And looking to play this one through to the onside. Delivery just outside the off stump. So certainly Dominica, one of the areas they have not capitalized on, is the number of no balls, the number of free hits that they have gotten.
Yes, they've allowed the majority of them to go unpunished.
And this one is played in the air. She'll be out caught. Yes, she does. So another wicket. Bravo on this occasion looking to pull this one through the mid-wicket region. Did not get much time in. The ball just lobbed in the air and presented a relatively easy catch.
Yeah, you would think this was almost what you can call catch and practice. Just lobbing it into the air and presenting an easy opportunity for the fielder to come off the edge of the circle and safely hold on to that catch. The Dominicans, they've really lost their way here. You know, there was a team that had not performed well throughout the tour, the Super 50 and the first match of the T20 yesterday, and getting St. Vincent and the Grenadines all out for 113. Thought there was an opportunity there to show some fight and to bring the game right down to the wire, but it's been a long while apart from the opening overs of their innings. They never looked like they were in the fight. There was no urgency in their approach. Their running was a little lethargic. They never put pressure on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, who had things all their way until this time.
So the new batter at the crease, Seaman. So Homer reintroduced into the attack and she's picked up a wicket. Pushes this one through.
Greg wasn't the same Homer who bowled some spin earlier on and had a number of balls bouncing more than once to the batters.
Yes.
She's now come back with a spell of medium pace and looks a much better bowler.
So perhaps Homer, a versatile player, wasn't sure as though whether she should have bowled spin or bowled medium pace.
Apparently she was just toying with the Dominicans, and knowing that they didn't have the ability to apply some pressure and go on and to a victory. But the last over she bowled there, you could see that it's somebody that knows a thing or two about bowling.
So two relatively new batters at the crease, Valmore and Seaman. And Frederick has been given a chance to turn arms, and this one is up in the air towards the short fine leg region. They've gone for one, and what should clearly be a second run if they simply not interested.
Well, apparently they've taken a page from the earlier batters that they never put St. Vincent and Grenadines under pressure. They were easy twos that they were satisfied to just take one, and they were singles that they were satisfied not to run at all. So the lower order is just continuing the trend.
So this certainly is an area that the Dominica team would need to improve on. They run in between the wickets. Frederick getting this one, angling across. The batter Seaman unable to make contact. So clearly, Kip, we could see a number of young players being featured in this year's tournament.
Yes, and I think that is the way forward for Windward's cricket. We've had a number of senior people just holding on and not putting in performances for their respective territories, even for the Windward Islands. So there's a ray of hope that the Windward's cricket within the next 2-3 years might well go on to dominate West Indies cricket.
Certainly we have seen a number of in fact all the teams, they have featured a number of under 19 players. And that could only augur well for the development of Windward cricket and West Indies cricket by extension. And this one just goes through the legs of Seaman. One down the leg side, white signal by umpire. So Frederick still in the midst of a good over, and this one has gone past the outer edge of Seaman's bat. This one is driven through the short mid-off region, so the end of the over by Fredericks. At the end of over number 17, Dominica 74 for 7.
Yes, Greg, when you look at some of the players on show here during this tournament, 4 players immediately stand out. Afi Fletcher of Grenada. We look at Glasgow from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We look at Zeta James and Kiana Joseph from St. Lucia. We think these 4 players would form the nucleus and the backbone of the Windward Islands team for quite a few years. And with some others with a bit of promise around. We hope that with the Windward Islands in the next senior tournament of the West Indies would put on a much better show than they've been doing over the years.
Yes, certainly the 4 you mentioned of Kim, they are the 4 West Indies players, one could say. So they have had international experience.
Yes, and they've shown the class over the others. That they actually are dominating proceedings. Not all the time, but every time we see them on the park, we see these are players who are cut above the rest.
To run back in the attack. This one is played into the mid-wicket region. Strong, powerful throw Unable to prevent the run. So 38 needed of 19 deliveries.
Still possible.
Yes, mathematically it is possible, Keith, but I think based on what we're seeing on show, required rate of 15 and over there, I think it's a real daunting task there for the Dominica team.
Well, there's always a different way to look at it. You mentioned it at the time, 38 required of 19. It's only 2 runs per ball.
But they've had a serious issue running between the wickets. Luckily not to have been bowled. This one went between the pads and the stump. So Seaman clearly keeps struggling a bit, but from what we can see, certainly a youngster, one for the future. And she able to keep this one away onto the short cover region. No run resulting, so 75 for 7 after 18.
Yeah, like we have said before, it will be important that the Dominicans take a lot of lessons away from this tournament. It's a young group, and I think with good preparation and lots of practice, because they need to have a better appreciation of the finer points of cricket. Improve their cricket, improve their running between the wickets, and have the bowlers bowling a lot more consistently, and develop a couple batters. And you never know down the road there, Dominica can be a force to be reckoned with.
And this one she's bowled, and Frederick is celebrating, taking her first wicket there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Valmore playing across the line, and she was comprehensively bowled there by Simmons.
Yes, not adhering into the basics. That ball, that length was a very difficult length to tug through the leg side. She was better off presenting the full face of the bat to that delivery, but she swung across the line, and then they allowed some room for the ball to go through and disturb her middle and off stump. So Dominica just sinking further and further into the mire at this point.
Number 14, that is Kayla George, makes her way to the crease. And again, just looking at the monitor, you could see Kayla George look like another very young player.
Yes, when you look at the team from close up here, it's a number of young players that Dominica has on show. And then they can only be one way for them is up from whatever they have put on display here this year. We expect maybe an improved performance from them in come next year's tournament.
This one just angling down the leg side. Optimistic appeal there by the bowler and some of the fielders. But from our vantage point, we will clearly see this one would have been missed in leg stump by a long way. Good delivery there by young Frederick. Certainly, you could see her enjoying her bowling out there here. Again, good bowling.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're not a regular bowler and you've been given the opportunity and you've tasted some success.
Just keeping things tight, continuing to to tighten the screws for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one getting the leading edge. Ball has raced down for the Footman region. They've gone for one. And clearly they could have been a second, but the pattern continues with the Dominica team. They pretty much prepared to settle for just one. So at the end of over number 19, sorry, it's 76 for 8.
Yes, recall at the beginning of the innings, one thought that if Dominica had just batted out the 20 overs, they might have been in winners' row. But how wrong were we to suggest that? With 19 overs bowled, we still require some 37 runs, which mathematically is no longer possible, except if you get a no ball or wide to go with it.
Well, keep 6 sixes going to a super over.
6 sixes will definitely create a super over here, but it's totally out of the question.
And there's an appeal for caught behind, and she is out. So Killer George caught behind. And she has only scored 1 run. So 9 wickets down for Dominica. Possibility that they could be all out. So certainly the writing has been on the wall for a while from the dismissal of the captain Paul Etienne. I think the hopes of Dominica may have very well gone with it. So Durant Keith in the midst of a very good spell. Some 3.1 overs, and she pick up 4 wickets for just 5 runs.
Yeah, that's actually the dream spell, really. It's the sort of spell that every bowler dreams about, especially you in a T20 game where you only allotted 4 overs. Yeah.
Etienne, she got 4 wickets with the ball. There's a possibility that Durant also can pick up 4 wickets with the ball. This one is outside the off stump, clean and missing. In tossed up delivery there by Durant. So maybe keep need to get one full and fast at the stump.
Well, just get one straight.
Another clean and missing again. So 4 deliveries gone. This one is played to the point region where Frederick fields, no run, so last delivery in the match. And she's able to negotiate this one, hitting the pad. And the end of the over, the end of the match. What has turned out to be Keith at the end a comprehensive win for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They won by some 36 runs.
Yes, considering that you only got 112 runs, and to win the match by all of 36 runs, yeah, it really is a big victory. But the Dominicans have really let themselves down here today. We saw them in the field. Their fielding was a little substandard. They dropped 3 easy opportunities, which allowed the Vincentians to reach that target. There was no urgency in stopping the sharp singles and so on. A lot of the fielders were fielding basically on their heels, not moving into the ball to create some pressure. And at the end of the day, you thought that 116 runs was quite gettable, but they really made a meal out of it. There was never ever intensity, no urgency. There's no intent to try to knock off that score. They just, like they say, they just roll over and die today. But like we said, it's a young team, and I just hope that they would learn from their experiences over here, and come back stronger. The management of the team is left to rule the opportunity, and just wonder what could have been or what might have been today. But it was just a sorry display from the Dominica team here today.
Yes, just looking at the rate at which they were scoring, Cape, it's only 2 overs in the 20 overs that they faced. They were able to get any scores of double digits. In the 8th over, they got 11 runs, and in the 13th over, some 12 runs. But it was really slow going by the Dominica batter, especially Jem Eloy, who opened the batting, and she really soaked up a lot of dot balls, some 47 dot balls, to get 29 runs off the 51 deliveries that she faced. Just looking at the scorecard quickly, Eloy, she was run out for 29. Fontaine, she was caught by run, bowled run for 7. Abini Saint-Jean, she was caught homer, bowled run for 1. Paul Etienne, the captain, she was caught Bentic, bowled by run for 8. Gilbert, she was caught homer, bowled by run, for 8 again. Tabitha Green, she was bowled by run for 0. The Rene Prévost, she was caught Durant, bowled homer for 0. Jenny Valmore, she was bowled Frederick for 3. Sadia Seaman, she was not out on 0. And Kayla George, she was caught games for bowled Durant for 1. And Shaniqua Nelson, she was not out, 0. So looking at the bowling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you had Janela Glasgow, the captain, 2 overs for 11 runs. Tracy Barron, 4 overs for 11. She picked up 3 wickets. Nasha Durant with the good impressive figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, and she picked up 3 wickets. Kima Homer, 3 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Delita Bentic, 4 overs for 24 runs. Anika Whitfield, she bowled a 1 over for 6 runs. And we had Jenna Frederick, who bowled 2 overs. She conceded 3 runs and picked up 1 wicket. So all in all, a good bowling effort by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. So the second match of the day would be the St. Lucia versus Grenada, in the grand finals. So all in all, keep your impression of this game, the third place playoff.
Well, it looked an evenly contested match up to a certain point. At the end of the first innings, Dominica was well in the game to dismiss St. Vincent and the Grenadines for 113. But when they batted, we didn't see any intent, any urgency, not in the running on the wickets, not in the stroke play. They seemed just content to play out a number of dot balls. And I think that was where Dominica really failed today. The out cricket was not really up to mark, but one would have been happy to just restrict the team to 113 runs. But they really lost it at the crease there. There was no urgency. It just basically went through the motions, and that was really the downfall. Like we said, when you look at the Dominica team, it's a young team, and the two of the players in my opinion that stood out a bit was the leg spinner.
Abini Saint-Jean.
Saint-Jean. Well, there's a second leg spinner as well, and the batting of Eloy. We look at the wicket keeper as well, Fontaine. She seemed to have a bit of promise. So I think Dominica would do well to build the team around these three, together with the experienced captain and Paul Etienne, and come back a lot stronger. Like we said, we hope that they've learned quite a few lessons from their performances out here this year. But all in all, if we had to put a rating on their cricket, the cricket is a little below standard.
Yes, so here you have it. Saying Vincent and the Grenadines able to defend the 114. They registered the 36-run victory. So we're gonna wrap up on this game because we have the grand final to come. St. Lucia versus Grenada. So on behalf of my fellow commentator Keith Shallery, the scorer Roland Cox, we're gonna, and the technical guy, operator, we're gonna take a break, and we tell you to join us in the next half an hour for the grand finals.
.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winners Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe. Take in all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe. Take in all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner's Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner's Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner's Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's T20 tournament. Is the grand finals between St. Lucia and Grenada. St. Lucia defeated Dominica yesterday and Grenada got the better of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it's promises to be a good competitive finals. We saw yesterday the likes of Afi Fletcher registering a century, and we had good performances from the likes of Zeta James, Kiana Joseph and the likes. So joining me in the commentary booth is my fellow commentator, Keith Shalry. Good afternoon again, Keith Shalry.
Yes, good afternoon, Greg. The stage is set for an exciting finals here. It's what all the players love to be involved in, these big games. And you expect the big players on either side to really come to the fore today to make this an exciting encounter.
So opening the batting for St. Lucia would be Ashlyn Edwards and Malika Edwards. So St. Lucia would hope to get off to a good start in the match played yesterday. They lost their first wicket in the fourth over. So they got a stand of 34 yesterday for the loss of the first wicket. So they would certainly want to improve on that performance. Ashlyn Edwards will be taken first strike. This one, she comes in defense. No run resulting. So, looks like Karina Noel has opened the bowling. One shot down the leg side, an attempted pull shot. This one goes close to the boundary. Is the ball going to win the race? The fielder comes around, and they're back for two. So it looks like there was a bit of bat or glove on this one, Keith.
Yes, Ashlyn getting into a wicket to try to work it down the leg side. This one just coming off the glove and down to fine leg just beneath his hair, and they feel that fine leg cutting off the boundary.
This one is driven to the mid-on fielder. Sweet sound of the bat. So certainly this finals, one would hope that it can really live up to expectation. And this one is wide outside the off summit. It's firmly hit, but well fielded by the fielder at the extra cover boundary there, extra cover region, sorry, and save what was definitely 4 runs.
There's a good effort in the field there. That delivery shot outside the off stump, and Ashlyn Edwards was just on the back foot and hitting it towards the field at extra cover. The ball bounced just before it got to her, but she definitely got her body in line to ensure that it didn't go through and stop what would have been a certain boundary.
So good positive intention shown by Ashlyn Edward, and it's the turn of the captain Malika Edward to take strike. This one attempted lofted drive there. Ball, she's not make proper contact. The ball just fell short of the fielder at the mid-on region. So we see the mid-on being posted on the long boundary, and the other boundary rider would be at the mid-wicket region. And she's gotten in line, and a bad miss there. The ball has gone through the fielder and it has raced down to the backward square boundary for 4 game. Keith. So a bad miss there by the fielder number 74, Pascal.
Yeah, good fortune here for the St. Lucian captain, Malika Edward, a short delivery, and she was into a wicket and pulling it round the corner. And it seemed going straight to the fielder, but for some reason she didn't get down in time, and the ball leaked beneath her, going down to the boundary. So a welcome boundary for Malika Edward and St. Lucia.
So after the first over, St. Lucia 7 without loss. Bowler number 76 look like Aria Fontaine. She's gonna be taking up the attack from the media center end. Short delivery. This one goes over the shoulder of the batter, Ashlyn Edwards, looking to pull this one towards the square leg region, unable to make any contact. Good bounce generated there, kicked by the bowler Fontaine.
Yes, good test and delivery there. Ashlyn was very late on the shot.
And this one, short delivery just helps it towards the short fine leg region, and again a bit of misfield, but luckily for her on this occasion it did not go all the way to the boundary. They were only able to scamper for a single.
Yes, the fielder just guilty of taking her eyes off the ball, watching the batters running through, and that one slipped through her fingers, but she had enough on the ball that it didn't trickle very far.
Change of the field, the left-handed Malika Edward into strike now, and this one slashed out to the cover point region and is down to the boundary for four. So good positive intention there by the captain Malika Edward. Keith wide outside the someone really threw the batter at this one.
Yes, just be given a bit of room outside the off stump there, that a full length delivery. And that was just begging for that sort of stroke. Though she didn't get the type of timing that she would have loved, but she had enough on it, and it found the gap and just sped away to the boundary for four.
So the score moves on to 12 without loss. Edward just pushed it at this one. Went upishly. Luckily for her, there was no fielder in the close in position, and they were able to scamper through for a single. So 13 now. Edward has moved on. Malika, that is, to her tally to 9. She's gone hard at this one. This ball has come up the outer edge, and it has raised down to the wide footman region for 4. So good fortuitous boundary there for Ashlyn Edward.
Well, St. Lucia would welcome the runs no matter how they come. It's what they call an educated edge. Ashlyn looking to hit that down the ground, but the ball just with the movement just coming off the outer face of the bat and going past the short third man fielder into the boundary. Welcome 4 runs.
And she's into position quickly. Dispatches this one through the mid-wicket region, and they hesitated in going for 2, but there was always 2 on the card. Late decision to come back for the second, but it was easily completed. So at the end of over number 2, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 19 without loss.
Yes, a fairly expensive over there. From Fortune, her first over, going for some 12 runs. You know, that's exactly what St. Lucia is looking forward to. These two would want to lay a good foundation, especially in the power play overs, and at a good rate. So to accommodate the likes of Zeta James, Kiana, and company to come later down the order.
So Keith, just looking at the comparison with the game yesterday, they almost mirroring what happened yesterday. First over, they got 6 yesterday, they got 7 today, and the second over they able to get 12 yesterday as well.
St. Lucia starting off with 2 experienced batters there. Both of these girls have represented St. Lucia for a number of years, and they have also gone on to represent the Windward Islands. So a fair bit of experience at the top of the order.
This one on the leg side. Malika looking to sweep this one towards the square region, but the ball has top of the pad. Leg by signal by the umpire. So the scores moves on to 21. So Karina Noel is continuing from the players pavilion end. And this one is played back to the bowler by Edward. Again, punches this one back past the bowler. Chance of a run out, but good communication. She took off immediately as she struck the ball cave. So good intensity shown there between these two, between the wickets.
Yes, and good communication most of all. That's what you want when a run is called for. That the both batters are on the same wavelength and they respond early enough.
So a change in the field. The fielder is brought into the short wide footman region. And the 2 boundary riders are the backward mid wicket, sorry, and the backward square. And so it's powerfully driven back at the bowler, but good save there by Karina Noel.
A good stop indeed. She might have just prevented the boundary because that ball was powerfully struck, and I think the fielder at mid-off would have had a bit of work to do in order to cut it off.
And this one is played into the square leg region. They've gone for 1. The fielder charges off the square leg boundary. Only 1-1 resulting. Score moves on to 23 after 2.5 overs. So certainly a good healthy rate of 8.12 so far.
Yes, St. Lucia is off and running, and they would really love to maintain that rate or even up the rate a bit.
This one is driven back past the bowler, chance of a run out. The ball just came off her grasp when she attempted to throw the ball at the stumps, but good positive running again by the captain Malika.
Yes, good, and she's getting a good response from her partner, Ashton Edwards. Like we said before, these two, they're very experienced. They've played a lot of cricket together, both at the St. Lucia level and at the Windward's level. So we expect the communication to be right up there.
So good start to the inning by St. Lucia. There's a change of bowling. Brittany Pascal coming to the attack. She comes in to replace Aria Fortune. So St. Lucia Keith, what sort of scores you believe they would be comfortable with this game?
Well, you're never comfortable with any score, but you have what you call a fight in total. So I think anything in excess of 150, and St. Lucia would feel that they really in the game and there's a good chance to pull it off.
Tentative push on this one. Ball peels off the face of the bat, going to the fielder at the wide foot, short foot man region, and no run resulting. And this one is hit back past the bowler, and the scamper for a single. Good bit of fielding there by the vice captain Thomas. This one is tucked into the leg side, and a bit of a fumble there, and the possibility of a second run, and they come back easily. So Karina Noel on this occasion, Keith, is the guilty culprit.
Yes, and it's pretty early days in the proceedings, and the Grenadians have given away 3 runs for sloppy fielding.
She has given the charge and straightforward catch to Karina Noel. So this one coming off the bottom edge of the park, looking for the elevation but unable to do so. So a pretty soft dismissal there by Ashlyn Edwards. So Grenada would be pleased with the effort. Seeing the back of one of the openers, Ashlyn Edwards. She's caught Karina Noel, bowl Pascal.
Yeah, Ashlyn, that delivery from Noel was not in the slot. It was, although it was on a full length, it was a little outside the off stump, and there was Ashlyn Edward pulling herself to the leg side to try to hoist it over the infield, but only succeeded in getting it high on the bat. It went a fair way up into the sky. The fielder settled nicely, and you know, it's nice to see that we have seen a different sort of catching. The previous match we saw catches such as this one go down to the ground when Dominica fielded, but Grenada did not make the error.
So just like yesterday, Keith, St. Lucia lost the first wicket in the 4th over, and in comes Zeta James to replace Ashlyn Edward. Short delivery, and she's into position and cuts this one to the backward point region for 4. Delightful way to get off the mark, Keith Shelry.
Yes, that seemed to be her bread and butter shot. That one, we saw a number of shots played by her yesterday, albeit some of them behind point, but that was a delivery. She just went on the back foot, a short delivery. She went on the back foot and eased it past between the cover and the backward point region down to the boundary before. So a good start for Zeta.
Yes, what a way to open her account. And the St. Lucia has moved on to 31. She gets it in line and works this one to the fielder at the short backward square region. No run resulting. The end of a successful over for Pascal. An over in which she got the wicket of Ashlyn Edwards. So 31 for 1 after 4.
Yes, a decent start for St. Lucia, just below 8 runs and over at the moment, and they would be looking for these two at the crease. James, the premier batsman for St. Lucia in the tournament so far, and the captain Malika Edward to put a good partnership together, set the foundation for the likes of Kiana Joseph to come a little later on in the order.
Yes, certainly they would want this to continue batting positive out there, try to maintain the rate of 7 or 8 runs and over. So it looks like there's going to be a bowling change at the top. And it's going to be Francois. Number 73, Lucia Francois. Short delivery. Edwards unable to take advantage of this delivery, just plays it into the cover region, no run resulting. This one is powerfully hit back past the bowler. She really had to take evasive action, and hesitation in the running. Yes, no, yes, no. Perhaps there was 2 runs on offer.
There might have been 2 runs if they had a turn and called early. But by the time they decided that they wanted to run, there was danger all over it.
But good, powerful shot there by the captain, Malika Edward.
Yes, I think she thrives on these balls that are over pitch. She's quickly into position and a lovely bat swing.
This one is eased into the covers, and immediately James is off and running. Easy single completed in the end.
Yes, James is always a very busy player at the crease, always looking to squeeze out runs. But she would need good communication from her partner and captain Malika Edward.
Malika again, short delivery outside your stump, Keith, just like yesterday. She looked like she wanted to muscle that ball a bit too much and really losing a ship in the process.
Yes, and she needs to try to move a little deeper into the crease for these short deliveries. She seems to be just remaining on the crease and trying to muscle the ball away.
And she's got bowl, looking to play across the line of this delivery, a pitch-up delivery, ill-advised shot. Perhaps she should have looked to hit that ball perhaps back past the bowler, but created the cardinal sin of playing across the line and was comprehensively bowled.
Yes, the ball was moving in one direction and her feet and bat was moving in another direction. There she was, instead of stepping towards the ball to hit it down the ground. She really opened up her body. She pulled away that front leg towards the leg side and looking to hoist it over the widest long on region, and played all around the delivery and lost her middle and off stump. So a good blow struck there by Grenada, having St. Lucia a little bit under the pump at 33 for 2.
Yes, certainly a bit under the pump. Perhaps not familiar territory for St. Lucia, but in comes Kiana Joseph. Another batter was put up her hands during the tournament for St. Lucia, the 50 over competition, and the game yesterday got a few as well. Actually, she got a half century. So a lot would be dependent on those two Keith to get St. Lucia to a very competitive total.
Oh, certainly. When you look at the St. Lucia team. On the performances, the top order has been delivering the goods. So it's important that these two can put a partnership together. The rest of the order, with the exception of Masley, has not spent much time at the crease. So it's important that these two stick together for at least another 7-8 overs.
And this one is driven to the right of the mid-off fielder. Does not collect cleanly. Run is completed, and Kiana Joseph immediately off the mark. So a good success for Francois, getting the wicket of the captain Malaika Edwards. St. Lucia move on to 44 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a good over ball there by Francois, getting the wicket of Malaika Edwards, the captain, who swung across a full length delivery and lost her middle and off stump. These two St. Lucian batters, two West Indies players at the crease. St. Lucia batting would depend heavily on these two. One of them have got to take the innings very, very deep indeed, so that just to ensure St. Lucia can get a total that they can fight with here tonight.
So it looks like the captain, Afi Fletcher, will be taking up the attack from the media center end. She'll be bowling to Kiana Joseph. So this should be a good contest in the making, Kev.
Yes, a good contest. The two best batters for St. Lucia against the top bowler for Grenada.
And the first delivery there, she is dropped on the pad. Appeal there by Fletcher and the Grenada team.
Yes, a very strong appeal there from Grenada. How dearly they would love to get one of these two back in the shed in the next couple of overs. But umpire McVeigh was having none of it.
Well, these two would know of each other, Kev. They would have been in the Windward Island setup.
Yes, and they would have been part of the West Indies team together, the West Indies camps. All the two batters and that bowler.
So certainly, Afi Fletcher is having the better of the exchange so far.
Yes, I think Fletcher is the main threat as far as the bowling is concerned. So they should ensure that she comes out wicketless tonight.
And this one turning back sharply into Joseph. So certainly a good contest between these two out in the middle. And this one looks like the googly. Just turned away from Joseph, getting the outside edge, but again, poor fielding, they're not really supporting the bowling.
Yes, they really allowed an easy single there, but Joseph showing good technique, although she was beaten. She was really playing with soft hands. They just allowed the ball to run off the face of the bat down to third man.
Short ball to James, and she's out caught. Looking to play this one on the onside. Really soft dismissal there, Kev, by Zeta James.
Yeah, pretty soft dismissal there. This one was a short delivery. I'm not too sure if that was a wrong and bowled there by Fletcher, but she was in position and she never got the timing, and that went straight to the fielder feeling in the short square leg position, and really a body blow struck there by Fletcher, really setting back the St. Lucian batting, getting the prize wicket of James, who has been the leading scorer in the tournament so far for St. Lucia, with 3 half centuries. Is failing to put some runs on the board for St. Lucia tonight. So the onus is now on the other batters to ensure that St. Lucia can get to a decent score.
So a big body blow there struck there by Afi Fletcher, getting the prize wicket of Zeta James. So with the dismissal of James, In comes Nerissa Crafton to partner Kiana Joseph. And this one, angling down the leg side, is swung to the backward square region, just 1 run resulting. So keep just maybe for the first time the middle to lower order of the St. Lucia team will be exposed.
Yes, St. Lucia finding themselves under a bit of pressure for the first time in this tournament. So how they batted well in their 4 innings to date. But today there's a bit of pressure and they would have to dig deep.
This one just outside the off stump. Crafton looking for that big booming drive. Unable to make any contact. So certainly the Grenada team, they are exerting a bit of pressure on the St. Lucia team. Time will tell how well St. Lucia can handle the pressure, how well would they respond. And this one clearly going down the leg side, being wrapped on the pad, so a bit of tense moment there for the St. Lucia team.
Yes, and I think Crafton would be well advised to present the full face to that ball. I think that ball was a lot closer to the stumps than she thinks. It was not really heading way down the leg side. It was pretty close to leg stump.
And she pushes uppishly into the cover region. So certainly a bit of nervy moments there for the St. Lucia team.
Yeah, nervy moments indeed, and we look at these 2 players at the crease. By nature, they're very aggressive players. They like to go at the bowling, but the situation calls for just a bit of caution and good shot selection.
Again, driving uppishly. Went straight to the fielder, Kif, and she took off immediately. So perhaps a better bit of fielding them could have very well resulted in one of those players being run out.
Yes, she was just running with the shot, and that fielder, I think, the Grenadians have been guilty of maybe taking their eyes off the ball and watching the batters running and not being able to field the balls cleanly. But the batters need to be mindful of that situation.
It's a kick outside the edge, and this ball is racing down to the foot-mount boundary, and I think the ball is going to win the race. It does. So 4 welcome runs there for the St. Lucia team. They moved on to 41, so one would say a 48ers boundary there for Kiana Joseph.
Nonetheless, a welcome boundary for St. Lucia. There is a bit of pressure around, and like I said before, these 2 batters at the crease. The nature of their play is aggression. They like to go at the bowling as much as possible. And, you know, if that situation of ball, there's a little bit of movement of the ball, and the lights not yet on. You see the sun setting on the far side. So St. Lucia would want these 2 to put a partnership together, you know, and take them into safer waters. We notice Afi Fletcher having taken that wicket. She has now withdrawn herself from the attack.
Yes, the return of Brittany Pascal, number 74. Perhaps Crafton should have had a go at this one. Yep. Ball just passing close enough to the leg, past the paddle heading down the leg side.
Yes, there was a chance to just get a little tickle on that ball to get it fine past the keeper for 4, but she decided to take the wide instead.
So, as you did indicate earlier on, these 2 players really are aggressive players by nature, so it's a bit unfamiliar territory for them, where they really have to dig in and get their team out of a precarious position. This one is struck uppishly. And a miscommunication may very well result in a run out. No. Wild throw there. But certainly Keith, Nerissa Crofton really has not settled down.
She has not settled down at all. We have seen free strokes from her into the extra cover area. All of them carrying a little in the air. It shows that she's not bringing the full face of her bat towards the ball.
Good Yorker length delivery there. Just able to dig this one out. So Pascal really bowling in good areas there. Short delivery, and she's into position very quickly, and she has swung this one through the mid-wicket region, and the ball has gone over the ropes, but a good valiant effort there by the fielder coming from the mid-wicket region, but the ball was powerfully struck by Kiana, and she has gotten 4 valuable runs for St. Lucia again.
Yes, that's one of the pet shots of Kiana Joseph, that pull shot. She times it very well. This time she got into position very early, and that sweet timing. There was never a chance of any of these deep fielders cutting it off.
So 47 for the loss of 3. And this one is driven through the covers, and immediately gone for a run. Kiana perhaps late in coming through. So 48 now. So good productive over for St. Lucia so far, Kev. Some 7 runs coming off the over with 1 delivery left. And Crofton cuts this one, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Bisected the point fielder and the cover fielder down to the vacant boundary for 4. So good execution there by Nerissa Crofton.
Yes, that delivery from Pascal, the shot outside the off stump, and not much bounce on the delivery, just allowing Crofton to lean back and ease into the shot, and bisecting the extra cover and the cover fielder down to the boundary for 4. A really fine shot indeed. These 2 batters at the crease, the one ability that they have is that when they get the loose balls, they're going to pounce on them, and it's important that they do that while exercising just a little bit of caution and choosing the right balls to put away.
So with this last 4 struck by Crofton, St. Lucia has gotten to the 50, 52 for 3. And this one is driven by Joseph, but straight to the fielder at cover. So these 2 would need to bat as deep as possible. Plays this one. Afi Fletcher comes from the point region. Give your opinion about Afi Fletcher coming off the attack when St. Lucia, you could say, was really on the ropes there with the dismissal of James.
Well, it's a strategic move by Fletcher. She knows that she wants to get some of the other bowlers to get some overs in, and when the middle order is exposed, she's going to return to the attack.
So a quick single there, and ball plays today. Mid-on region. So good rotation of the strike there by these 2. Loose delivery there, and she swung this one to the backward of the square. They've gone for 1, fumble there, and they coming back for a second. Good run in there, a weak throw, and certainly in the 50 over competition, Keith, we realize a number of the Grenadian players, they have difficulty getting the ball from the rope into the bowler or into the keeper's hands. So this was a good judge second run.
It's a fair boundary. I think most of the ladies will have a little difficulty in getting the powerful throws in.
Yes, 65 yards, we are told by the curator Ken Crafton. So this one is split into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, coming back for a second. So good run in there between Crafton and Joseph. So certainly it's not only about the big shots, but they are pretty much prepared to work the ball into the vacant areas and picking up the ones and twos.
Yes, you have to in between the boundaries, you have to pick up the other runs, the ones and twos. That's what's going to allow you to get to a decent total.
And full delivery on the leg side, swung to the backward square region, and this time the fielder was quick off the boundary, and they were only restricted to one run. So 58 for free.
Yes, I think it's good captaincy by Afi Fletcher, having made the breakthrough to get in the wicket of James to pull herself out of the attack, because it's important when it comes to what you call the happy hour towards the end of the innings, that she may have an over or two in hand to be able to really threaten the St. Lucian batters. Right? She realized St. Lucia is under pressure, and there was an opportunity to get a few chip overs from some of her less prominent bowlers in the team. So real good strategy employed by Fletcher.
So Fletcher, in her first over, picked up the prize wicket of Zita James. So she has bowled one over for one run and picked up one wicket. So she's back into the attack to Nerissa Crafton. So first ball right on the money. And this one just turning past the bowler and the keeper, and it looks like it's going to run away all the way to the boundary for four. So 4 wide signal by the umpire for welcome runs there for the St. Lucian team.
Oh, welcome runs indeed. Fletcher getting that ball to spin, but just didn't get her line right. Just pitching just a little outside the leg stump and spinning further away. And the keeper just failed to hold on, gifting St. Lucia 5 runs.
Again, this one spinning into the pads, just pushes forward, turns the ball to the short square leg region, and able to scamper for an additional single.
Yes, good sensible batting there. That is always a single in that region once you play the ball with the spin.
And this one spinning the other way, so certainly Abby Fletcher is mixing it up, Keith.
Yes, she's a senior West Indies cricketer, and she has been there for a few years now, and using all of her expertise out there in the middle.
And Kiana Joseph really is equal to the task. These two certainly have realized, based on the approach, that they know that Abby Fletcher is the key bowler there for the Grenada team. And you could see clearly that they're pretty much prepared to just see her off. Already they have gotten some 6 runs off the over.
Yes, and if you look at the field setting, it's set for the big shot through the leg side.
Good sensible play. They have 1 for 1, possibility of coming back for 2. Good run in there between Joseph and Crafton. In fact, good sensible cricket. They were able to pick up some 8 runs from the over without playing a shot in anger.
Yes, good sensible cricket there from St. Lucia. But you need to see a little more urgency in the run in there. If it was a better throw coming in from that fielder running wrong from the backward square leg boundary, Joseph could have been in a spot of bother. But all's well that ends well.
So at the halfway stage, 10 overs gone. St. Lucia, they are 66 for 3. So a bit of a recovery there, Keith, by these two. Some 41-run partnership they have added so far.
Yes. Just a word about the bowling of Fletcher, the leg spinner. You know, many times what appears to be a bad ball from a leg spinner is never really a bad ball. And I think that was the undoing of James. Thought it was there for the pull shot. And, you know, he was maybe looking for the boundary where might have been a little better off looking to play that ball for a single.
So first one continues. This ball is driven to the long off region. Just 1 run resulting. So good, sensible batting there between Crafton and Joseph. Crafton really, she's going at a runner ball. And Joseph 15 of 17. This one is powerfully driven back past the bowler, and the long off fielder comes into play. So just 1 run, so good, powerful drive for 1. Again, this one is driven the long off fielder. So good rotation of the strike, Keith.
Yeah, it's sensible batting. Even the good balls, you try to get the singles off them. And when the balls present themselves, you try to capitalize.
Full delivery, swung into the mid-wicket region. They have gone for 1. Should be coming back for a second. Slight hesitation. Again, the ball coming off the deep. Should have been 2 on offer on any given day, Kev, but they kind of slow in making up their mind as to whether the 2 run is on.
Yes, but in the end, they got it quite comfortably, because most of these girls, they would struggle to get a powerful throw in from that deep boundary.
And this one is whipped up the pad into the square leg region, and the fielder comes around. They've gone for 1. And that's all it's going to be. So good shot there by Kiana Joseph to clip this one off the pad.
Yes, Kiana Joseph is one of the more talented cricketers in the entire Caribbean. If she gets her act together, she's going to be in that West Indies team for a very long time.
So 6 runs of the over so far. And she's gone for the big drive outside the off stump. Just losing her ship for a while, and the ball has gone through to the keeper. So at the end of over number 11, 72 for the loss of 3 give.
Yes, and Lucia just going a little over 6 runs per over at the moment, and they will need to step it up in the next couple of overs. But it's a good period of consolidation by these two, having had 3 wickets lost, 3 of your top batters are back in the shed early in the innings. So these two, I think the strategy should be that one of them would look to take the innings from very deep, and the other one look to be on the attack from here.
So it looks like the team gonna have a drinks break. So we perhaps could look at quickly what has transpired. St. Lucia opened the inning with Malika Edward and Ashlyn Edward. Ashlyn Edward was the first to go. Cotton Noel bowled Pascal for 13. She struck 1-4. Malika Edward was bowled Francois for 13. She faced 14 deliveries, struck 2 fours. And Zeda James, she was caught Francois bowled Afi Fletcher for 5. Faced 5 deliveries. She had 1-4. And we have Kiana Joseph not out on 19 of 21 deliveries with 2 fours. And Nerissa Crafton 14 of 15 deliveries. And she has struck 1-4 as well. For the bowling, Karina Noel opened the bowling. She has bowled 2 overs for 10 runs. Aria Fortune 1 over for 12 runs. Brittany Pascal 2 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Delicia Francois 4 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket. The captain Afi Fletcher, she has bowled 2 overs, 9 runs, and picked up the wicket of Zeda James. So all in all, a good bowling effort there given by the Grenada team.
Yes, the Grenada team has really kept the St. Lucian batting a bit in check here. You know, at this point in time, I think St. Lucia would have wanted to have another 20 runs more than they have at the moment. We saw during the break that the coach and the assistant coach came out onto the field of play. But St. Lucia has to be mindful that they want one of these at the wicket, or maybe both of them there for the last 5 overs. It might be a mistake to try to go at it a little too early. If they lose these 2 players at the crease, they're going to struggle to get a decent score.
Yes, indeed, Kev. So looks like Brittany Pascal would be continuing after the resumption of the drinks break from the players' pavilion in. She will be bowling to Kiana Joseph. So the 4 boundary riders are the long on, long off, the deep mid wicket, and someone on the square leg boundary. So certainly nobody patrolling the cover region. And this one was loose outside the off stump. Signal wide. So Keith, interestingly enough, nobody patrolling the cover region. So anything outside the off stump and it goes past the inner ring with proper contact, that's almost a certain 4. This one is wide and they're able to scamper for a single. The keeper did not cover.
Yes, Greg, if you look at the field there, there's nobody patrolling the boundary. You look at from cover, going right, wrong to deep backward square. So anything that goes past the keeper is runs as well.
And this one is a leading edge. It's up in the air and it's taken. So Nerissa Crafton, immediately after the drinks break, she's caught Rachel Francis at the cover region and she has to depart for 14. So keep like the coaches will normally say, things usually happen after the drinks break, and immediately after the drinks break we see the dismissal of Nerissa Crafton.
Yes, things happen after the drinks break, but we have to say it's a little lack of awareness from that batter. That was a ball slanting down the leg side. There's no fine leg, and she was really trying to whip the ball from mid wicket. It was a sort of delivery where you could just put the leg glance and get that ball going down to fine leg into a vacant area. Then looking for that shot closing the bat face too early and getting that leading edge, and the ball just ballooning out into the offside. Just more pressure on the St. Lucia batting there, and it brings more into question the position of Kiana Joseph. No matter what, St. Lucia would love to see her staying there right down to the end of the innings, because she's the one with the power to be able to capitalize when the happy hour comes around.
So with the dismissal of Crafton, in comes Masley. O'Keefe in the 50 over competition had 2 century opening stand with the captain Malika Edward. So powerfully driven back past the ball, and this will go all the way for 4. So what a way to get off the mark, Keith Shelry.
Yes, this is the player that's in form. We don't know what is the thinking behind the rearranging of the St. Lucia batting. And if you had a player who got you 2 half centuries in the tournament so far, and 2 good partnerships at the top of the order, we don't know the reason why she was not allowed to open the batting. But she will have to join together with Kiana Joseph now and put a partnership together.
This one angling down the leg side. Looks like it came off the pad, but well taken by the keeper down the leg side.
Yeah, well taken. It must have brushed something on the way through to the keeper, but it was delivery there that maybe she should have capitalized on.
And a mix-up between these two. Certainly the ball wrapping the pad, and Kiana Joseph wanting the single, but it was a tight single in the end, Keith.
It was always going to be a tight single. I don't know if there has been a competition between the 2 players. But apparently Kiana Joseph was just running down. There might not have been a call from her because Marston was very late. If there was a better throw to the bowler's end, she would have been struggling.
So St. Lucia now really could ill afford to lose another wicket right away. This one is cut over the point region. It will race down to the boundary for 4. So good release shot there by Kiana Joseph, who has been starved of the strike for a little while, Keith. A good opportunity to free her arms, and that she did.
Yes, a good shot there. Kiana possesses a good range of strokes, and that one just is begging for punishment there outside the off stump, and she obliged and got it past backward point for 4.
This one angling down the leg side. Oh, mix up there. My goodness. And what should have been a clear run out. The keeper throws the ball over the head of the bowler. So clearly these 2 batters out there, they are not communicating properly.
No, they're definitely not on the same wavelength. For the second time in the over, we almost saw a disaster there for St. Lucia. Calling, they need to improve the calling. Having said that, the stage of the innings at the moment, Kiana Joseph has to take charge of things, try to face the majority of the balls that are on offer here this afternoon, and bat deep, most probably down to the end of the 20 overs, because there's a lot resting on her shoulders. She has the ability to do it, but she just have to show the composure outside there and play smart cricket.
But Masley in particular, Keith, from what we saw in the 50 over, she is always keen on running. There are quite a few, especially against Grenada. In the first game, there were a number of balls that was struck right straight to the fielder, and she would just take off and run.
It's nice that you always alert looking to run, but you have a partner at the crease. It's not like you playing or in our local cricket, out goes in that you must run. You need to get a response from your partner, and there has to be good communication. And through that, when that happens, then the runs are gotten a lot easier. But we've seen danger in 2 situations there. St. Lucia lucky to survive these 2 situations.
So it looked like Dixon is coming into the attack. This one is wide outside the off stump. Not the best of starts for Dixon. 85 for 4 after 12. Another wide delivery again by Dixon. This one struck to the long off boundary. So 1 run resulting. So comes Joseph on strike now. And one would hope that if there's anything loose served by Dixon, that she is more than capable of putting it away.
Yes, but she has to be aware that there are well over 40 balls left in the innings, and don't be over eager to put balls away. But you have to bat really deep, right down to the end, and control the innings from here on.
This one is driven back to the bowler. Oh, there's a one fielding. This one down the leg side, and Joseph really missing out on this one, Keith.
Yes, approach not the best against that type of delivery. She was better off just looking to tickle it around the corner and getting herself a run or two.
This one is cut. Well fielded by the fielder at cover, resulting in just 1 run.
You know, sometimes in batting it's good that the players can mix up the the big aggressive booming shot and the delicate little shots, and that would serve them a lot better.
Again, this one is flat batted down to the long off fielder, just 1 run resulting.
See, sometimes it's batting. It's not every bat ball that you just try to hit to the boundary. Sometimes in your eagerness to hit a bat ball to the boundary, you miss out. Sometimes you lose your wicket.
This one is struck to the extra cover region and well fielded. So this over Lucia really gave their dealing of quite a few singles, and they have been aided with some free wides so far.
Yes, it's still they've been making a little heavy weather of the situation, but lots of balls to go still in the innings.
Short delivery, get into position, plays this one through the mid-wicket region and be able to come back for a single, sorry. So some 8 runs coming off the over, and the St. Lucia total is moved on to 92 for 4.
If they can get 8 runs off each of the other overs left, the 7 overs left, they would take them to 100 and 148. That would be a decent position considering where they are at the moment. So they need to still be selective and look to put away the bad ball, get the score over the 100, and then they're going to assess it again and see how far they can take it towards 150.
So Area Fortune comes back into the attack. So the 4 boundary riders, the extra cover, long on, long off, and mid-wicket. Good shot there, just coming on the back foot and punches this one through to the covers there. Masley thinking of a second, but it's not on. So it's good give that she could turn over the strike to Kiana very early in the over.
Yeah, smart batting indeed from Masley, just getting the single of the first ball and handing it over to Kiana Joseph. But like I said before, Kiana has to be smart, but he has to be brave in the meantime, ready to go for her shots, but play smart cricket.
No ball signal. So 5 fielders. But Keith, I think it's a minimum of 4. 4 they needed inside the circle, and there was 4 fielders inside the circle. Because I did indicate 5 boundary riders, and they called them no ball, and the field at the backward square boundary was brought in. So I think it may very well be a mistake on the part of the umpires, if that is the case.
Yeah, we see Afi Fletcher coming in from her position to have a word with umpire Matre. So
yeah, because he was the one who called, and it wasn't for height. So one would think that it would have been, because immediately we saw a fielder being brought into the circle. And she's ball going off for the free hit, but Kiana was aware that it was a free hit, and they were able to scamper for a single kick. So good awareness on the part of the 2 batters.
Yeah, very good awareness indeed. The more you watch the T20 cricket, the more you see the players just adopting one approach to pull themselves towards the leg side and looking to hoist balls. Very few players you see going towards the ball to try to put it away.
Very interestingly, that the free hit, the ball hit the stump, but the crossbar run, so this would be registered as what?
Well, if there was no signal, I think it would have to go to the person who's batting. If she...
So apparently they may have been an inside edge.
Yes, there may have been an inside edge. If she didn't touch the ball, it should have been signal wide, but then umpire McVeigh is closer to the action than we are, and then apparently he saw that inside edge into the stance.
Wide, despite the fact that it hit the stumps?
Yes. But the ball came off the bat.
And this one is driven to the short mid-wicket region. They scamper through for a quick run. So certainly, if there are persons out there who will be learning something new, I am certain I did. The ball would have hit the stump of a free hit, and it would have been called a wide if they went for a run.
It would have to be called byes if the batter didn't get a touch. If that ball hit the stump and went down to the boundary, it would have been byes.
So 96 for 4, St. Lucia inching closer to the free figure tally. This one outside the off stump goes for the big flashing drive and misses, and keeper does not collect cleanly, but good awareness again given by Masley to have called Joseph down, and they're able to scamper through for a bye. So they're trying to squeeze every available run.
Yes, Masley's approach there has been pretty good since she came out. She's been trying to turn over the strike and looking to squeeze out as many runs as possible, and that for only a young player on a debut season.
So at the end of the over, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 98 for the loss of 4 wickets. So good little recovery there between Masley and Joseph. They have put on some 23-run partnership, and they are still able to maintain the rate of 7.
Yes, it's a good rate. At that rate, St. Lucia would end up at 140. And it may not be the sort of total that they're looking for, but it's a fighting total. When we look at the Grenada team, a lot depends on the captain, Afi Fletcher, to carry their batting. And if St. Lucia could put her under pressure and get her wicket early, I think 140 runs can be a winning total.
Yes, certainly. So Dixon continues. First over, she considered some 8 runs. So with 56 deliveries left, St. Lucia perhaps need to get Kif in excess of 45.
The minimum from here would have been a runner ball.
A runner ball, yeah.
And anything extra there would be a bonus.
Outside the off stump, looking for the cut shot. Perhaps she needs to get Joseph on strike.
Yes, in order to get Joseph on strike, she has to get bat on ball. And she has not been able to do that so far in the over.
This one gets the outer edge. Goes down to the short backward point region, and Joseph is now on strike. St. Lucia moves on to 99, just 1 run away from the 100-run mark. So with Joseph on strike, we see the fielders now, they are dispersing to the boundary, and the players in the ring are right on the edge of the 40-yard circle, so they're pretty much prepared to give Joseph strike. The single, sorry. And on this occasion, see, it's this one down to the long, and they're going back for 2. And a fumble, Kif, looked like run out was on the cards.
Yes, there was danger written all over that second run there. The bowler at the stumps there did fail to collect and allowed Masnet to get safely into her ground.
So St. Lucia have brought up the 100, 101, and she works this one, and there's a possibility of 2. They have gone for 1, and they're coming back for the second, and Kiana may very well be in trouble. She's struggling to get there, and she looks like she's out. And the umpire is on move. The Grenada team, they are very disappointed. Umpire McVeigh was not responsive. So she was really liberating Kif coming back for the second, but the umpire would have been in the best position, but from our vantage point she was really struggling.
Yeah, she appeared to be struggling. It was always going to be a tight second run because the fielder moved pretty quickly off the backward square leg boundary, and the bong throw came in, and Kiana was running for all her life to get to her end. The bails were taken off, and the Grenadians seemed to be celebrating, but umpire McVeigh remained unmoved from the square leg position.
So 103 for loss of 4 wickets. Grenadians really were not pleased with not getting that. It's just Powerful driven, and it's a race to the boundary for 4. What a response by Kiana with this delivery. One would say a shot in anger, Keith.
Well, a shot in anger, but that's the sort of power that she possesses. Kiana, she's a very talented player with a good range of strokes, and has power in a stroke play as well. And that delivery just over pitch, and to drive an off spinner into that region there, it really is a shot of class. But Kiana needs to continue playing smart at the crease and just be careful with the running, because there's still some 30 balls left for the innings, and lots of runs that can be gotten out of 30 balls. But Greg, one of the things we haven't factored in is that Afi Fletcher has not been bowled out, and she will be coming back anytime soon to try and prize out the lower order, the lower middle order of the St. Lucia team. So it's important that Kiana Joseph is at the crease when Afi comes back.
Certainly, Keith. So, Joseph, Kiana, she has moved on to 34. And Masley on 11. Masley would be facing. This one is driven onto the wide long on fielder. She comes in. That's the vice captain Thomas. So Fontaine in the third over. She has conceded some 18 runs, 2.1 overs. And this one is powerfully driven through the cover point region down to the boundary for 4 keep. This had 4 written all of it from the time it left the bat.
Again, fortune just giving Kiana Joseph a bit of room outside the off stump, allowing her to free her arms, and yeah, she would not miss out on that. It's just rocked on the back foot and just stroked it the square of the wicket on the offside to bring up another boundary.
I'm a bit surprised, Kev, that we've not seen a change in the field. They have pretty much strengthened the leg side. Nobody sweeping on the offside, and the line of attack is outside the off stump. And this one down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So Aria Fortune really looking to overcompensate on this occasion. The previous delivery she was struck through the offside, and perhaps looking to cramp Kiana for room, bowling into her pads, but angling it down the leg side on this occasion. She pushes this one back past the bowler. She gets a single. So they've gotten some seven runs so far, and the over is only at the halfway stage. This one outside the off stump. Masley flashes at this one. Just a bit of bad kick, and this could have simply raced down through the vacant footman region.
Yes, any bat whatsoever on that delivery would have resulted in a boundary.
And just coming back and plays this one to the short mid-on region. Dixon comes across. So 5 legal deliveries ball. Kiana, perhaps if she could have, she's not going for the boundary kick, and she could get a single, she would be on strike very much so for the next over. Smartly played down the track. Fielder comes off the long on boundary, and it's only going to be 1 run. So 9 runs coming off the 16th over. Good productive over for St. Lucia.
Yes, a good productive over, and really smart batting there from Marseille. You think with one who's in the debut season, yeah, she's batting as somebody who's been at that level for a while. She obviously has her limitations, outside the off stump, but anything straight, she presents the full face of the bat, and it's ever willing to put Kiana Joseph back on strike.
So with 24 deliveries remaining, St. Lucia 160 if, as you did indicate, a runner ball would safely get them to 140, which, as you indicate, would be still be a challenge in total, especially in the finals.
Yes, this is what they should from here, aiming for a minimum of 140 runs, and that would be really a good total to fight with.
So it looks like the Karina Noel and possibly Apple Fetcher Kif would be bowling the last 4.
Yes, Fletcher would be expected to close off the innings from the top end here.
Wide down the leg side. So not the best of start for Noel. First delivery, wide ball. This one is played to the mid-on region. Dixon comes across. No run resulting. So good partnership in the making. Some 41 run. These two have put on for the 5th wicket. And this is outside the off stump. She drives this one, unable to get proper contact. The ball goes to the fielder at the extra cover region. No run resulting. Down the leg side, and again Joseph missing out Kif. And the scamper for a single. The keeper throws the ball at the stump, ricochets, and they had the present of scampering for a single. So 2 wides in the process.
Yes, squeezing out. The batters just squeezing out that extra run, capitalizing on the throw from the keeper at the stumps. So welcome 2 runs to St. Lucia.
So good bowling so far by Noel Kif. No runs off the bat yet. She has been guilty of bowling those wides. And this one is swung past the short fine leg fielder. The ball goes closest to the boundary. They are going to take one, coming back for the second. And look, guys, that is all it's going to be. So 2 additional runs to the total 121. So 5 runs off the over. This one is played to the cover region, and Dixon makes a good stop, saving what could have potentially be 4 runs. So good sensible batting kept by Maslin.
Yes, she has been doing the job for the St. Lucia team, giving very good support outside there to Kiana Joseph.
And this one is clipped off the pad. You've gone for 1, and there's the fumble there, and present Kiana Joseph with a 2nd run. So again, Keith, no pressure really on the fielder, and she has just gifted the St. Lucia team an additional runs.
Well, that 2nd run could have been pretty strategic there for Grenada. It meant that Kiana Joseph would not be on strike for the beginning of the next over, which most likely is going to be bowled by Afi Fletcher. And I think the Grenadians would be happy to see Masley on strike against Fletcher.
Yes, certainly, Keith. But with just 4 wickets in hand, I think Masley at this point in time perhaps should take a few more chances.
Yes, she may well have to do that, but against the ball spinning away from her, I think she'll be up against it a bit if her best chance is to get to the pitch of the ball and try to work it away and put Kiana Joseph on strike. Top order have proved difficult against Fletcher.
The ball spinning away from her, looking to work this one on the onside. Perhaps the safer shot would be to just run this delivery down through Foodman.
Yeah, that's what she should be looking to do.
So she's struck this one down to the long on fielder, and certainly has gotten Joseph on strike. Joseph now on 42 kicks. She certainly has played a good knock, good responsible knock for St. Lucia.
Yeah, she's taken the responsibility for the team here today. You know, she has really put her head down and has not played many rash shots.
So driven straight back to the bowler Fletcher, who feels off her own bowling. And this one certainly the googly. So Fletcher certainly using all her experience out there, kid.
All her experience, all of her guile.
And this one is straight to the fielder, and she drops it. So really poor effort there. Straightforward catch there. And Keith, the Grenada team would be very disappointed to allow the likes of Kiana off the hook like this.
Yes, I'm very disappointed in it. And Fletcher will actually set her up there. Was bowling the ball straight. This last one a little outside the off stump, and she went for the drive. But you could see Kiana, she's a little tentative against the bowling of Fletcher, not being sure which way the ball is spinning.
And this one gets the outside edge. Kiana was just ball watching, and Masner certainly will come back for the second. So the outside edge found on this occasion. The ball went down to the vacant Foodman region, and they able to scamper for 2. So 128, good over there by Fletcher, only conceding 4 runs.
Yes, when you have a spinner bowling so late in the innings, and you know, the 18th over and only conceding 4 runs, we would take that any day. But it has reached the stage where Kiana Joseph would have to throw some caution to the wind at this point. She has to go for it against this bowler who's going to be bowling Is it Noel?
Yes, Noel.
Noel from the far end, yes.
And the good thing for her, Keith, if she start getting anywhere towards the Johnson-Charleston, she will be hitting with the wind.
Yes.
This one struck in the, and they should be looking for 2 runs. And 2 easy runs taken there.
I think it's a bit of poor cricket here from Grenada, especially the fielder down on the boundary. Kiana Joseph is definitely the slower of the 2 players out there, and they really should be targeting her end with these throws.
Yes, certainly, Kip. Exactly what I was thinking a little early on, that the ball coming from the deep should always be going through Kiana's end.
Outside open. Come on, drive there. On the outside, come on, drive.
So loose delivery down the leg side, and she has gotten a bit of bat on this one, and it races down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So really poor bowling there by Karina Noel, Keith.
Yes, Karina Noel with a predominantly offside field, and just this one short down the leg side, and Kiana just getting enough bat to elude the keeper down the leg side there, earning a vital 4 runs for St. Lucia.
So she's moved on to 49, and she's worked this one into the mid-wicket region, and she has gotten one, and this ball has gone through. Poor bit of fielding again, just gifting her a 2nd run and putting her back on strike. So really poor cricket there by Grenada, Gift.
Yes, poor cricket indeed. And at this stage of the innings, you'd want to have Kiana away from the strike, and there was the perfect opportunity to just give her the single and attack the younger player, Masley. But the fielder took her eyes off the ball and allowed it to creep through her legs and take Kiana Joseph back on strike.
And this one, she has swung this one through the mid-wicket region. They have gone for 1, and Afi Fletcher, the captain, has taken the responsibility to patrol the mid-wicket region. And you could see if immediately, as soon as she gathered the ball, it was thrown right into the bowler. So some 9 runs off the first 4 deliveries, and Masley really need to string to the heels. He'll afford any dot ball at this point in the inning. Looking to get Kiana back on strike, but she would be well advised with only 4 wickets down. Keith, she should take a few more chances. This one she's gone for. They've gone for 1. The possibility of coming back for a 2nd, and they're throwing it to the non-strikers in. And good result there for St. Lucia. 2 runs, and Kiana would be back on strike for the last over. So 139 for the loss of 4.
Yes, so 139 for 4. So Kiana Joseph has to go for it against Afi Fletcher. You know, if she can get to the pitch of the ball and just swing for the hills. The closer you get to the ball, the less spin that's going to be in effect. And if she can get 2 big blows in the over, St. Lucia would get that score closer to the 150 mark, which would take a bit of getting.
Certainly. Joseph registering her 2nd consecutive half century. She got a score of 52 yesterday and 53 yesterday, and she's on 52 today.
Yes, and a third half century of of the tournament, the 50 over and the T20.
This one, she has struck this one down to the long on field. They've gone for one, and Masne certainly would be coming back for the second. Very quick between the wickets is Naima Masne picture.
Yes, she seems a very good athlete out there, man, putting Kiana under pressure and squeezing out as many runs as possible.
She has gone this time around, and she has out-caught the same fielder, and this time she has held on to the catch number 72, that is Rachel Francis. So Joseph out for 54 of the bowling of Afi Fletcher.
It's a good innings played by Joseph, what St. Lucia really required at the moment. Well, you would see clearly that she was not reading the spin of Fletcher, because this seemed to be the googly from Fletcher, and it was a good opportunity to hit that ball over cover, but she was looking to hit it straight down the ground, and it just peeled off the outer half of the bat and presented a simple catch to the fielder at extra cover.
So Keith, something of note, Joseph and Masle, I think they put on a 66-run partnership, so that was very crucial for the 5th wicket for St. Lucia.
Yeah, crucial indeed, because St. Lucia was in a serious spot of bother when Masle came to the crease, and she played very sensibly for a player in her first season at that level. You know, she really showed a bit of maturity out in the middle and turning over the strike for Kiana as much as possible.
So the new batter is Nisha Alexander. And with 4 legal deliveries remaining, Keith, the question is, can St. Lucia get an additional 9 runs?
Yes, well, mathematically it's possible. But whether they have the quality to be able to dispatch Afi Fletcher. But if she puts the ball in the right zone, I think Alexander will be having a dip at it.
She certainly had a big swipe at this one. She's been beaten with the flight.
I think she was aiming towards cow corner, and it's not an easy shot to play against the leg spinner. But if it comes up a little closer and she gets some bat, it might well disappear over the boundary.
And this one is powerfully struck down to the long on fielder. Masle wants to come back for the second, and she does that. Masle really quick between wickets, Keith.
Yes, as I said, she seemed a very good athlete, you know, running, you know, although sometimes she calls for suicidal runs, but whenever she's going there, she's very quick between the stumps.
And Alexander not really watching the ball, as you rightfully say. She perhaps just targeting the cow corner region and just swinging in that direction.
Yes, a typical lower order player shot.
And again misses this one. And stop, start, go. They're looking for a bye, and it's going to be a run out. So again, Masle wanting to squeeze every available run. Last ball, she was eager to go for the run. So 143. Keith, after St. Lucia losing the top order, a good recovery.
Yes, a good recovery, but I think you know, St. Lucia would have ended a little short of whatever they might have set themselves at the beginning of the innings. But a good recovery indeed. At one point they were really up against it when Masle joined Joseph at the crease. These two featured in a partnership, which has given St. Lucia a real fighting total here tonight.
Yes, a good fighting total indeed. So we're going to have a quick look at the scorecard. We had Ashlyn Edward caught Noel bowl Pascal for 14. Malika Edward bowl François for 13, Zeta James, Scott Francois bowl Afi Fletcher. For 5, Kiana Joseph. She was Scott Francis bowl Fletcher for 54. Larissa Crafton. For Scott Francis bowl Pascal for 14. Naima Masler, she was not out on 21. And Nisha Alexander run up the final delivery, looking to steal a bye. She was run out for 2. For Grenada, the bowling, Karina Noel, 4 overs for 29. Aria Fortune, 3 overs for 26. Brittany Pascal, 3 overs for 29, and she picked up 2 wickets. Alicia Francois, 4 overs for 21, picked up 1 wicket. Afi Fletcher, 4 overs, 17 runs. She had 2 wickets. And Taylor Dixon, 2 overs for 17 runs. So, all in all, a good bowling performance by the Grenada team, Keith.
Yes, a good effort in the field. The bowlers really stuck to their task, and the fielders backed them up well. There were a couple lapses here and there, which maybe cost them about 5 or 6 runs. But all in all, I think Grenada would be fairly satisfied that they have restricted St. Lucia to below 150 runs.
Yes, one of the area of concern for Grenada really would have been in the extras. They considered some 21 extras, so that would have been the second joint top score in the St. Lucia's total.
Yes, that's always a cause for concern for teams, especially when these extras are wides and no balls. It means that the extra deliveries that you serve up to your opponent. But all in all, I think it was a good performance out there by the Grenada team. St. Lucia showed a bit of fight for the first time in the competition. The 2 competitions, they have come under pressure, and we saw Kiana Joseph, the West Indies player, really putting her hand up and playing a really responsible knock here for St. Lucia. Just against her natural way of playing there, she put her head down and was able to bat deep into the innings to see St. Lucia to a score, which gives them a good chance in this match.
Yes, certainly a good, responsible knock there by Kiana, and also credit must be given to young Masler, who partner Kiana at the batted responsibly, especially looking to rotate the strike very early, and the 2 of them featured in a 66-run partnership.
Yes, a good partnership indeed. Coming out of the 50 over, Masler was one of the leading batters for St. Lucia, having had 2 half centuries and featured in 2 big partnerships in the opening position. But the team decided that she was not going to open the batting, and she came in the middle, and she still proved her worth here tonight, scoring an unbeaten, is it 21 that she got, which really, together with Joseph, really took St. Lucia out of troubled waters.
So here we have it, St. Lucia able to amass a score of 143. So in a short while we'll see the reply of the Grenada team, see if they could overhaul this total. They need to get 144 runs for victory, so we will be back shortly for the resumption of the Grenada reply.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 Cricket Tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday, live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the match between St. Lucia and Grenada in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's T20 Tournament. St. Lucia batting first, they amassed a total of 143. Now we are about to witness the reply of the Grenada team. So we want to say welcome back to Cape Shallery.
Good evening, Greg. St. Lucia 143 runs on the board. It's a fighting total, but they would have to put in a good effort in the field to ensure that Grenada doesn't get over that target. Grenada would have a lot depending on the captain here tonight, Afi Fletcher. And if St. Lucia can keep her quiet or price her out early, then they would really be in business.
Yes, St. Lucia opening the inning cave with Roylin Cooper. And good first delivery. Fletcher coming forward. And no run resulting. So Cooper certainly had a very good spell yesterday. She picked up 4 wickets. So St. Lucia would hope that she could repeat her heroic effort yesterday. Fletcher on this occasion pulling out. Not quite ready. Still drive this one through the covers. Good delivery there, Kev, by Roylin Cooper.
Oh, well-lined delivery there from Cooper. Just on a good length outside the off stump. Having Fletcher just flaying at it.
This one is powerfully struck past Joseph at the short cover region, and this one went like a trace bullet through the cover for 4. Cape Shallery.
Yes, just Cooper just over pitching there, and Afi Fletcher, said thank you very much, and just played through the line of that ball and struck it sweetly through the offside to bring up the first boundary of the innings.
So Grenada off and running. Fletcher also opens a count. And this one is up in the air. Peels off the bat, races down to the backward point region for 4. So bit of loose bowling there by Cooper. Just bowling this one wide outside the awesome, really giving Fletcher the liberty of freeing her arms.
Yes, it was a bit of a loose delivery, but it created a false shot from Fletcher. Fletcher just is almost throwing the kitchen sink at it, and it's peeling off the top outside edge and going down to backward point for another boundary.
So Cooper just holding this one on the leg side and just looking to the mid-wicket region for 2 comfortable runs. So Keith St. Lucia decided not to go with Nerissa Crafton for the first time, and choosing Roylin Cooper to open the bowling. This one is worked through the square leg. Must be a mix-up. Ball is fielded by Alexander. And no runs resulting. So at the end of over number 1, Grenada are 10 without loss.
Yes, a good start for Grenada. St. Lucia opting to go with Roylin Cooper opening the bowling there instead of the usual Nerissa Crafton. And strategy and counter strategy out there. We saw St. Lucia during the 50 over with a particular opening pair. When it came to the T20, there was a change. So it all depends on the tactics and strategies that the management of the team decides to go with.
Well, Kifai, one who always believed the best bowlers have to be bowling to the best batters.
Yes, especially when you have not put the type of score that you would want on the board. You want to set the tone for the innings from very early, and if you have a bowler who has done the trick for you, you always try to get that bowler to bowl to the top batters from early on. And
looking at the team, you could see another change again. A new bowler is into the attack, and Alexander, this one is wide down the leg side. As a matter of fact, no ball signal. The ball did not even pitch on the cut area. So St. Lucia really experimenting with a small score of 140 free kick, and one really cannot understand the rationale behind that sort of experiment.
Sometimes you just need to stick to the basics instead of overthinking the game. And the other thing you have to consider is whether these two bowlers have ever used the new ball in training and in the preparation for that tournament.
Wide down the leg side again. So St. Lucia really gifting Grenada a few easy runs.
Yeah, I think she's going to have a little problem controlling the new ball because she does not have a really classic action.
And apparently it looks like a no ball again, signaled by, well, it was wide outside the off stump, so previous to that was the no ball, so it's still a no ball. The no ball and a wide, so the free hit is still on. And this one is hit into the mid-wicket region, and the ball is traveling pretty much close to the boundary, but they've gone for two, and it looked like that's all it's going to be. So St. Lucia really, in this finals, have decided to use two new ball opening pair, and so far it has not worked. Some 18 runs of the 7 legal deliveries. And she has attempted to run Afi Fletcher out. Perhaps she figure Fletcher was backing her.
Well, it's within her rights to try that out, but I don't know, it just doesn't look good, especially when you're up against it to employ these sort of tactics. Then if Fletcher is out of the ground, then she's within her rights to attempt to run out.
This one is put into the shot. Mid-wicket region, no run resulting. This one wide down the slide, and it's going to go all the way for 4. So another 5 runs been gifted to St. Lucia. So really the ploy to bring in Alexander to open the bowling, it really has backfired on St. Lucia.
It has not worked up to this point. Sometimes people underestimate what the new ball is. The new ball is a difficult ball to control if you're not used to doing it. And she's all over the place and not having a really good action. It means that she's going to having a lot of balls to move inwards towards the left-hander, and if she doesn't line it up well, it's going to be a problem for the keeper.
And this one is down the leg side again, but on this occasion there is Kai Smith there for cover. So certainly Grenada could not want to be in a better position. If 2 overs have not been completed yet, just 8 legal deliveries, and they are on 25 without loss. So that's why some 14 runs, 15 runs.
Yeah, just leaking. It's just leaking runs, and which they could ill afford because with a small total of 144. You want to set the tone early in the innings to create some pressure, bowl some tight overs, and then something might just give.
And this one is screamed through the cover by Afi Fletcher for 4. So really putting the St. Lucia team to the sword at this point in time. Ready adding insult to injury there.
Yes, you see, one has to ask the question: when last did Alexander use a new ball? And it's such a big match, such a big occasion. You want your big players to step forward, and Crafton has done it on a number of occasions. And deciding to go with that option, is a risk that has really backfired.
Well, apparently she has broken down. Let's see the Joseph and Crafton, Masley. They all trying to give her the encouragement, but if she's really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, you see, no matter what encouragement comes around you as a player, you have to dig deep, and you have to have a big heart. Things are not always going to go your way, and these are the moments that you see what stuff you're made of.
And this one, full delivery, looks like a no ball, and might very well go all the way to the boundary. And the good work there done by Destiny Edward. So they have run 2 and then no ball, so 3 runs. 3 additional runs to the score.
Yes, some really loose stuff there from Alexander. Really gifting runs to the opponent. One of the things when you're in a T20 match, especially you have that sort of total, it's crucial that the power play, at the end of the power play, that the opponent would still have over 100 runs, to go at. But at that rate, they would easily look like they may easily knock off the 44 runs and have less than 100 runs at the end of the power play, which would make it a lot more comfortable for Grenada to challenge that total.
So 1.3 overs, Grenada 32 without loss. Alexander still has 3 deliveries to be bowled. Gift.
Yeah, well, let's hope that she can maybe pull something out of the back and get the wicket of Fletcher.
This one struck down to the long on region. So the score moves on to 33 without loss. So some 23 runs have come off the over so far, and still 2 balls remaining. So 44 without loss. So the St. Lucia team would really have to dig deep if they are to come out of that situation.
Well, there's still a long way to go in the game, but then they just gifting the Grenadians.
So this one is driven past Malika Edward at short cover, and they are coming back for 2. So the end of a nightmare of an over for Alexander, an over in which she considered some 26 runs, 46 without loss.
Well, these are the moments that actually make or break players. It's really almost what you can call a baptism of fire here for her. Not from the bat, but a lot of her own doing. When you look at the scoreboard there, we look at the runs that have come off the bat. Really, it's 20 runs have come off the bat with the team after 2 overs. They're already on 36. If we have been gifted some 16 extras in 2 overs, this is really over the limit.
And it looks like they're still going to continue with Cooper. 10 overs. Cape would have still considered that to be an expensive over, and they are still continuing with Cooper. So one really cannot understand the tactics that have been employed there by the St. Lucia team, with the likes of Destiny, Crafton, and you still have Zeda and Kiana Joseph. And this one, loose delivery down the leg side, no ball signal. So again, they continuing to struggle, and we really cannot understand what really going on out in the middle.
Well, the St. Lucia team definitely under pressure. In these situations, you need something big to happen.
And this one down the leg side. White signal. Perhaps it's time for St. Lucia to bring on two of the better bowlers, one would think, to really look to pull things back and more to look to get the price wicket of Afi Fletcher. But in this case, with the sort of start that they have gotten, Fletcher could just play normal cricket up to a certain point before she can really take the attack to the St. Lucia team if she has to.
She can. Grenada is on top at the moment, but let's look at the board. It's still a long way to go in this game.
Possibly chance for a run out, and should be a run out. Oh my goodness! Opportunity gone begging. Both batters were at the same crease. First, the ball was thrown to the keeper. The keeper did relay the ball to the bowler Cooper, and really could not effect the run out.
Yeah, it's a comedy of errors outside there. St. Lucia, there was the opportunity to pull something back, and they really missed it. And you could see this is the state of the play out there at the moment. But it's up to the captain and the other senior players to rally the team. St. Lucia is at home. They need to pull something out of the bag, do something big, and bring themselves back in the game. Because we look at the Grenada team, it's not a strong batting team. If they can get out Fletcher, then St. Lucia would really be in business there.
Yes, good opportunity to have gotten Fletcher run out, because she was at the non-striker's end and took off. And she was at the same crease with Francis. She just pushes this one to the cover region. Get some easy singles, so good sensible cricket from Fletcher. She has realized that her team is on top. No need to play any rush shot, just push the ball around, take the ones and twos that are available at this moment, and they pretty much could cost home for victory, because the runs needed 105 of 120 free deliveries there.
Yes, as long as Fletcher remains at the crease, Grenada is going to remain on top.
Run in between the wicket, and she is given out. Francis going for a second run there on the overthrow, and the ball was thrown to the keeper, and she is run out. So St. Lucia finally has made a breakthrough, 41 for the loss of 1.
Yes, St. Lucia, a much needed breakthrough here, because things was really going downhill for them. And we see the St. Lucian team in a huddle to be up to the captain, Malika Edward, and other senior players here to rally the St. Lucia team. You know, the target for Grenada really is 144 runs, not 44. And as good as the position that they're in at the moment, you know, things can change quickly. We know in cricket, 1 wicket brings 2. 2 brings 3, so they need to stick to their guns as much as possible. Then they need to be able to keep the Grenadians quiet, keep things as tight as possible, and you never know what may happen.
Yes, certainly St. Lucia would need a string of few tight overs, and perhaps get Grenada to do something irrational. Also, if they could pick up the wicket of the captain, Afi Fletcher, this would be the price wicket that they would be really after.
Yes, if they can price out Fletcher, they're going to be right back in the game. The momentum will definitely swing in their favour. But as long as she remains at the crease, I think Grenada will remain on top.
So we have a field the boundary riders and the extra cover and the wide footman. A good delivery there on appeal. And the St. Lucians look a bit disappointed, but the umpire McVeigh would be in the best position and he has signaled leg by. So in the opinion of Mr. McVeigh, this one clearly would not have hit the stumps.
Well, the umpire is always in the best position to make decisions. And we don't have the benefit of the replay here to see what line that ball might have been on. We know Cooper predominantly swings the ball in, and it may well have been headed down the leg side.
So St. Lucia now has turned to the experienced Kiana Joseph, who has bowled well in the tournament, and they certainly would want her to keep things tight, but most importantly, pick up a few wickets.
Yes, when the going gets rough, the tough needs to get going. And Kiana, she's a tough player, and I think I would welcome the introduction of Kiana to the Sovereign end there. If she can't get the wickets, just keep it tight. You can build a bit of pressure, and then that can cause some loose stroke play.
First delivery. Thomas looking to back away to play this one through the cover region. Unable to do so successfully. Short delivery outside the off stump. This one is played down through the extra cover region. 1 run resulting. Joseph certainly had a good day with the bat, 54. And now she would want to come up trumps with the ball. And this one is up in the air, possibility of a chance. Crafton comes in and she drops this one. So a chance created there by Joseph. Fletcher looking for the slog sweep, the Keith, and only succeeded in getting this ball to Crafton, who was coming off the long on boundary but was unable to pull off the catch.
Yes, catches win matches, and that's a real bad miss. Let's hope St. Lucia doesn't live to regret that opportunity.
Shot this time, struck outside. And a good bit of fielding there by Zida James, collecting and shine at the stump at the non-striker's end where Afi Fletcher was running. So clearly the St. Lucia know the importance of seeing the back of Afi Fletcher. This one again is played into the extra cover region. Fielder comes off the boundary. 1 run resulting. So 47 for the loss of 1. Fletcher already on 23 of just 13 deliveries. And a white signal. So the extras continuing for St. Lucia. Some 18 extras. And we're only in the 4th over.
Oh, that definitely is a luxury.
Shot cut outside the outside, but straight to Zida James at point. So the end of the first over from Joseph. She only conceded some 6 runs. So 48 for the loss of 1 after 4.
Yeah, a very good start there by Grenada. The Grenada now need less than 100 runs. The target is now in double digits. But just a little word on the bowling of Kiana Joseph. She's not showing enough energy at the crease. She's not hitting that crease enough. It's just barely just going through the motions. You know, you want to see her put a lot more effort into what she's doing there.
So, Marilyn Cooper is coming in for her third over. 2 overs, that's considered 15 runs so far. This one is driven to the right of the mid-on fielder. Looks like Sky Smith. So Fletcher on strike. There's the sensible thing to just push this one down to Alexander at short square leg. So 50 runs on the board.
Yes, 50 runs coming well within the power play overs, and Grenada just picking the singles at will.
This one is driven back past the bowler. Sky F. Smith has a shy of the stump. So perhaps give the St. Lucia team needs to get the fielders perhaps in much tight position, force the Grenada team to go for the big shot. Because the singles are taken too much at will.
Yeah, and the fielders need to be a lot more alert. A lot of fielders on their heels and reacting. You're not seeing fielders on the move. And
dot ball there by Cooper. So after considering some bad misfield there by the captain Edwards, but they're unable to go for a single. Like I was saying, Keith, Cooper bowled a very expensive first over, some 10 runs of her first over, but since then she has come back well.
Yeah, she has come back well. I don't know if the thinking was that because she had a good outing last night, where she got some 4 wickets, that they decided to go with her at the top of the innings. But we all know using the new ball is different from using a ball that has lost some of the sheen. The new ball sometimes is not an easy ball to control, and if you're not used to doing it, then you could always become under a bit of pressure. And the Grenadians, they just sensed their opportunity when St. Lucia gave that ball to Cooper. And they really got at her. And then the second over, we saw Alexander. I'm not too sure how often she uses a new ball, and she was given that opportunity, and she basically went to pieces there and gave the Grenadians a dream start.
Yes, some 26 runs coming off the second over. So after 5, 51 for 1. Certainly, St. Lucia would need to see the back of these two batters, two of the more experienced batters in the Grenada lineup. You could see give a slight drizzle out there. And looks like the umpire has called for the covers. Rain has interrupted play momentarily, Cape. Maybe a good time for St. Lucia to go back to the drawing boards and look to come back with a plan that they could execute to see the possibility of pulling out a victory, which looks very daunting at this point in time.
Well, let's hope for St. Lucia's sake that drizzle doesn't last. if there's a reduction in the overs, that sort of stat that the Grenadians have, they'll be well ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. And if the match is shortened already at 50, 51 after 5 overs, it would really give them a distinct advantage in the match. So St. Lucia, yes, it's an opportunity to go back into the dressing room and review what is going on and devise a strategy, come out with plan B now to see how well they can pull themselves back in the game.
So with this rain delay, we're going to take a short break and we're going to resume when play is about to start.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner's Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner's Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner's Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
A midsummer's evening and a game of cricket in the local club. A fairly usual sight, but this is a lone girl in a man's world. Sonia Twig is the only woman who's ever played for this men's club. She's the outsider here, but Sonia is one of thousands of women who are closing in on parity in the sport. However, playing with 20-odd men still has its difficulties.
One of the biggest issues though is in terms of changing facilities. So there'll be 2 changing rooms, but obviously for me that's not going to work, so quite often there'll be a women's toilet, which is usually where I have to get changed, and there isn't necessarily anywhere else.
But Sonia's club is welcoming. She often forgets that she's the only girl on the field. It's off the field that she still finds herself slightly out of place.
I couldn't really join the social aspect because then I'd be very conscious I was the only girl. It was never so much of an issue playing, but that's not why you play cricket. You play cricket for the social aspect as much as the playing aspect, and I always felt that if I did go to like a pub evening or something like that I'd be very conscious that I was the only girl.
Women's cricket has gone through a lot more gloom than Sonia's tale. Legendary England cricketer Sir Leonard Hutton allegedly said, "Women playing cricket, that's absurd, just like a man trying to knit." Outrageous in every sense of the word. And even when they did play, women weren't allowed to step into pavilions like this one. Worse still, female cricketers were forced to juggle jobs. Today, professional contracts mean they can practice and play full-time, but they're miles away from what the men earn on a daily basis. But England have beaten the odds to become world champions. More importantly, women's abilities are now being taken seriously.
I think the main thing is it shows, I guess, the strength of the women's game. It shows how amazing that World Cup tournament was last year and just how much it kind of captured the imagination. To have 3 of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the year to be female is obviously unprecedented, and hopefully all it does is it signals the way for years to come.
I feel like we're more accessible and more relatable, really. They've seen, hopefully they've seen, the popularity that we've got, and it's not just a joke, it's a serious thing. We're earning a living. And yeah, I think we're more welcomed at grounds and at stadiums.
I made my debut in Mumbai in a dusty club ground in front of not many people, and some of the girls making their debuts now at home play in front of near sold out grounds on telly with a lot more people interested in what's going on. So the game's changed dramatically. There's a lot more sort of pressure on players to perform, and that's what you want. You want to be at the level where you're judged as a cricketer, not just kind of as a women's cricketer, I guess.
Anya Shrubsole also became the first ever woman to feature on the cover of what is known as the Bible of Cricket. Theory was this was a classic instance of tokenism. But the man who put her there wasn't trying to make cheap headlines. He was looking for rectification.
For too long, cricket has not taken women's cricket seriously, and I include Wisden in that. The first women's Test match took place in 1934-35, England v Australia, and it wasn't reported by Wisden until 1938. So that was an early example of sexism, really, institutionalised sexism within cricket. So last year was a bit about correcting an imbalance. I mean, you can't just correct overnight 155 years of history, but you can take a step in the right direction. But more importantly, England won the World Cup. It was as simple as that. And if we weren't going to reflect that, what are we doing covering cricket? This was the moment to reflect the achievements of the England women's team. If the men's team had won the World Cup, no one would have batted an eyelid if we'd chosen 3 of the winners among the 5. So why should it be different for women?
The origins of cricket take us back to 16th century England. But the first women's international game took place more than 300 years later. Today, their game is very similar to the men's. There aren't any concessions for women as such. They play with the same laws as the men are doing here. But the only differences are, the cricket ball the women use is slightly smaller and the boundaries are slightly closer. But physiologically, men are stronger. They can hit the ball further and bowl it faster, which always entertains crowds. The women's game might not look as attractive, but this brand of cricket has already inspired a generation of young girls to take up the sport. Amongst them is 7-year-old Alethea. She already spends her weekends swinging a bat and spinning a ball. It seems as though cricket was forced onto her, as her father is a former international cricketer himself. But Alethea has cricketing heroines, not heroes.
There was not enough, and there isn't still enough women's sport on TV. And if there is women's sport, Alethea will watch it. If it's men's sport, she's not really so bothered. So having that amount of sport on TV and having females on TV in leading roles and presenting and all that is become something that I've become a lot more aware of, because it means that she has role models. It means that my daughter has people that she can aspire to.
There's also been a change in viewers' attitudes towards the sport. Here at Headingley again, there's a game between 2 teams of young boys from India and England. But the spectators at the ground consist largely of women, who now equally enjoy watching both genders play their favourite sport.
For me, it's certainly no less interesting, and I watch women's cricket if that's on TV just as much as men's cricket.
I think it's superb. I'm pleased to see women playing cricket and to such a high standard.
It's a sport which girls and boys can play. it's not just a boys' sport because I play for the under-9 boys.
Women's cricket isn't struggling to find any viewers, be it in the stands or in front of a television. But it still trails the men's game in one key area, and the answer is in my wallet.
The probe into why the women's game still lacks money brings me here, home of two iconic cricketing venues. Overlooking the latter is James Alder's office. His agency represents some of the biggest names in world cricket, but to this day, his clients don't include a single female cricketer.
If you look at the female game and the women's game, it is exploding at the moment in terms of popularity. That's very much on an upward curve, but that's a relatively recent trend. If you think in the men's game, there are a plethora of sort of freelance cricketing opportunities. There isn't that for the women's game, so it's not a huge amount of activity to get your teeth into as an agent at the moment. If these other competitions start cropping up and there's a lot of money pumped into them, then suddenly that might be a time where, you know, representing female cricketers is more of an attractive proposition to agencies like ours.
Currently, India's captain Mithali Raj is amongst the highest earning female cricketers in the world. But her male counterpart, the richest cricketer in the world, earns a paycheck 50 times bigger than hers. When stacked up against the heavyweights in other sports around the globe, Raj is reduced to nothing more than a speck of dust next to the world's highest earning athlete as of this year. But female cricketers believe comparison with the men's game isn't the right way to go about it. Women's cricket is still in its infancy, and there's a lot more that needs fixing. But the opinions suggest it's uphill from here for the girls.
Everything's moving in the right direction. I'm not sure there's a huge amount to do differently. And obviously the more people who know about it and come and watch it, and then hopefully they come and watch and see how good it is, and then they keep coming back.
I see the chat all the time now about women's cricket. You see on social media, on Twitter. So I think it's a question of more investment, more time, more patience, and standards will keep rising.
People have sort of come up to me and mentioned like, oh, women's cricket's really good, like I watched some of the World Cup, and I don't think a lot of them will have watched any women's cricket before.
I think we will see it certainly have a higher level of viewership and a higher following, and I don't think that's too far away. It hasn't peaked. But by no means it hasn't peaked, and there's still a long way to go. But it's going to grow, and it's going to grow rapidly.
Perhaps cricket will remain a male-dominated sport, but women are now in the race. Their game is slowly emerging from darker times. Women's cricket is on the rise.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 Cricket Tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament.
For For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe. Take in all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the finals of the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women T20. We had a rain delay for about 22 minutes, and St. Lucia about to bowl the 6th over, so a real prolific start to the Grenada innings, Kev Shalry. Some 51 runs coming off the first 5 overs.
Yes, a dream start for Grenada, and they were really gifted some runs by some different tactics and bowling from St. Lucia.
So Kiana Joseph will be continuing from the southern end, and keep it's going to be a bit challenging for the spinners with the slight drizzle we had early on.
Yeah, once the ball goes out of the outfield, it's going to be a bit greasy. I hope they have brought out some towels.
First delivery, driven to the short cover region to the captain, Edwards. So St. Lucia really need to pull out all the stops if they are to pull out a victory this evening. And this one is run down to the short foot one. Sky Smith does the fielding, no run. Short and wide outside the off-stump to the left of the short cover fielder Edwards. The ball was driven to her strong arm, which is the left side gift, so she was able to make a good stop, but still unable to prevent the single.
Yeah, good bit of fielding, and as a tall player, she was able to get down very well.
So here now in search of the prize wicket of Afi Fletcher. Short, and Fletcher pulls this one. It goes straight down to Crafton at the long on boundary, resulting in just one run. Fletcher moves on to 25 of 19 deliveries with 3 fours been struck by Fletcher so far. This one tossed up outside the off stump, they struck straight to the point region where Zeta James fields, so unable to get any runs. So good tight stuff there by Joseph, just 2 runs off the over so far. Again, just slowing this one up, so the end of a very good over, only conceding 2 runs skiff after the resumption of play.
Yeah, good over there from Joseph. Joseph, a very experienced campaigner. You know, having been playing at that level since in the teens, and St. Lucia would depend a lot on her tonight to pull something back. She's not able to make the breakthroughs yet, but it's keeping it tight would allow a bit of pressure to build. So St. Lucia will be looking to the other bowlers to operate in the same vein, to just try and squeeze the Grenadians as much as possible.
So at the end of 6, Grenada 53, and St. Lucia at the end of 6, they were 35 for 3. So Grenada really in a much better position. And in comes Zeta James. So these two, whenever they have operated in tandem give, they have really put a stranglehold on the opposition, and St. Lucia would hope that the same can continue this evening. And what should be a possibly run out there by Alexander, really slow to react.
Yes, the St. Lucia should not allow these easy singles, to be taken. All the fielders need to be on the balls of their feet, getting ready to attack the ball as much as possible. Make life difficult for the Grenadian batters.
Yeah, the close in fielders needs to be a little more tighter, force the Grenadian batters to go for the big shots if they have to. But too many easy singles have been taken. James into the attack there, and this one is punched to Larissa Crafton at the point region. So good bowling so far by Zeta James, but they're really not under pressure, any real pressure the Grenadier team give. This one wide outside the off stump. Not signaled wild by the umpire from our vantage point. It looked like Afi Fletcher is questioning the umpire. one, she looks to muscle this one out to the mid-wicket region. Gets the inner portion of the bat. The ball trickles down to short fine leg, resulting in just 1 run. So 2 runs off the over so far. So how much St. Lucia would love to see the back of Afi Fletcher on the back of a century last evening. And this one, she punches this one square of the wicket. Alexander is giving chase and she puts in the dive and look like she has saved her team 1 run. They're coming back for the foot, so good effort on the boundary there by Alexander.
Yes, that's the type of effort that is required here tonight. You know, to try to save every run possible and, you know, give St. Lucia that fighting chance to be able to pull off victory here tonight. But a good over bowl by Zeta James. Some 5 runs coming off the over.
Yes, so James and Joseph in attack. They have done some good work for St. Lucia in the 50 over competition. They bowled extremely well last evening as well. So a lot rests on the young shoulders of Zeta James to perhaps bring St. Lucia back into the attack. But it looked like a change of bowling at the sharing to the attack. And it's a bit strange, Skip, that we have not seen the likes of Nerissa Crafton and Destiny Edward.
Maybe St. Lucian camp feels that the strategy is to use more of the slow bowlers, you know, because we have seen that used for most of the games, that especially look at the Dominican team, apart from the bowling of the captain Etienne, everybody else that bowled for them was a spinner. We looked at the Vincent team, they used quite a few spinners, so St. Lucia might be adopting that similar strategy.
But the question is, if you have been using a formula that has been successful, why change it in the finals? And more so with the wet outfield is going to pose a serious challenge for the bowlers, and the ball is still failing you. We're just into the 8th over.
Yeah, it's just passing strange that your main seamer has not been brought into the attack.
Certainly one would think after the rain break that we have, whatever drizzle that would have gotten onto the wicket certainly would have freshened up the pitch a bit for the quick bowlers. So one would have thought that at least an over could have been given to the quicker bowlers. But St. Lucia has stuck with the ploy of employing the spinners. And this one is short and is bang square of the wicket. They've gone for 1, coming back for a second. Despite the fact that Fletcher loses a bat, she comes back for 2 easy runs. So 61.
Yeah, I think that in any game that you play, the 5 people you maybe recognize as your frontline bowlers. These bowlers will be given the first choice, and then you look at your options if things don't go well.
Wide on this occasion, so St. Lucia continue to bowl extras, 19 extras so far in the inning. So this one is split to the square leg region where Destiny Edward comes along. 1 run was taken. So Fletcher has moved on to 30 of 23 deliveries. strike rate of 130 for Afi Fletcher. Slow outside the off stump and a wide signal, so again St. Lucia continuing to concede wide is gifting Grenada some easy runs. Wide actually the second top score. So St. Lucia certainly need to pull something out of the bag if they are to pull off a victory. Grenada just under no real pressure, they just coasting at this point in time. And Fletcher just turns this one to the square leg region. Again, the fielders are just a bit too deep. The singles are taken so easily.
I think it's also good batting on the part of the Grenadian batters. They really playing the ball with soft hands. So, the fielders a little deep, and then the ball is moving slowly to them, and it's allowing them to get the easy single. They're very alert and playing some very smart cricket here. You would think here at this stage in the game, St. Lucia, wickets are the important thing.
This one is struck firmly back past the bowler James. Edward comes off the long off boundary to field.
Maybe Greg, the outfield has dried up because we see the St. Lucian spinners in attack, and there's no sign of a towel or anything to keep the ball dry. You would think that the number of the fielders would be out there with towels and getting the ball dry and ensuring that the spinners can grip the ball.
This one short and wide outside the off stump. Struck into the extra cover region. The fielder comes off the boundary. Strong, powerful return to the wicketkeeper Ashlyn Edwards. So the current rate at 8.35, and this one is struck towards the backward square region. Is going to race into the boundary for 4. So bit of loose bowling there by James, and Afi Fletcher really capitalizing on this skiff, really continuing from where she left off last evening.
Yes, Fletcher, as long as Fletcher is at the crease, Grenada would feel confident that they can chase down that score. That delivery short and heading down the leg side. And Fletcher was into a wicket and just helped it pass the fielder at short backward square into the boundary for 4. A welcome boundary for Grenada.
Yes, so with that boundary, Grenada there into the 70s. This one is played to the short cover region. No run resulting. Outside the off stump, and is firmly driven into the extra cover region. Good tumbling save there by the fielder, and a good strong return. One bounce into the keeper. So one additional run. of the over, 74 for the loss of 1. Cherry would be continuing from the southern end. And this one is cut to the backward point region by Affy Fletcher for 4. So for the delightful runs there, scored there by Affy Fletcher, Cape Challery.
Cherry just allowing a bit of room for Fletcher. And Fletcher did not need a second invitation, just stepping back and just hitting that one to the left of the backward point fielder. And it sped away to the boundary. So as far as the target is concerned, Grenada has gone past the halfway mark. And at this point in time, they just need 66 more runs to pull off victory.
Yes, the St. Lucia team really need to pull something out of the bag. Somebody needs to have a real magical spell if St. Lucia are to come back into this game. Short and wide again, and the ball is struck firmly into the extra cover region and just resulting in 1 run. So, Cherry. Well, keep as you indicating about the towel, it looks like the captain has a rag, and she has just given Cherry the services of drying the ball. Again, no real pressure where the required weight is considered, so Thomas pretty content and he's just pushing this one back down the track. Tossed up delivery, and this one is struck straight into Kiana Joseph, and she has gotten the result. So the St. Lucia team has gotten the breakthrough. The vice captain Anisha Thomas caught at cover of the bowling of Sherry by Kiana Joseph.
A real soft dismissal by Thomas. That delivery just overpitched, and she never hit through the line of the ball. Just scooped it up to Joseph, who gleefully accepted the chance. So there's a little bit of hope for St. Lucia, prizing out the second wicket. But the main threat is still at the crease. Affy Fletcher, as long as she remains there, Grenada and Grenadians will think that they have this thing under control.
Yes, Affy Fletcher really holds the key to the real outcome of the team. If she gets out keep very early, then the pendulum might just swing back in the direction of St. Lucia. But as long as she's out in the middle, certainly Grenada would have their nose ahead. So the new batter out in the middle, trying to see the jersey number 67 would be Cassie William. She is the wicket keeper. So the St. Lucia field, the captain and keeper is ensuring that everybody is in the right position. And this one just going across. Williams unable to put bat to ball. This one on the leg side. Looking to swing at this one. And keep it look like the ball came off the pad. So leg bite signaled by the umpire Maffrey.
Yeah, but that one clearly pitched outside the leg stump, and the batter having a big swing at it and not making any connection.
So at the halfway stage, the Grenada team, they are 80-2 chasing the score. They are certainly in charge. looking to get 144 victory. And we'll have a change of comments personality. Keith Shalry, he has given way to Jad Goodman, who is back in the hot seat. Good evening, Jad.
Yeah, pleasant good evening to you, Greg, and to all the viewers out there. It's lovely to be back here for yet another night of cricket. The exciting finals between Grenada and St. Lucia.
Yes, Jad. St. Lucia really up against it. Grenada required another 64 runs for victory. And James has won this one to Cassie Williams. So certainly Zeta James would need to get a few wickets for St. Lucia to bring them back into the game. And she's comprehensively bowled, looking for the big shot. Ill-advised, and Cassie Williams has been castled by Zeta James.
Yet again we see the fall of a wicket being followed by yet another consistent bowling there from the St. Lucia team, trying to get themselves back into the game. And ill-advised shot there from Cassie Williams. You could see the skipper Afi Fletcher was a bit disappointed with that hoik across the line, but nonetheless St. Lucia fighting their way back into this game.
Yes, certainly the captain, Afi Fletcher, really holds the key to Grenada victory. But if they are unable to prize the wicket of Afi Fletcher, then they need to be taking wicket consistently at the other end. So it looks like Noel, number 68. Karina Noel has made her way to the crease. She's the opening bowler for Grenada, so perhaps she's one of the all-rounders. So definitely the captain Fletcher would need somebody to support at the other end.
Yeah, Karina Noel strolling to the crease. We saw in the first game, the first 50 overs, she was able to hold her own with the bat. Maybe scoring a bit like a 15 or so, I recall. She was able to occupy some time at the crease, and I believe that's exactly what skipper Afi Fletcher would require from her at this point.
Yeah, well, with the required rate just 6.62, they are well above the rate. The current rate 7.74. So it's just a question of a partnership or two, and Grenada really could go across the finish line. But the St. Lucia team with 2 quick wickets, they certainly believe that they're still in with a fair chance, and Jad's 64 runs is still a fair bit of runs to get.
Yeah, just over a run a ball there. It will be an exciting encounter. Hopefully we could see St. Lucia bringing this game right down to the wire. Afi Fletcher would want to avoid that, but you can see skipper Malika Edward really marshalling her troops there after that halfway stage and coming back with 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, certainly. We could hear the loose delivery there being shot towards the backward square region. Zeta James just firing this one in, and certainly Karina Noel needed no second invitation to have a swing at this one, and beating Alexander at the backward square region and down to the boundary for 4. So 4 welcome runs there for the Grenada team.
Yeah, a poor delivery there by Zeta James. E-lined on the left-handed. Noel coming inside the line and hitting this one down to the backward square leg boundary for 4. So Grenada keeping well above the rate.
Yeah, some 60 runs required at this point. Tossed up delivery and an appeal there, but looked like there was some bat involved. So a stifle appeal. So Zeta James certainly needs to continue taking wickets. And nice tossed up delivery. Noel pretty much contented to just come forward. And it's the end of the over. So at the end of the over, Grenada, they are 84 for free. Some 60 runs adrift of what would be a really good victory for them, and a tournament, a championship win as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, the weight of this team heavily relies on the back of skipper Afi Fletcher. She's right now currently on 45 from 30 deliveries. I mean, the skipper Malika Edward would want to get the back want to see the back of Afi Fletcher as soon as possible. But nonetheless, still a good ball in there from the St. Lucian spinners. We see the introduction of the left-arm spinner of Kiana Joseph, Zayda James and Naisha Cherry really slowing down the run rate after a terrible start there from the St. Lucia team. So good going for them after, let's say, about 6 or 7 overs.
Yeah, certainly looking to bring things back. But this would be the crucial wicket, and she plays this one towards the backward point. They've gone for one. No chance of a second with the fielding of Zayda James. She's really a live wire in the field, and certainly one of the fielders you will not chance taking a second run when she is fielding.
Yeah, and you could see she understands the importance of keeping Afi Fletcher off strike. She really chased down that Leary, giving in a big slide, preventing them from coming back for the second. So the new batter, Karina Noel, on strike. Naisha Cherry being able to pick up a wicket in a previous over. Skipper is expecting that she could maybe get 1 or 2 breakthroughs in this over as she continues.
Well, certainly St. Lucia need to take 10 wickets. It will be difficult to bowl out 20 overs and really they're not going past that score of 144 for victory. And this one is pushed back past the bowler down to the long off boundary. There is a Crafton coming off the ropes to do the fielding. So really Grenada not under any pressure. They could afford to just push the 1s and 2s still before somebody decide to go on the attack.
I would love to see skipper Malaika would have been more aggressive to the new batter, maybe getting long off into the circle. That previous run there would have been a dot ball if made off was inside the circle. So she has to really understand the importance of keeping Afi Fletcher off strike at this point in the game.
Yes, certainly for Afi Fletcher, the fielders could afford to drop on the 40-yard circle. You could give her perhaps the early strike. And this one looking to hit, muscle this one through the offside. The ball coming from the under edge, goes past the keeper, and they able to scamper through for 1 run. So 87 now for 3, and an opportune time to perhaps close the field and force Noel to play the big shots.
Yeah, they really need to attack Noel at this point. Maybe keep her on strike as much as possible. But right now the St. Lucia team just maybe losing the plot slightly against the new batter. But nonetheless, a string of dot balls there being built up, and one would say a bit of pressure there on the Grenadian women's team.
Yeah, they certainly need to bowl a few tight overs and perhaps force the captain to do something out of the way. A wide wind signal, so the extras continue to mount. Extras now on 22. So after the 45 from Afi Fletcher, the next best score is 22 extras.
Yeah, they're not really helping themselves at this point. I mean, if you remove those 22 extras from the score, I believe St. Lucia will be comfortable with Grenada being on 66 after 11 overs. But nonetheless, so the game goes. And after the 12th over, Grenada 88 for the loss of 3 wickets. Afi Fletcher, skipper, on 47 from 35 deliveries, and Karina Noel 5 from 7.
Yes, so the key to this St. Lucia victory would certainly be the dismissal of Afi Fletcher. Some 66 runs, required of 48 balls. So 56 of 48. And this one is guided down through the backward point region, no run resulting.
It's interesting to see that the pace of Nerissa Crafton was not used today, despite the wet outfield. Skipper continuing to work with her spinners.
And this one is fully struck to the point region. Crafton puts her body on the line, and is still able to scamper through for a single. So So the James need to either get a few wickets or try to bowl as many dot deliveries as possible.
And we see the mid-off being brought into the circle to try to build a bit of pressure on the new batter, relatively new batter, Karina Noel. And you could see Zeda marshalling her troops there, ensuring that she gets the field right before she bowls this delivery to Noel. I believe this is a crucial delivery in the context of this game.
Noel gets inside the line of this one. And swings it through the mid wicket region. And be able to cross for a single. So the score has moved on to 90. Still some 54 runs adrift. Wide ball signal down the leg side.
Yeah, those wides are really mounting here and affecting the St. Lucia's chances of defending this total. And Zeda James continues to Afi Fletcher. This one driven nicely
past the point fielder is going to run all the way to the boundary for 4. So again, beautiful executed shot by Afi, and in process bringing up another half century. So what a captain's knock by Afi Fletcher. 52 not out. Jad Goodman.
Yeah, successive milestones there in successive days there for Afi Fletcher. Scoring a century yesterday and bringing up yet another 50. So good batting there. In the context of this game, she's really trying to take the game away from the St. Lucia team and not giving them a chance at all.
Tossed up delivery, and this one is driven into the extra cover region, resulting in 1 run. So good sensible batting by Afi Fletcher. So at the end of the 14th over, not yet. Still 1 ball remaining. My apologies. So the left hand batter comes in, and she goes for the big expansive drive. The ball goes through to be collected by Ashlyn Edward. So at the end of over number 13, 96 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, with 7 overs remaining, skipper Malika would want to get at least 1 or 2 breakthroughs. And we see a change. Sorry, I thought Kiana was coming in to bowl from the pavilion end. Naisha Cherry continues from the pavilion end to the bat of Afi Fletcher. Naisha Cherry so far has bowled 3 overs. She's coming into her 4th over, picking up the solitary wicket. Bowling relatively tight. A wide delivery there by Naisha Cherry. And not the start she would have wanted to that over. She's back at the top of her mark, coming in again to Afi Fletcher. Inside edge there, beating the wicket keeper, but the fielder there, Sky Smith, moving swiftly to her left and preventing any runs from being taken. So Cherry really trying to put a chokehold on the Grenada and scoring. So far she's bowled 3.1 overs for only 18 runs and picking up that solitary wicket.
Yes, Cherry has picked up 1 wicket. Slow and short deliveries. Fletcher getting into position very quickly. Strike this one down to the square leg region. Alexander Fields, resulting in just 1 run. So we need to inch in closer to the 100-run mark. They are on 98. So some 46 more runs required of 40 deliveries.
Yeah, 1 wicket here would just change the complexion of the game drastically.
Well, you definitely need the wicket of Afi Fletcher, not just any wicket. I think Grenada can afford to lose the wicket of Noel if they have to. Big drive, ball peeling off the outer edge, runs down to the Foodman region. They've gone for one, coming back for the second. See the James in pursuit, but cannot prevent the second. So Grenada have brought up the 100, and they certainly are well on course. Some 44 runs needed of 49 balls, and with wickets in hand, they are certainly with their nose ahead.
Yeah, and it's good to see that there's still a bit of troop and excitement here from the St. Lucian women, supporting every single dot delivery there from their bowlers. So the St. Lucian ladies really not giving up this game and putting up a fight there to the Grenadian team. And you see
looking to play across the line, just looking to push real tentatively into the onside, and the ball's spinning across the bat, and she was comprehensively bowled. So Cherry continues to pick up wickets for St. Lucia. This is a second wicket in the spell. So 3.4 overs, and she's picked up 2 for 21.
On the stroke of the 14th over there, exactly what skipper Malaika would have wanted. Naisha Cherry being the pick of the bowlers tonight, being able to get that second wicket here for skipper. So exactly what they would have wanted.
Yeah, but there's still a ray of hope for St. Lucia. But the key still remains the captain, Afi Fletcher. If they can see the back of Fletcher, then certainly St. Lucia would be with a serious chance. But Afi Fletcher is the one really who holds the key to this game. If she is there, then Grenada may very well coast to victory. But if they could see the back of Afi Fletcher, certainly in form, last night getting a century, and she has followed it up in the finals with 54 not out, and a 54 has come off. She has only faced 49 deliveries, with 7 fours in the mix. Dixon. And she just plays this one through shot made off. So the end of a successful over, and this end of this spell from Cherry, 4 overs, 21 run, and she has picked up 2 wickets. So certainly Cherry has put up a hand this evening, and the captain certainly would need somebody to come out and prize the key wicket of Afi Fletcher, and it looks like the introduction of pace for the first time, Jad. Nerissa Crafton is going to take up the attack from the media center end.
Yeah, contrasting strategies there used by the St. Lucian ladies. And we know Nerissa opened the bowling for majority of this tournament so far, but we see here coming into her first over in the 15th over of the match. So Malaika, you could tell that she's desperate for the wicket of Afi Fletcher and bringing back the experience and guile of Nerissa Crafton there to hopefully get the breakthrough, another breakthrough for her.
But I thought thinking that the fast bowlers really have been introduced really late into the order. Some 14 overs have been bowled. In the 15th over, the pace has been introduced, so a bit late in the proceeding, but one would hope that Nerissa Crafton can really come trumps for the St. Lucia team and really see if she could get the prize wicket of Afi Fletcher. So really to look to dash the hopes of Grenada, but at this moment Grenada certainly in the driving seat. They are 100 for the loss of 4 wickets. Judges some 44 more runs required to pull out a victory, 44 of 46.
Yeah, you could see them really putting some thought into the field placement. It's good to see them taking their time to ensure that the fielders are in the right positions. Larissa comes in to bowl a first delivery, a short ball outside of stump. The keeper unable to hold that ball going through her legs there for a bye. So not what the skipper would have wanted. A bye is the signal by the umpire. So the keeper really not tidy at this point.
Yeah. Bad let off there by the keeper Ashlyn Edward, but just maybe it may very well be a blessing in disguise. The bye that was considered, the new batter Dixon would be on strike, so perhaps a good opportunity to really pressure Dixon and try to bowl as many dots. And to me, Jad, this should be the ploy right now. Get Afi Fletcher off strike as early as possible and bowl as many deliveries to the lesser batter. So anytime Fletcher is back on strike, she's forced now to play the big shot because the required width has almost catch up with the current rate.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they would have needed right now. Getting the lesser of the two batters on strike and maybe bowling a few dot balls to get some more pressure on the shoulders of Afi Fletcher.
So we see in the field that they dip extra cover. I think she right now should be inside the 30-yard circle. And this one is angled down the leg side. And a leg by signal by umpire Vern. So certainly Larissa Crafton would have wanted to bowl as many deliveries to Dixon, but in comes the captain Fletcher back on strike. So the required weight now has gone past the current rate. The required rate is 7.64. So for the first time, the required rate is above the current rate. So St. Lucia, they are slowly clawing their way back into the game. But the key to this game still lies with Afi Fletcher. Short ball, and this one is deposited in the mid-wicket region. There is no one sweeping the boundary, and the ball is going to win the race. And it has gone into the boundary for ball. So poor field placing really by the skipper. Clearly, Afi Fletcher is the player who can play the big shot, and one would have expected that you would have employed all your boundary riders whenever Afi Fletcher is on strike.
Yeah, a terrible field placement there by skipper Malaki Edwards. She really lost the plot there. After watching that innings from Afi Fletcher last night, you understand that she really peppers that mid-wicket area, and Larissa Crafton not having her full quota of fielders outside the circle. But now we see a deep mid-wicket fielder being deployed to Afi Fletcher.
And this one is struck into the possibility, a chance of a catch. And she has just bailed out of it, and the possibility of a run out now, and she's run out. And coming back for the second, Dixon was run out, and Larissa Crafton is guilty of transgressing the crease. So the umpire McVeigh has signaled no ball, but Dixon was shot off the ground. But a poor effort in the outfield there, Jack Goodman. The price wicket of Afi Fletcher was on offer, and the fielder really should have made the effort to try to catch this delivery.
Yeah, we need to see some effort here at this point in the game, but I believe at that stage, at that particular point, it was better for not to take the catch, because we see umpire signaling a no ball, so the run out stands, but the catch would not have stood. So yet another wicket there for the St. Lucia team. So 109 for 4. 109 for 5, sorry. So despite the free hit being offered up there to the bat of Afi Fletcher, still some reward there for the St. Lucia fielding team. They be able to get a run out.
Yes, so the incoming batter is Janelle Charles. And had a free hit signal there by the umpire. And Afi Fletcher hits this one, and it's going to go one bounce into the long on boundary. So St. Lucia really been punished for bowling a no ball by Nerissa Crafton.
Yeah, the skipper and the bowler really needs to have a chat at this point and really revise the field placements. Maybe bringing the third man into the circle and deploying a long one, because Afi Fletcher is really strong down the ground. And we see that shot there, had there been a mid-on, well, a long one, sorry, that would not have gone into the boundary for 4. But nonetheless, Afi Fletcher being able to get a boundary of that free hit delivery, and we see skipper Malika Edward now trying to marshal her troops and get the field correct. There's a bit of confusion out there, and we would love for the St. Lucian ladies to just hold their nerve a little bit. You could say there's a lot of nerves being exhibited out there.
Yes, the captain really not sure as to what field placing she wants. And Afi Fletcher just works this one down to the wide Ferdman region. And she picks up an easy single, and it's the end of the over. Again, the St. Lucia team really not reading the game. The last delivery, you want to keep Afi Fletcher on strike, off the strike as much as possible, and she was able to just pick up a relatively easy single. So 113 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, at this point I think she really needs to get Kiana back into the attack, and I believe that's exactly what's being done. The experience of Kiana needs to be put on the forefront at this point. She needs to try to get the breakthrough of Afi Fletcher, and you can see the skipper Malika Edward entrusting her with this 16th over. So it'll be interesting to see the battle between Afi Fletcher and Kiana Joseph. Those two players have been able to represent West Indies and done it respectfully.
Well, certainly the captain has to go for broke. She cannot leave it for too late. And the field placing, you see 2 players behind square. Certainly with the St. Lucia team not getting the field placing correct, and especially to Afi Fletcher, you need the fielders to drop towards the edge of the circle along with your boundary right there. So give her the early single if it's on off, and this one is pulled into the mid-wicket region, and it's going to go all the way for 4. So loose ball in there by Kiana Joseph, and Fletcher capitalizing on this one, and this one is spunked into the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So they move on to 117. So the pressure really is telling on the St. Lucia team. Loose ball in there, and really St. Lucia is playing reactive cricket. Just after the ball was struck into the mid-wicket region, now we see a fielder has been posted out there. Jordan, as you did indicate, last night they would have seen the hitting areas of Afi Fletcher, and you thought that they would have prepared for that. And the reverse sweep now. And we saw Afi Fletcher last night executing the reverse sweep to great effect, and she has this has been her first attempt this evening.
Yeah, an appeal there, but turned down by umpire. Kiana Joseph back to the top of a mark, and I believe at this point the St. Lucian ladies just losing the plot a little bit, maybe a little bit of nerves kicking in there. There's a bit of indecision about the field placement, but we see everybody being brought inside the circle to try to prevent Afi Fletcher from being back on strike, but the long off fielder was still back, and but Charles was able to get through for a single.
Yes, there was still the long off, long on. You would have expected those 2 fielders to have been inside the circle, and if she was able to clear those 2 fielders, then it would have been a good shot. And this one played towards the point region where Zida Jim Spills. So certainly St. Lucia having been missing a trick or two out in the field where the field placing is concerned. And this one is short. And it is hit down to the square leg region for just one. So Fletcher continuing to play a captain's knock. She's gotten some
so after that
9 runs. This one is wide down the leg side, so Kiana Joseph really is wilting under the pressure as well.
Yeah, after that boundary of the first delivery, she was able to get the over back nicely, but just too many extras being given away by the St. Lucian bowlers at this point. 26 extras so far in the innings.
So 125 for the loss of 5 wickets. St. Lucia seriously up against it. An additional 23 runs required, Jad. So 23 of 24.
With 4 overs remaining in this innings, Afi Fletcher still there at the crease, and we would say that the hopes of Grenada still lies on her shoulders, and if she continues, they're well set to win this victory there tonight.
Well, if they cannot get the wicket of Afi Fletcher, certainly need a few dot deliveries in there. And this one, the top edge. This one is going down towards the footman region. They've gone for one. And coming back for the second. So 2 runs completed. So the score moves on to 123. Afi Fletcher has moved on to 71.
Yeah, a bit of fortune there for Afi Fletcher. This one top edging, going over the wicket keeper. Yeah, the game is not lost. Wicket at this point would really change the complexion. And we have Crafton coming in, a wide ball.
Certainly Crafton trying to kick the ball away from Fletcher, but Fletcher, the point region, she's really favors that area, and there's no one sweeping on the point boundary. So trying to keep the ball wider of the wicket, she could really pay the price for that ploy. And this one is swung into the mid-wicket region, and she's gonna get 4 additional runs. So certainly the fielders are not in the right position, and Afi Fletcher really favors the leg side, and for this evening we have not seen Afi Fletcher strike one ball into the extra cover region, but there has been an extra cover fielder been posted on the boundary for the longest while, Jack Goodman.
As I mentioned, really losing the plot at this point in the game. There needs to be communication between the bowler and the skipper as to the plan to Afi Fletcher. Right now they're just going through the motions, and there's nothing, no thought process behind what is happening. Afi Fletcher is just hanging back and hitting the ball over the long on mid-wicket area, and yet still we see no fielder being deployed there.
So Afton really aborting her run, but feeling the pressure, and certainly St. Lucia would have been the hot favourites coming into the finals. And just guides this one down through the footman region for one. So good intelligent batting there by Afi Fletcher. She moves on to 76, a real captain knock. And looking at her innings from last evening and this evening, Jad, Afi Fletcher, not the Afi Fletcher that we would be witnessing on the TV. It looks a different Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, she looks completely contrast to what we see on the TV, as you mentioned, really showing her discipline and and dexterity with the bat, and hopefully trying to win the game here for a team.
And this one, Chicago just looking to work this one into the mid wicket. It's Charles. So with one delivery left in the over, St. Lucia perhaps should possibly allow Charles to get a single and get Afi Fletcher off strike. Okay, and Afi Fletcher has gone for the single. And bad miss, a chance for a run out. The ball was collected by the keeper, Ashlyn Edwards, and she threw it to the bowler. Crafton was unable to hold on to the ball and effect a run out. But again, St. Lucia had a chance of bowling to Charles, and somehow the lesser batter, Judd, they're allowing those batters to get off strike very quickly.
We see the final delivery of the 17th over being bowled now to Afi Fletcher. A smart bat in there from Fletcher, just hitting this one down to backward point and coming through for a single. Almost a chance of a run out there. But nonetheless, the comfortable single there for Afi Fletcher. So 13 runs remaining to win. One would say that it's Grenada's game to lose at this point.
Yes, most certainly the writing looks like it's on the wall. Like they would say, the fat lady somewhere singing already, Judd. But you add 2 wickets to that score, and especially if you can add the wicket of Afi Fletcher, I could assure you it could be a different ball game. So it is not all over yet. Some 14 runs required of 18 deliveries.
Yeah, we could speak on the first game, Grenada's encounter against St. Lucia, where St. Lucia was able to dominate. And we know Afi Fletcher was absent, and you could see with her presence, she's really the shining light here for our team, doing well with the ball and with the bat. Currently 78 not out.
And she gives herself some room and punches this one, and possibly chance of a run out. And the overthrow, and they've gone for the single. So is it the James really firing this one in? And Joseph unable to gather cleanly. So $132 for 5. Fletcher on 78. This one is fired outside the off stump there by Joseph. We now see the close. The fielders are in a little much tighter, trying to prevent any run. And this is exactly what we thought that should have been happening quite a few overs early on, John.
Yeah, maybe just a little too late there from the St. Lucian team. And a chance being created at the fielder, laboring to get up, not able to get high enough to make that chance count.
Yes, that was Cherry. So, the skipper, Fletcher on strike. 143, just 11 more runs for victory. And she's comprehensively bowled. Afi Fletcher looking to be a bit cute, going outside the off stump and looking to hit this one over the square leg region. And really, Afi Fletcher has just gifted her wicket away. So, is that the moment, Chad, that St. Lucia was looking forward to? Is it too little, too late?
Not good thinking there from Afi Fletcher. A bit of criticism here for tonight. Meaning that was a terrible offer with her team only remaining 11 runs from 3 overs. She really needed to be there till the end and see it through. But she gave away a wicket there And with her team remaining 11 runs, one would say St. Lucia might be seeing a glimpse of hope there to get back into this game.
Yes, certainly St. Lucia are back in it. Afi Fletcher, as we've been saying from the onset, really holds the key to an easy victory for Grenada. It's still not out of their reach, but with the dismissal of Afi Fletcher, St. Lucia certainly stands a good chance of pulling this one out. So with some 13 deliveries left, Jad, and 11 runs required, so Grenada certainly is up with a challenge, and it's a question of who can really hold their nerves at this point in time. But I would still say Grenada still has the nose slightly ahead.
Yeah, and I would like to be the optimist amongst the two of us, and I believe St. Lucia really has a chance there. If Kiana can close out this over well, maybe get a wicket here for a skipper like Edward. I mean, the pressure is on both teams at this point, and St. Lucia would have a little bit of momentum going with them after getting the wicket of Afi Fletcher. So it's interesting to see how they would go again approaching the remainder of this innings.
She ends the over with a dot ball. So at the end of 4 overs, Joseph, she has picked up 1 for 17. So good tight economical spell there by Joseph. So you would need Nerissa Crafton now with some 11 runs required. So still Judd, well, you could say 5.5 runs and over. Not a big ask, but St. Lucia needs to get the fielders in the correct position.
Yeah, a bit of thinking has to be done there from skipper Malika. Kiana has bowled her quota of 4 overs, and Nerissa is bowling the penultimate over. So it's interesting to see who she will entrust with the final over if it happens to get to this point.
I think right now, Chad, the fielder at Footman, they need to get a really fine, because normally the ball travels very quickly down to Footman, especially you have the pacer Nerissa Crafton.
Yeah, again losing the plot there, skipper. The fielder really needed to be inside the circle there at mid-on. The lesser of the batters, Charles, though she's been out there for a while, she hasn't been able to get going, has yet to hit a boundary in her brief stay at the wicket so far.
But from what we have seen in the 50 over game, the lower order batters really, they are not capable of really clearing the boundaries. And we see right now the captain really has the field spread out wide, and one would want to think that if Grenada to beat St. Lucia, you would supposed to force them to play the big shots, but there's too many singles are still on offer. And this one goes through Jada James of all person. She has fumbled this one, and they're coming back for a second. So believe it or not, one of the better fielders, this is one of the persons that you would feel that had the ball gone to, she would have held on to the catch, but this is what pressure does in the finals. Jad Goodman.
Yeah, bad miss there by Zeda James. She needed to hold on to that one. I mean, there's no excuses at this point in the game. The team needed that wicket, but she was only able to hold this one in from going for 4, and the team conceding 2 runs off the bat of Aria Fortune.
And this one is firmly driven down the track for 1. So a really bad miss there by Zeda James. And as we were saying, if you had those fielders inside the 40-yard circle, certainly they would be cutting off those singles, and you need to force the batters to go over the top, and they have not shown they have the ability to really hit a long ball. So I think the captain really is losing the plot.
Yeah, singles from here would win the game easily for Grenada.
And miss the keeper Ashlyn has not collected cleanly. So still some 7 runs required. And the St. Lucia team still in with a chance. And this one is hit out in the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one. They're coming back for the second. I think that's all it's gonna be. So 2 runs. The score moves on to 139. So some 5 runs required in 7 deliveries. So it's important that Nerissa Crafton needs to bowl a dot ball, and most importantly, Jad, if she could pick up a wicket, that would be
a bad miss there by the James early on in the over. Hopefully Nerissa could close out this over well for skipper.
And this one is down the leg side. White signal by the umpire, and at this point you could hear the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, Dominica and Grenada, they're reeling the 2 batters to victory. So certainly the teams are pretty much happy at the fact that Grenada could possibly pull out a victory. And a big swing and miss. So this one has gone down to the wire, Jad. At the end of the 19th over, Grenada 140 for the loss of 6 wickets. So 4 runs required in the last over. And
Cherry,
it looks like Roylin Cooper would be entrusted with the final over. So Cooper had a very good outing yesterday. She picked up some 4 wickets, I think, for about 7 runs. So the captain, Malika Edward, would be banking on the experience of Roylin Cooper to see if she could pull the rabbit out of the hat for St. Lucia, Jad.
Yeah, I mean, the game is not lost until the final runs have been scored. Cooper had a relatively inconsistent start to the spell, but she came back nicely, only conceding 18 runs of her free overs. She really needs to bowl consistently, cut out those extras, and try to build pressure on the batters in this last over.
And St. Lucia, Jad, perhaps seriously would need to bowl out of the skin and feel out of the skin right now to prevent Grenada from getting those 4 runs required. Roylin Cooper. So Cooper.
Yeah, we see a halt to the start of the final over. You could see the excitement up here in the commentary box. There is a bit of nerves. Both of us are at the edge of our seats, waiting and anticipating this final over from Roylin Cooper. She's at the top of her marker and comes into.
And this one is struck through the cover region and down to the boundary for 4. So Grenada has pulled out a victory and they have won the championship, and you could see what it means to the Grenada team. They are all racing on to the center of the field and they are in jubilation, and a deserved victory there, Jad, for Grenada. They really played the best cricket this evening.
Yeah, jubilation there for Grenada, as you mentioned. The better of the 2 teams tonight. St. Lucia really not putting on a good display for the finals. They were able to win all of the games so far. Not being able to get over the line in the final match tonight. But nonetheless, we do not want to downplay the effort put out by Grenada. A good bowling effort to restrict St. Lucia to 144 and coming back there and chasing this one well within 19 overs. Well within 20 overs, sorry. So a good outing there for Grenada.
Yes, St. Lucia did not post the sort of scores that they would have wanted, considering what they had done in the 50 over competition and the game yesterday against Dominica. But Judd in the finals, 144 for victory. Had St. Lucia just approached the game differently, they may very well have had a different outcome. And I think crucial to that victory for Grenada was that experimental over of Alexander, where she conceded 26 runs in the second over and really gave Grenada the sort of flyer that they would have wanted. Grenada, after just 4 overs, they were already 48 runs. In fact, the first over they conceded 10 runs. The second, they conceded 26. 6 in the third, 6 in the fourth. So, but that second over, bowled by Alexander, was really crucial. 26 runs coming off the over, and the match was taken into the 20th over. So really the experiment done by St. Lucia, and more so they did not start with the regular openers in the person of Nerissa Crafton. Even when she was brought late in the inning, she was still able to bowl reasonably well. So the decision to have opened the bowling with Roylin Cooper and Alexander, I felt this really backfired on the St. Lucia team.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the tournament, the finals, the grand finals of the Windward Island Women's Tournament, you cannot come out and make experiments and try different things. You need to do what is working for you and continue to use the bowlers that have been working for you consistently throughout the tournament. And you could see that St. Lucia really lost the plot there this morning. I mean, the management, the coaches and the players need to have a sit down and really understand where they went wrong. And as you rightfully mentioned, that second over there, that second experimental over, really cost them the game.
Yes, well, St. Lucia could still hold their heads up high. They've played really good cricket, despite the fact they lost in the finals. I think what we saw on display, they're still arguably one of the better teams in the tournament. You lose some, you win some, and most times in a tournament, Jad, teams are always due for a bad game. It was unfortunate that St. Lucia bad game came in the finals, but the ladies could certainly hold their heads high with the performance that they have put on in the tournament. So let's just look at the scorecard very quickly. You have the captain Afi Fletcher. She top scored with 77, and no other batter really got into double figures. So it really shows that Grenada really struggled with in terms of the batting. But surprising to say, the next top scorer would have been extras, a whopping 31. So really, if St. Lucia could have perhaps just bowled half of those extras, they would have perhaps won the game very comfortably. But this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. So Afi Fletcher 78, Rachel Francis 5, Nisha Thomas 9, Cassie Williams 0, Corinna Noels 8, Taylor Dixon has run out for 7, Janelle Charles 6, and Aria Fontaine not out on 7. So really not that much contribution from the other batters, with the exception of the captain Afi Fletcher. Looking at the bowling for St. Lucia, we had Roylin Cooper 3.1 overs. She went for 22. Nisha Alexander, she had that solitary over, and she conceded 22 runs. Kiana Joseph 4 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Zeta James 24 overs, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Nisha Cherry, she bowled her 4 overs, 21 runs, 2 wickets. And Nerissa Crafton 3 overs, and she conceded 29 runs. So really, St. Lucia did not have the best performance in the finals. They really lost the plot even in the field placing. So it really did not go right for St. Lucia in the finals. You could say an all-round average performance, really. They were not that good with the bats because of what we saw early on in the tournament. For the first time, they middle to lower order was exposed, and they were only able to come up with 143. But still, kudos have to go out to Grenada. They bowl well. They were in the two teams, the hungrier of the two, and more so, the captain Afi Fletcher to me was the difference in these two teams.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the hunger was there from Grenada. They really wanted this victory. You could see them in the field really putting in the effort. And as I continue to see throughout the night, she really brought a different complexion to the game, Afi Fletcher, not just with the bat, not just with the ball, but the energy in the field. You could see her really marshalling her troops throughout the first half of the game, restricting St. Lucia to 143, in the first inning. So good all-round performance there from Grenada. I mean, the lone contributor was Afi Fletcher, with the bat. But a lot of thinking has to be done there from the St. Lucian team. They were able to perform well throughout the tournament, just had a bad day, as you mentioned.
Yes, so all in all, Jad, if we take a quick look back at the tournaments, there were some really good performances from a number of players. They were very consistent. The James, we look at the likes of Kiana Joseph for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You could look at Janella Glasgow for Dominica, the likes of the skipper Paul Etienne. But what I was most impressed with the tournament is the number of young players that were given a chance to perform, and they could only go from strength to strength, and certainly the future of Windward Island cricket and West Indies cricket by extension could be in good hands if those players can continue to develop.
Yeah, and we speak about this form of cricket, this Windward Island cricket being more for the development of the younger players, to try to get them to that next step and get ready for the West Indies setup. And as you mentioned, there has been a lot of young ladies here on display. Good performances with both ball and bat. Despite only one team being able to win, all the other remaining 3 teams have a lot to look forward to. As we mentioned, there are other opportunities. There will be more opportunities, especially for the younger ladies, to come out and show their skills and maybe work hard throughout the year to display the talents next year.
So at this point, Chad, we are going to take a break because there's going to be the closing ceremonies. And a few of the players certainly would be looking forward for the being given the rewards for the achievements. We're going to get who scored the most runs, the most wickets, perhaps MVP of the tournament. So until then, we will take a break and we will come back as soon as the prize giving ceremony has started.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's strictly football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday, live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's strictly football, the action-packed highlight show, keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winners Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winners Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The Windward Under-19 Cricket Tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the Windward Islands Under-19 Cricket Tournament.
I'm here with St. Lucia senior team captain Malika Edward. First of all, congratulations to you and your team. How do you feel about your performance today?
Well, first off, we won the toss and we were expected to go out there and put a huge total on the board, but that didn't come to fruition. So we just had to go out there and then try to defend it. But in the end, it wasn't successful.
So you believe 143 was enough, a total to defend? You believe you could have worked with that?
We could have worked with it, but at the same time, I mean, the battles are unpredictable. Anything could have happened on the field. It's an intense game. So we just fell short.
What did you say to the spectators and the supporters who come out to support you throughout the tournament?
Just keep supporting us, keep encouraging us. I mean, we put in the hard work. We didn't succeed, but at the same time, I mean.
All right, Malika Edward, all the best to you and your team in the future tournaments.
Thank you.
Grenada senior team captain. First of all, congratulations to you and your team on a wonderful victory, well-deserved victory. How do you feel about your team performance today?
Junior one, so I thought we had a wonderful team effort overall.
And congratulations to you on yesterday's performance as well. 100 and today you came and scored 50 odd. Great consistency and leading your team, showing your seniority. How do you feel, showing this to the youngsters surrounding you in the team? How do you feel? How they learn from you? What do you teach them?
I feel proud to see that coming this tournament. Years I've been getting starts and not carry on. To see that I carry on and match you in the game, that was very good for that. Young ones, always eager to learn and willing to learn, and whenever I get a chance to work with them, I always try to improve my knowledge to teach them. I know that when they go into the next level, it's practice hard. So I just feel good overall that I could pass on my knowledge and also them around me to see it and also learn from it.
Alright, happy pleasure. What's next? West Indies player, what's next?
Well, we have the regional tournament coming up. So we're looking forward for the regional tournament coming up in May.
Alright, thanks, happy pleasure. All the best to you and the team with the future tournaments. Hope you enjoy your trophy.
Thank you.
And then?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates.
The President of the St. Lucia National Cricket Association, Mr. Julian Charles, WICB and CWI Director, Mr. Carol Henry, Mr. Celestine Laura, the Treasurer of the St. Lucia National Cricket Association, Mr. Steve Mahon, the Chairman of Selectors, WICB, Mr. Roland Wilkinson, Selector, WICB, Mr. Craig Emmanuel, Selector, WICB. We want to say, make recognition of the team management and most importantly, our players, the members of the media, parents of players, and of course, the fans who turned out to see this very memorable tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremony of the WICB Women's Cricket Tournament. And I want you to keep the applause going for the very talented ladies who have given us one of the most beautiful and exciting tournaments when it comes to women's cricket in the sub-region. Keep the applause going. Round of applause for our ladies. Well deserved. And although I don't have some of the stats here, I have been following the tournament, and I've been very impressed with a number of the outings from the various ladies, number of half centuries, some good fifers, and also an outstanding batting performance. I must recognize that this one by the West Indies player, Afi Fletcher. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome the President of the St. Lucia National Cricket Association to deliver the welcome remarks, Mr. Julian Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Protocol already been established. I'm going to move into my speech, but just to say a pleasant good night to all our distinguished guests right here. Of course, a pleasant good night to our coaches, our managers, our players, our press. A pleasant good night to all of you. It's my distinct pleasure to be able to say welcome remarks tonight. When the competition started a week ago, we didn't know exactly what to expect. Can we just hold a while, please? I'm getting directions from both. Yeah, when the competition started a week ago, we didn't know exactly what to expect. But I must say that the competition have lived up to the expectations of everybody. It was beautifully played. There was a lot of, the team spirit was really great among the players. We saw high levels of cricket for most of the time. We saw areas where there could be improvements. But the main thing is that we saw you trying, and we saw you trying very hard. And we can see that there is room for improvement in some cases, but certainly you are up to international standards and indeed a regional standard for the most part. I just want to say that, I hope that you remain motivated after the tournament. We know people get hyped up for Windward Islands tournament, and after this, there's a bit of a lull. There are no tours around. But what you do at a tournament is a reflection of what you do in between tournaments. And in between tournaments, I say to you that you need to continue working hard, because a year passes by very quickly. And of course, as you know, these days, there are a lot of opportunities for you to play cricket all over the world. So you never know when your opportunity will come. So always remain focused on your cricket career if that is what you want to do. Train hard, work hard, and as you can see, there is a competition I was looking at last night. I'm not even exactly sure where it was, but you could see people from Hong Kong and Afghanistan and all from China, everywhere. So understand that it is very high. So stick in it. It is something you love to do. It is something that will pay you richly. It is something that will give you very good life experiences. So I encourage you to continue working hard at your game to be the best player that you can. I know that we have not seen the best of you. You are very talented. A lot of the top players there, we can see. I will try to avoid mentioning names, but I must mention, of course, Afi, Fletcher, Kiana, Joseph, Zeta James, some of the more outstanding performances. Jack, sorry, Cordell, that's right. I just missed out on this one. But we've had many outstanding performances, and I hope that I hope and know that you will continue. Congratulations to St. Lucia for winning the 50-over tournament. Well played, ladies. Congratulations to Grenada for winning the 20-over tournament. And congratulations to all of you for taking part in the tournament. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. And at this point, ladies, I know you've been here for the entire day and you're anxious. We're going to move into the awards component this evening. And we're going to start with the Team MVP Award. And of course, the Team MVP were all chosen by the various team managements. And we're going to invite Mr. Steve Mahon to present our first two awardees. The team MVP for Dominica goes to Pearl Etienne. The team MVP for Grenada goes to Afi Fletcher. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahon, and we now invite Mr. Roland Wilkinson. The team MVP for St. Vincent and the Grenadines goes to Cordell Jack. Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkinson. And we now invite Mr. Craig Emmanuel. And Mr. Emmanuel will be presenting St. Lucia's team MVP, and it goes to Zeta James. We now move into the individual awards. And we're going to invite Mr. Junior Murray to be our presenter. Catch him. Best fielder or most catches, it goes to Taylor Dixon, Grenada, 7 catches. Most dismissals by a wicketkeeper. And this is very fitting that Mr. Murray is presenting this award. It goes to Ashlyn Edward of St. Lucia. And we now invite Miss Eugenia Gregg. We invite Miss Eugenia Gregg, former West Indies cricketer, to present most wickets. With a total of 13 wickets across both formats, best figures of 6 for 28 versus Dominica, the award goes to Cordell Jack. And we now invite Mr. John Eugene to be our presenter for most runs on the tournament across both formats. For a total of 214 runs, best figures of 114 of 60 balls versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Afi Fletcher. At this point, we call on Mr. Julian Charles, who is going to present the Champions Trophy for the 50-over tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion team for the WICB Women's 50-over tournament, St. Lucia. Turn the trophy, turn the trophy. And of course, I want to say commiserations to all the teams who fought hard and made this competition a success. And without you, we would not be where we are today, having just produced one of the better female cricket tournaments in a while. So again, a round of applause for all our ladies this evening. We move over to the T20 format, and we're going to invite Mr. Carl Henry to be our presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, WICB T20 Women's Cricket Tournament, St. Lucia. And receiving on behalf of St. Lucia skipper, Malaika Edwards. Round of applause for St. Lucia. And the 2023 WICB T20 champion, ladies and gentlemen, Grenada. The cup, I feed the cup. The trophy. Come on, Afi, you could multitask. You're a spinner. The team awards. Team awards? We done already. That's the last one. The announcement of the team. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, this one. So now, players, the much anticipated moment. This is the moment where all the hard work that you have put into this tournament will come to fruition for a few players. Ladies and gentlemen, to announce the Windward Islands female cricket team, please welcome Mr. Steve Mahon. Oh, sorry, we're going with Mr. Wilkinson.
Good night, everyone. The chairman is not feeling good, so he would have allowed me to come and do the naming of the team. don't want to keep anybody here too long because it's been a long day and this is the part that the players has been waiting for. So we'll go straight into it. And I'm not going to call a team by name, by country. I'm going to call a Windward Island teams. Because when we're going to play as a Windward Island team. I'm going to start. Malika Edwards. Namaya Masimin. Kimon Homa. Zeta James. Huana Joseph. Onisha Frontin, wicketkeeper. Jelani Glasgow. Janella Glasgow. Afia Fletcher. Afi. Paul Etienne. Nyasha Crofton. Karina Noel. JC Byron. Amaya Gilbert. Abelin St. John. So that's the 14 that has been selected, but we also selected four reserves. And the four reserves are Jofina Joseph, Cassia Williams, Selena Ross, and Destiny Edwards. The team will be captained by Afi Fletcher and vice captain by Janella Glasgow. Thank you. The team also will be coached by Coach Samantha Lynch. Thank you.
Just want to get a photo up now. We have a, thank you. Yes, there we go. Oh? It's not 2 seconds, but you are at the end already. You are at the end already. You're going home just now. You ready to want you don't do work instead? You ready somebody else do the work?
I don't mind. Whole week I do nothing.
Round of applause for our Windward Islands ladies team. Come on, come on. And just to send us off, ladies and gentlemen, we invite Mr. Carol Henry, WICB CWI Director, to deliver brief closing remarks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? I was advised it has to be brief, so I will try my best to be brief. I take a distinct pleasure and honor to bring the curtains down tonight on the proceedings tonight and also on the week. Cricket is a public good. I have said that before at other forums. And we need to recognize and understand that cricket does so much for the human psyche. Without cricket, we can't have players, and without players, we can't have cricket. So I start off my vote of thanks by recognizing that the players are essential. And you understand essential to mean that without the players, there can be no cricket. So let's please appreciate the players for the fact that they are the ones who make it all possible. Let's give them a round of applause. I have a list of persons that I'd like to thank and also recognize. So we begin with SSI underground staff here for making a beautiful venue for us to have the games, and at Grosile. The commentary team comprising, I think I heard Mr. Shalry on commentary, Keith Shalry, Jad Goodman and Greg Avril. Our media and media personnel, one of them, Anthony de Bouville, is here. Vibe Radio. Also live streaming services provided by Winners. The medical staff, very important because they support the players, including Miss Eva Stanislas, Nurse Sheena, and Dr. Tobias. Our selection panels for the various teams for supporting us in terms of, or supporting them in terms of doing that duty. Our match officials, the umpires, thanks to you for keeping the games in virtually no disputes or controversy. Our match referees, I think Matthew John is here, and I believe Mr. Shalry, am I correct? I hope, is also or was a match referee. Scorers and statisticians, Roland Cox, Junior DeRose, Mervyn James. Hope I didn't leave anyone out. Our coaching and management staff. Dominica, we had Coach Sam Kernan, my apologies, thank you. And the manager, Kimara, Hito. Thank you. In Grenada, or for Grenada, we know Junior Murray for his reputation as an outstanding wicketkeeper. He's right here. Thank you, sir. And also assistant coach Afia Campbell and manager Lydia Edgar. For St. Vincent, coach Samantha Lynch and manager Melissa Lewis. And St. Lucia, our coach, Mr. Walter Emmanuel, assistant coach Sheldon Thorpe, manager Ms. Rosalind Preville, third vice president of SLNCA. I also want to recognize and thank the transportation providers for doing a good job of getting our players safely to and from the venues. And of course, I end with the administrators of cricket at WICB level and also within the SLNCA for all the hard work that has been put in to get this event to come off as successfully as it has. So with this, I end tonight's short thank you, vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here ends our prize giving ceremony. Please get home safe, everybody. Thanks again.